I've been working as an overnight stalker at Walmart for a few months now, and I've always enjoyed the quiet nights in the aisles, with only the sound of boxes being opened and the faint hum of the refrigerators. But that night, from the very beginning of my shift, I felt like something was off. While organizing products in one of the more isolated aisles, I noticed a man standing at the far end, near the electronics section. I didn't think much of it at first. New hires sometimes show up without any notice. But he wasn't wearing a uniform, and strangely, he seemed more interested in observing than doing anything. I went back to work, thinking maybe he was waiting for a manager or instructions. But after half an hour, I realized he was still there, and the uneasiness began to creep in. As I moved through the aisles, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It wasn't the first time I'd felt this way, but that night, it felt different. I decided to check the aisle where I had seen the man, but he was gone. Everything seemed normal until I noticed a small, folded piece of paper on the floor right where he had been standing. Thinking it was trash, I picked it up, but my stomach turned when I read what was written. "You're getting tired, aren't you? I know you like to stop in aisle 6 at 3:30. I stood there frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what was happening. My first thought was that it was a bad joke from a coworker. It wouldn't be the first time someone tried to lighten up the night shift with a prank. But as I kept working, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I moved between aisles, trying to focus on the boxes, but my eyes kept darting to empty shelves and dark corners. At one point, I thought I saw something move in the aisle next to me, but when I checked, no one was there. That made me even more uneasy. After a while, I found another piece of paper near the cleaning supplies section. This one was even more specific. "You always finish here before you leave. Maybe we should talk tonight." A chill ran down my spine. How did someone know I always ended my shift by reorganizing that section? It was a habit of mine because it was usually the messiest area by the end of the day, but I'd never mentioned it to anyone. I looked around, trying to find any logical explanation, but the heavy silence of the store felt more oppressive. I clenched the paper in my hand and glanced at the security cameras, but, as usual, no one seemed to be watching. I decided to ignore the notes for a while and keep working, but it was impossible not to feel on edge. Every noise, every shadow seemed magnified. While walking through the frozen foods aisle, I heard something that made my heart race. Footsteps. Quick, light, like someone trying to move quietly. I turned around fast, but saw nothing but an unsettling emptiness. I felt ridiculous, like I was letting paranoia get the best of me, but the fear began to mix with growing frustration. Whoever this was, they clearly knew what they were doing. I grabbed my walkie-talkie and thought about calling security, but I hesitated. How could I explain this without sounding crazy? Then I found a third note, this time on the cart I was using to organize products. The message was short, but hit me like a punch. "You need to get better sleep. Last night you stayed up until 2:47, didn't you?" My whole body went cold. How did this person know that? I really had been up late the night before, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I looked around, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it echoed in the aisle. It wasn't just a prank or an attempt to scare me anymore. It was personal. This person was watching me outside of work, knew details about my routine. Suddenly, Walmart didn't feel safe anymore. Every minute of the shift felt like an eternity after that. I started walking faster through the aisles, my eyes scanning for any strange movement, but the heavy silence of the empty store only heightened my paranoia. The feeling of being followed became overwhelming, almost as if I could sense someone's eyes on me from some dark corner. When I turned to organize shelves in the gardening section, something on the floor caught my attention. It was another note, folded neatly and placed where I couldn't miss it. It read, "I like the way you rush, like it'll save you." The words got to me in a way that's hard to describe. It wasn't just the content of the message, but the tone, almost teasing, as if the person writing it was enjoying my fear. I decided to walk toward the back room, near the stock area where other employees usually stayed. On the way, I saw a shadow move quickly across the aisle ahead of me. I froze, my heart in my throat. I ran toward it, but again, there was nothing. Only another note stuck to the shelf. "Come closer. I know you want answers." That was it. I wasn't just scared. I was terrified. Breathing heavily, almost running, I headed straight for the stockroom. I needed a moment to think, a place where I felt less exposed. In the stockroom, the fluorescent lights flickered slightly, and the sound of industrial fans only made the silence more oppressive. I looked around, trying to find any sign of who could be doing this, but the space was empty as usual. I pulled out my phone to check the time and saw that I still had nearly 2 hours left on my shift. I couldn't just leave. The doors were locked, and only the security guard could open them. Even so, I texted him, asking him to do a sweep of the store. I waited a few minutes, but there was no reply. When I went back to the sales floor, I noticed something was off. My stocking cart, which I had left in the gardening section, was now in the toy aisle. It was impossible not to notice. It was positioned in the middle of the aisle, as if placed there deliberately to make me walk toward it. I approached cautiously, my eyes scanning every corner, but I didn't see anyone. On the cart was another note, this time longer. The message made my stomach churn. "You're more predictable than you think. Your footsteps echo like a clock, marking every second you're here. Have you thought that maybe I'm closer than you realize?" By now, the feeling of being watched was almost unbearable. My mind was racing. Every noise felt louder, every shadow more threatening. I decided I wasn't going to walk aimlessly around the store anymore. If they wanted to scare me, they'd have to come to me. I went back to the dairy aisle, where I still had some boxes to organize, trying to focus, but my hands were shaking. Then I heard a low, steady sound, like breathing, coming from behind one of the shelves. My body froze for a moment. It couldn't be real. It was as if someone was right there, but when I turned to look, nothing. Just the empty aisle and the hum of the refrigerators. The feeling of losing my mind took over. Before I could walk away, I caught something in the reflection of the refrigerator glass in front of me. A figure, small and fast, disappearing toward the end of the aisle. My heart raced, and on impulse, I ran after it. When I turned the corner, there was nothing there except another note on the floor. I picked it up with trembling hands. "You'll never see me unless I want you to, but I see you, always, even when you think you're alone." A cold chill ran down my spine, and the only thing I could think was that this wasn't a prank anymore. It was serious, and I was completely at the mercy of whoever this was. With no other options, I decided to leave the stockroom and head to the front of the store, where the lights were brighter and the space felt less threatening. Every step echoed in the empty aisles, and the silence now was almost deafening. When I reached the register area, I turned back, expecting to see something, anything, but there was no one there. I grabbed my walkie-talkie and called the security guard again, practically begging for him to respond. That's when I heard a loud noise coming from the electronics section, like something had fallen. My courage was replaced with pure terror, but I forced myself to go check. When I arrived, what I saw made my legs go weak. All the appliances were neatly lined up, forming a pathway. At the end was another note attached to a coffee maker. I walked slowly, my chest tight, each step heavier than the last. When I finally reached the note, my hands were shaking so much I could barely open it. The words, written in unnervingly neat handwriting, were simple but devastating. "You're almost at the end, but don't worry, I'll always be around." At that moment, the store lights flickered violently, and a strange noise echoed around me, a metallic buzzing mixed with faint whispers. Then everything went silent again. There were no more notes, no signs of anyone following me. The shift ended, and I left the store as fast as I could. To this day, I don't know who did it or how they knew so much about me. I never went back to that job, but sometimes I still feel like I'm being watched. I've never liked grocery shopping late at night, but with 2 kids at home and a crazy work schedule, it was the only time I had. That night, Walmart was nearly empty. There was something unsettling about the silence, like it was too quiet, even for that hour. I grabbed a cart and started going down the aisles, trying to finish quickly. While picking up some cereal boxes, I noticed a man standing at the far end of the aisle. He didn't seem to be shopping, just watching me. I tried to ignore him, but when I turned into the next aisle, there was another man, closer this time, pretending to be distracted but clearly paying attention to what I was doing. My stomach sank. I kept pretending not to notice, but my mind was racing. Maybe it was just paranoia, I thought, but the way they moved through the aisles, keeping a certain distance, was too strange to be a coincidence. I sped up, grabbed just the essentials, and headed straight for the checkout. The man from the cereal aisle walked past me and left the store, while the other one stayed near the entrance, casually looking at his phone. With trembling hands, I paid for my groceries and pushed the cart toward the door. When I stepped outside, the parking lot was nearly empty, except for 1 or 2 cars, including mine, parked under a flickering light. I wanted to believe I was overreacting, but something felt off. I pushed the cart to my car, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. But when I got closer, the silence in the parking lot felt oppressive. I tossed the bags into the back seat, keys already in hand. That's when I noticed the 2 men on the other side of the lot, talking quietly but watching me. My heart started racing. I got into the car and turned the key, ready to leave as fast as I could. The engine wouldn't start. I tried again. Nothing. It was as if the battery had suddenly died, but I knew the car had been fine that morning. I looked around, trying to figure out what to do. They were still there, now slowly moving in my direction, like they were waiting for something. My first instinct was to run back to Walmart, but the entrance felt so far away at that moment. I grabbed my phone to call someone, but of course, as always, the battery was nearly dead. I managed to unlock the screen before it shut off completely. My heart was pounding, and my hands were shaking. I was stuck there facing 2 bad options: stay and hope for help that might never come, or run and risk exposing myself even more. I tried to convince myself it might just be a coincidence, that the car breaking down and those men being there didn't mean anything. But my gut told me otherwise. I unlocked the trunk, searching for anything that could protect me. I found an old tire iron I kept for emergencies. It wasn't much, but at least I wasn't completely defenseless. When I closed the trunk, the 2 men were closer, walking toward me with a terrifying calmness, like they knew I had no way out. My instinct was to run, but my feet felt glued to the ground. Finally, I forced myself to move, but instead of heading back to Walmart, I decided to go toward a nearby side street. Maybe I could escape without them noticing. But as I took the first few steps, I heard a metallic sound behind me. I turned quickly and saw that one of the men was holding something in his hand. It looked like a metal bar. The other was on his phone, but he wasn't calling anyone. They were texting each other. My blood ran cold. Everything felt calculated, like they had planned this all along. I felt like a trapped animal, and every step I took felt like the wrong one. I took a deep breath, trying to control the panic, and started walking faster toward the side street. I could hear footsteps behind me. They weren't running, but the sound was unmistakable. I knew they were following me. I looked around, searching for somewhere to hide or someone who could help me, but the parking lot was deserted, and the street ahead didn't seem any better. The nearest streetlight flickered, casting shadows that made my heart race even more. I tightened my grip on the tire iron and turned around suddenly, hoping it would at least scare them. "What do you want?" I yelled, my voice weaker than I expected. They stopped for a moment, exchanged a look, and gave me a smile that sent chills down my spine. They didn't answer, just kept walking, as if they were trying to intimidate me. That's when I realized standing still would only make things worse. I turned my back to them and started running. The sound of my footsteps echoed in the silence, mixed with the sound of theirs behind me. It wasn't a fast chase. It was like they were toying with me, giving me a bit of a head start to heighten my fear. When I reached the sidewalk leading to the side street, I tripped on a loose piece of concrete and nearly fell. My heart was pounding out of my chest. All I knew in that moment was that I had to keep going. I kept running down the side street but soon realized it led to nowhere. It was a narrow, dark path with tall walls on both sides and no clear way out. My body was starting to give out. Every step felt harder than the last. Behind me, their footsteps grew louder. They knew I was cornered. The only thing I could do was hide. I ducked behind a pile of old crates near one of the walls. My breathing was heavy, and I tried to quiet it, but it was almost impossible. My chest rose and fell in desperation, and my hands were so sweaty I almost dropped the tire iron. The footsteps stopped suddenly. They were close, but I couldn't see them. The silence was even more terrifying than the sound. I heard one of them say something quietly, but I couldn't make out the words. Then I heard the sound of something being dragged, maybe the metal bar, and it made me sweat even more. For a moment, I thought they might have left, but then a voice echoed in the darkness, low and mocking. "Do you think you can hide from us?" My stomach turned. My legs were shaking, but I couldn't move. I was completely alone, with no one to hear me if I screamed. I knew it was now or never. Even though I was trembling, I raised the tire iron in their direction, trying to look braver than I felt. One of them stepped closer, laughing, as if he wasn't taking me seriously. "Are you really going to try that?" he said, finally breaking the silence. That cold, detached voice made me realize how vulnerable I was. Before I could think, he lunged. Instinctively, I swung the tire iron with all my strength. I don't know if I hit him or if he stepped back out of reflex, but that brief second was enough for me to turn and run again. This time, I had no direction. My only thought was to get as far away from them as possible, even if it meant moving further from help. I ran past my car, which now felt like a useless symbol of safety, and headed back toward Walmart. They weren't far behind. Their footsteps echoed louder, more determined. When I reached the entrance, the automatic doors slid open with a strange mechanical noise, like the building itself was reluctant to let me in. The empty store, which had felt unsettling before, was now my only refuge. I ran inside, praying someone, anyone, would be there to help me. The inside of the store felt surreal. The fluorescent lights lit up every corner, but the place was deserted, as if everyone had vanished. I ran to the customer service desk, but no one was there. "Help!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the aisles. But the silence that followed was so heavy it made my stomach drop. I heard the automatic doors open behind me. They had entered. My heart raced again. I started running through the aisles, dodging shelves and looking for somewhere to hide. Everything felt endless, like I was in a maze with no exit. I hid behind a shelf of cleaning supplies, trying to calm down, but then I heard something that froze me to my core. Footsteps inside the store, slow and deliberate. They were hunting me, and the sound of their shoes on the tiled floor made every muscle in my body tense. That's when the lights started flickering and the store's PA system turned on, but all it emitted was static. I covered my mouth with my hands to keep from screaming, and that's when I heard the voice again, the same one that had spoken to me outside. "Do you think you can run?" It was the last thing I heard before everything went completely dark. I never thought I'd share this, but I can't stop thinking about that night. Maybe writing it down will help. I've been working the night shift at a Walmart for almost 3 years, and nothing even close to this had ever happened before. It started out as a regular, uneventful night. Just a few customers, the monotonous sound of shopping carts echoing through the empty aisles, and me restocking shelves in the home goods section. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just someone arguing, but within seconds, it was clear it was a scream, one filled with desperation. A woman was shouting for her child, her voice frantic, and it made me drop everything and run toward the noise. I found her in the frozen foods aisle. She looked panicked, her head snapping in every direction, like she was trying to take in everything all at once. Between gasping breaths, she yelled that her son Timmy had vanished while they were in the toy section. My heart was racing. At that hour, the store was practically empty, and all I could think was how someone could disappear so quickly. I grabbed my walkie-talkie and alerted security, who rushed to the control panel to lock the doors. It was standard procedure. No one could leave or enter while we searched. But as we began looking for Timmy, a growing sense of dread started creeping in. Something about this felt deeply wrong. While some employees began combing the aisles, I went straight to the toy section where the woman had said she last saw her son. I can't explain it, but the moment I stepped into the aisle, I felt a strange chill, like the temperature had dropped. The aisle was brightly lit, full of colorful packaging and cheerful toys, but something about it felt off. After a few minutes of searching between the shelves, I noticed something on the floor that made my stomach drop. A small blue sneaker with white laces lay abandoned, as if it had been tossed aside. It was the size you'd expect for a little boy. I picked it up, my mind racing between trying to convince myself it was a coincidence and feeling that something far more sinister was happening. I kept looking around, calling Timmy's name, but the silence in that aisle was oppressive. That's when I saw something else. A small red backpack, tucked away under one of the lower shelves, partially hidden behind some boxes of toys. It looked like one of those little kid backpacks with dinosaur designs. My stomach turned. I knew I should call for someone, but a strange pull made me keep going, as if I needed to see this through. I grabbed the backpack, looked around one last time, and walked toward the back of the aisle, where a narrow hallway led to what should have been a staff-only area. But in that moment, it felt like so much more than that. The hallway to the staff area felt different from the rest of the store. The lights weren't as bright, and the ambient hum you usually hear, the sound you don't even notice until it's gone, was absent. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't turn back without checking. The hallway led to a door of an old storeroom that I knew hadn't been used in years. One of the managers had mentioned once that it was decommissioned because it was too small and impractical, so we only used the larger storerooms at the back. But here it was, slightly ajar, with a crack of darkness that seemed to beckon me inside. I called into my walkie-talkie to alert security and the search team, but all I got was static. I thought about going back to get someone, but curiosity, or maybe the fear of wasting critical time, pushed me forward. I carefully pushed the door open, and immediately the smell hit me. It was a mix of dust and something metallic, like rust. The space was cramped, filled with old shelves and random stacks of boxes. The light from my phone barely cut through the thick shadows. The floor was covered in grime, and right in the center of the room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A doll. An old, ragged cloth doll, sitting upright in the middle of the floor, as if someone had deliberately placed it there. It was definitely not something we sold in the store. That much I was sure of. That doll made no sense. It looked handmade, with rough stitching and button eyes that glinted eerily in my flashlight's beam. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were rooted to the spot. For some reason, I crouched down to get a closer look. That's when I noticed the fabric of the doll was dirty, as though it had been dragged across the floor for years. There was something attached to its arm, a small piece of paper. My hands trembled as I pulled it free and shone my flashlight on it. The paper had just one word scrawled in childish handwriting: help. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from somewhere deeper in the storeroom, like something heavy had fallen. I spun around so fast I nearly dropped my phone. "Is someone there?" My voice came out louder than I intended, but the silence that followed was even more terrifying. Slowly, I moved toward where the noise had come from, my flashlight guiding the way. In the back of the room, near some broken crates, I saw movement. It wasn't footsteps, but a low, uneven dragging sound, like someone, or something, was trying to stay hidden. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but the thought that it might be Timmy kept me moving forward. As I got closer, I saw a shadow, long and distorted, stretching across the wall, a shadow far larger than anything in the room could have cast. It made no sense. There was nothing there that could explain it. My entire body was on high alert. The shadow seemed to move on its own, almost as if it were alive. I froze for a few seconds, unable to decide whether to step forward or run. But before I could do anything, I heard a sound behind me. Laughter. It wasn't loud or mocking. It was soft, muffled, like a child trying to play hide and seek. I whipped my flashlight around so fast I nearly lost my balance. But there was no one there, just the empty hallway and the dusty shelves. My heart pounded in my chest, and that's when the laughter stopped, replaced by something even worse. The sound of something scraping across the floor, coming from deeper inside the storeroom. I decided that was it. I needed to get out. I started backing toward the door, trying not to take my eyes off the room. When I took my first step back, something moved again, closer this time. I felt a chill in the air, like someone had just brushed past me. Then I heard it. A faint whisper, so low it was almost inaudible, but enough to send shivers down my spine. I couldn't make out what it was saying, but it sounded like a child's voice, weak, coming from all directions at once. My hands were so sweaty, I almost dropped my phone, and all I could think was, this isn't normal. This isn't real. I was almost at the door when something fell right beside me. An object rolled across the floor and stopped at my feet. I pointed the flashlight at it and saw it was another doll, but this one was different. It had a hand-drawn face with oversized eyes and a crooked smile that seemed to mock me. I knew that doll hadn't been there before. Instinct finally kicked in, and I turned to leave for good. But when I grabbed the doorknob, it wouldn't budge. I twisted it hard, but it was like it had locked itself. My panic spiked as I yanked at the handle, but then the laughter came back, this time louder, clearer, and definitely coming from inside the storeroom. My entire body froze, but my mind screamed at me to get out of there. I stepped back from the door, still keeping it in view, when my flashlight lit up something in the corner of the storeroom that I hadn't noticed before. It was a small plastic chair, the kind meant for little kids. It was facing the wall, but it gave the eerie impression that someone had just been sitting in it. Next to the chair was a piece of fabric, and I recognized it immediately. It matched the material of the backpack I had found in the toy section. My heart was racing even more, and all I could think was that I had to get out of there before something truly awful happened. I started pounding on the door, yelling for anyone to hear me. After what felt like an eternity, I heard footsteps on the other side of the door. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. Before I could say anything, the footsteps stopped, and the doorknob began to turn slowly. For a second, I thought someone was finally there to help. But when the door opened, the hallway was completely empty. No one, not a single sign of another person. I could barely breathe, but I bolted out of the storeroom without looking back. When I reached the main aisle of the store, everything seemed exactly as it should. The other employees were still searching for the boy, and his mother was still crying in the frozen food section. It was like time had stopped in the store while I was in the storeroom. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come out. All I could do was point toward the hallway where the storeroom was. When security finally went back there with me, the door was locked again, just as I had found it earlier. He tried to open it, but said he didn't have the key to that storeroom since it had been out of use for years. Still, when he peeked through the crack, he didn't see anything unusual. No dolls, no chair, nothing. Just dust and empty boxes. The other employees started giving me strange looks, like I had made the whole thing up. And to make matters worse, the boy was never found. To this day, I wonder what really happened in that storeroom and whether, somehow, Timmy is still in there. I've been working at the customer service desk at Walmart for almost 2 years, and I've seen all kinds of things. People trying to return items that were clearly used, things the store doesn't even sell, and even half-eaten food. But something happened recently that gave me chills like never before. It was an ordinary afternoon when a man walked in carrying a bag full of items for a return. It's not unusual for people to return things without a receipt, but his items were odd. The first was a large kitchen knife, still in its packaging, but it looked like it had been hastily removed and put back. Then, the following week, he came back with a roll of duct tape, the thick, heavy-duty kind you can use to fix almost anything. He didn't have a receipt, but insisted he bought it there and didn't need it anymore. At first, I just thought it was weird, but nothing more. Things started to feel off when he showed up for the third time. This time, he brought a pack of tarps, the kind people use to cover furniture while painting or to protect floors from dirt. It wasn't just the frequency of his returns that caught my attention, but the way he acted. He never explained why he was returning these things, only saying he changed his mind or bought them by mistake. On top of that, he would always watch me in a way that made me uncomfortable. It wasn't the frustrated glare of an annoyed customer. It was something else. Something more intense. It felt like he was analyzing me, trying to figure something out. That's when I decided to keep a closer eye on him. The next time he came in, I was ready. I kept an eye on him from the moment he walked into the store. This time, he didn't go straight to the counter like usual. Instead, he wandered through the aisles, picking up random things but not really looking interested in them. It was like he was trying to blend in. What really unsettled me was how much he stared at the employees. Not just at me, but at everyone nearby. He did it so subtly that if I hadn't been watching closely, I might not have noticed. But there was something in his eyes that was impossible to ignore. It was like he was sizing people up, studying their routines and behaviors. That chill ran down my spine again, and it stayed with me for the rest of my shift. When he finally came to the counter, he brought yet another strange item, a pair of industrial rubber gloves. I asked why he was returning them, and he answered with an awkward smile, "Oh, I bought the wrong kind. They're not what I need." It didn't seem like a genuine response, but I didn't have a reason to question him further. As I processed the return, he stared at me the entire time. It wasn't just a casual glance, it felt deliberate, like he wanted me to know he was watching me. When I finished, he thanked me in a flat, automatic tone and walked away. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't really left. It was like his presence lingered, keeping me on edge. That night, as we were closing up, I mentioned the man to my coworker, David. I didn't go into too much detail, just said he seemed off, and that he returned unusual things too often. David shrugged and joked, "Weirdos are everywhere at Walmart." I tried to laugh it off, but deep down, I knew this wasn't something to joke about. I kept replaying the items he'd returned in my head: knives, tarps, duct tape, gloves. It all seemed like part of a kit. But for what? I couldn't stop that question from looping in my mind as I walked to my car in the dark parking lot. Then, I realized I wasn't alone. As I got into my car, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw someone standing near the store entrance. They were leaning against a post, half hidden in the shadows, but I knew it was him. I was sure of it. He wasn't looking at the store or the cars. He was looking directly at me. For a moment, I froze, not knowing what to do. I had my keys in my hand, ready to start the car, but it felt like moving would draw even more attention to myself. My heart was pounding so loud I could barely hear anything else. All I could think about was the intensity of his stare, like he was waiting for something. I sat there, motionless, for what felt like hours, trying to decide what to do. He didn't move. He just stood there, watching me like he had all the time in the world. Finally, I mustered enough courage to start the car. The engine's noise echoed through the empty parking lot, and that seemed to snap him out of his trance. He took a step forward, moving out of the shadows, and that's when the panic hit me. I slammed my foot on the gas and drove off as fast as I could. My heart was racing so hard I could barely focus on the road. All I could think about was how his eyes stayed locked on me until I was out of sight. When I got home, I couldn't calm down. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, his eyes fixed on me, and that unsettling smirk. I decided I had to tell someone, so I texted my manager, Jake, and explained everything. To my surprise, he took it seriously and said he'd check the security footage. That gave me some relief, but not enough to shake the fear. Even at home, with the doors locked, I felt exposed, like he could show up at any moment. I barely slept that night, jumping at every noise outside and imagining the worst. The next day, I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. Maybe he was just a creepy guy but harmless. Still, I couldn't relax. I spent my shift scanning the entrance, watching every customer who came in, especially the men. Near the end of my shift, he came back. This time, he didn't bring anything to return, and that made my stomach drop. He walked in through the main doors but didn't head to the aisles or the counter. He just stood there for a moment, like he was waiting for something. When our eyes met, I felt that chill again. He gave me a small, almost imperceptible smile and started wandering the store. I couldn't stop watching him as he moved. He wasn't shopping, he was observing. He stopped in the tools aisle, picking up items and putting them back, but it was clear he wasn't there to buy anything. What scared me most was when I noticed he wasn't just watching me anymore. He was watching my coworkers, especially the ones working alone in the quieter sections of the store. Every time he passed someone, I felt like something terrible was about to happen. I debated whether to call security or even the police, but I was afraid of being dismissed as paranoid. Deep down, though, I knew this wasn't just paranoia. Something was very wrong. I couldn't take it anymore. I went to the manager's office and explained everything. Jake called security, and we started monitoring the guy through the cameras. On the screen, I saw him standing in the tools aisle, holding a hammer. But he didn't look like he wanted to buy it. He just stared around the store, like he was calculating something. Then, he did something that made my stomach drop. He looked directly at one of the cameras and smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was slow and deliberate, like he knew we were watching him. He put the hammer back on the shelf and started walking toward the exit. Security followed him discreetly into the parking lot, but somehow he vanished between the cars, like he knew exactly where to go to avoid being seen. I felt a small sense of relief that he was gone, but it didn't last. That image of him smiling at the camera stuck with me, like a message he wanted to leave behind. I never saw him again after that. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that he'll show up one day. And when he does, I don't know what will happen.
Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. I'd been babysitting for about 2 years when the Andersons called me that Friday in October. 17 years old, trying to save every dollar I could for college, and honestly, I jumped at any opportunity to make some cash. Their place was huge, one of those old colonial houses with dark wood everywhere, and rooms that seemed to go on forever. Mr. Anderson worked at some investment firm downtown, while Mrs. Anderson did real estate, and they needed someone to watch Oliver and Mia while they went to a charity gala. Oliver was 8, really into dinosaurs and Legos, while Mia had just turned 6 and carried this raggedy stuffed rabbit everywhere she went. They seemed like good kids when I'd met them briefly the week before, quiet but friendly enough. The parents left around 4 that afternoon, said they'd be back by midnight, left me $60 on the counter for pizza, and told me to help myself to anything in the fridge. I figured it would be an easy night, feed the kids, maybe watch a Disney movie, get them in bed by 8:30, then catch up on my calculus homework. Everything went perfectly normal for the first few hours, which makes what happened later even harder to process. We built a massive Lego castle in the living room, ordered pepperoni pizza from this place called Gino's down the street, and the kids were actually being really sweet with each other, taking turns picking what to watch on TV. Around 7, we were cleaning up the dishes together when Mia said something that made every muscle in my body go tense. She was drying a plate with this faded dish towel, humming some tune from a cartoon, when she mentioned really casually that the man in the attic doesn't like pepperoni either. Oliver dropped the cup he was holding. It was plastic, thankfully, and his face went white as paper. He grabbed his sister's arm, not hard but firm, and told her to stop making stuff up. But the way he said it, the panic in his voice, told me he wasn't correcting her for lying. He was scared she'd said something she shouldn't have, and when I asked what she meant, both kids exchanged this look that made all the hair on my arms stand straight up. I tried to keep my voice light and asked them who they were talking about, maybe thinking it was some game they played or a story someone told them at school. Oliver immediately said nobody and started putting dishes away really fast, but Mia, being 6 and not understanding whatever secret her brother was keeping, kept going. She said the man had been there for a while, that sometimes she could hear him walking around up there at night, and that Oliver had seen him too, but told her never to tell Mom and Dad because they wouldn't believe them anyway. The attic access was in the hallway just outside the kids' bedrooms, one of those pull-down doors with a string hanging from it, and I'd noticed it earlier but hadn't thought much about it. Oliver was practically dragging Mia out of the kitchen at this point, saying she was making things up for attention, but the kid looked genuinely terrified, like he might actually start crying. That's when I heard it. This really distinct creaking sound from directly above us, like someone taking a careful step on old floorboards. We all went silent for probably 10 seconds, just standing there in the kitchen listening to the house. Old houses make noise, I kept telling myself. Wood settles, pipes expand and contract. There's always some logical explanation for these sounds. But then it happened again. Another creak, then another, in a clear pattern like someone was walking slowly across the floor above us. Oliver grabbed his sister's hand and whispered that they should go watch TV in the living room, but I could see he was shaking. Mia seemed less scared and more confused, like she couldn't understand why we were all acting weird about something she'd apparently been aware of for who knows how long. Told the kids to go to the living room and pick out a movie, trying to sound normal, even though my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Once they were gone, I stood there in that kitchen, looking up at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I was being paranoid. The Andersons had probably just stored some boxes up there that were settling, or maybe they had mice. Lots of old houses have mice in the walls and attics. I went to check on the kids in the living room and found them huddled together on the couch, Oliver with his arm around Mia protectively, while she clutched her stuffed rabbit. They'd put on some cartoon, but neither was really watching it. Both of them kept looking toward the hallway that led to their bedrooms and the attic access. I sat down with them and tried to act normal, but after about 15 minutes I couldn't stand it anymore. I needed to know what was going on. I asked Oliver, as gently as I could, to tell me the truth about what Mia had said. At first he refused, kept insisting she was making it up, but when I promised I wouldn't think he was lying or crazy, he finally broke down. He said it started about 3 weeks ago when he woke up one night to use the bathroom and saw the attic door was open just a crack. He knew his parents never went up there. His mom had bad knees and his dad always said there was nothing up there but insulation and old junk from the previous owners. But that night, Oliver swore he saw fingers wrapped around the edge of the door, holding it open just slightly, and then the door had slowly, silently pulled shut. After that night, Oliver said he started noticing things. Food would go missing from the pantry, not a lot, but enough that he noticed because his mom had blamed him for eating a whole box of crackers he hadn't touched. Sometimes he'd hear footsteps above his room late at night, really soft ones like someone trying not to be heard. The worst part was about a week ago when he'd gotten up to get water and saw a shadow at the end of the hallway, just standing there by the attic access. He'd run back to his room and lock the door, and the next morning tried to tell his dad. But Mr. Anderson had said he was having nightmares from watching scary YouTube videos and took away his tablet for a week. Mia had apparently heard the footsteps too, but being younger, just accepted it as something normal. Oliver had told her it was probably just house sounds to keep her from getting scared, but she'd started calling it the man in the attic anyway. As Oliver was telling me all this, I kept listening for more sounds from above, and that's when I noticed something that made my whole body go cold. There was a thin line of dust on the hallway floor, right beneath the attic door, like someone had recently disturbed years of accumulated dirt, and it had filtered down through the cracks. I pulled out my phone and almost called the Andersons right then, but I stopped myself. What was I going to say? That their kids had told me a story about someone in the attic and I'd heard some creaking? They'd think I was either trying to scare them or that I was too immature to handle babysitting. Instead, I called my older brother Nathan, who was home from college for the weekend. He answered on the third ring and I could hear his video game in the background. I told him everything as quietly as I could while the kids watched their movie, and at first he laughed, said I was letting my imagination run wild. But when I mentioned the dust and the missing food, he got quiet and told me to grab the kids and leave the house immediately. He said he'd meet me outside in 15 minutes. He only lived about 10 minutes away, and we could figure out what to do from there. I was about to do exactly that when we heard something that changed everything. The clear, unmistakable sound of a toilet flushing from the second-floor bathroom, right next to the kids' bedrooms. The thing is, we were all in the living room on the first floor, and I knew for a fact that the Andersons didn't have any pets that could somehow trigger a flush. Oliver's face went completely white, and Mia actually started crying, burying her face in her rabbit. I grabbed both kids and my car keys, not even bothering with their jackets or my backpack, and we rushed toward the front door. But as we passed the staircase, I made the mistake of looking up toward the second floor. Standing at the top of the stairs was a man, probably in his 40s, wearing what looked like old sweatpants and a stained t-shirt, with greasy shoulder-length hair and this scraggly beard. He wasn't moving, just standing there watching us with these hollow, sunken eyes. The smell hit me then, too. Even from downstairs I could smell it, like unwashed clothes and spoiled food and something else I couldn't identify. For what felt like forever but was probably only 2 seconds, we just stared at each other. And then he took one step down the stairs, his bare foot making this wet slapping sound on the wood. I didn't wait to see what he'd do next. I yanked the front door open so hard it slammed against the wall, and we ran out into the dark October evening. Oliver was practically carrying Mia, who was sobbing uncontrollably, and I was fumbling with my car keys, dropping them twice on the driveway before managing to unlock my beat-up Toyota Corolla. We piled into the car and I locked all the doors immediately, starting the engine with trembling fingers. Through the house's front window, I could see the man standing in the living room now, just watching us through the glass. He wasn't chasing us or trying to hide. He just stood there like he was curious about what we'd do next. I threw the car in reverse and backed out of that driveway so fast I nearly hit the mailbox, and as we drove away, I saw him move toward the door like maybe he was going to come outside. I drove straight to the grocery store parking lot about a mile away, where there were lots of lights and people, and that's where Nathan found us 10 minutes later, all 3 of us still sitting in my car with the doors locked. Nathan called 911 while I called the Andersons, and Mrs. Anderson answered on the second ring, music and laughter loud in the background. When I told her what happened, trying to keep my voice steady so I wouldn't completely panic the kids who were listening, she went silent for so long, I thought the call had dropped. Then she started asking rapid-fire questions. What did he look like? Did he hurt anyone? Where were we now? And I could hear her telling her husband to get the car immediately. The police arrived at the house before the Andersons did, and Nathan followed them back there, while I stayed with the kids in the store parking lot, buying them hot chocolate from the Starbucks inside and trying to keep them calm. About an hour later, Officer Daniels called me to take a statement. They'd found the guy still in the house. Apparently he'd gone back up to the attic when he heard the sirens. He was a homeless man named William Torrey, who'd been reported missing from a halfway house about 40 miles away 3 months earlier. He'd been living in the Andersons' attic for at least a month, maybe longer, surviving on food he'd sneak down to steal at night, and using their bathroom when he thought everyone was asleep. The police found his makeshift living space up there. A sleeping bag he'd probably grabbed from the Andersons' garage, empty food containers stacked in a corner, bottles filled with urine because he couldn't always risk coming down to use the bathroom, and notebooks where he'd been writing down the family's schedule and routines. He knew when they left for work, when the kids got home from school, when they usually went to bed. He'd been entering through a broken ventilation grate on the side of the house that led directly into the attic, something the Andersons hadn't even known was damaged because it was hidden behind an overgrown bush. The detective told me later that Torrey had probably been watching us all evening through small gaps in the ceiling. There were several spots where he'd carefully made tiny holes to see into the rooms below. What really disturbed me was that he'd written about me in his notebook, noting that I was a new girl and that I'd arrived at 4 p.m. He'd been right above us the whole time, listening to everything, and only came down because he'd gotten too comfortable, too confident that we were just kids who wouldn't do anything even if we saw him. The Andersons were obviously horrified and kept apologizing to me and my parents, offering to pay for therapy if I needed it, asking over and over if I was okay. They moved out of that house within a month, and as far as I know, never went back even to pack everything. They hired a moving company to do it all. Oliver and Mia ended up needing counseling, especially Oliver, who blamed himself for not making his parents believe him sooner. Torrey was charged with breaking and entering, trespassing, and some other stuff I can't remember. But because he had mental health issues and hadn't technically hurt anyone, he only got 2 years in jail plus mandatory psychiatric treatment. I still babysit sometimes, but I always check every closet, every room, and yes, every attic access before the parents leave. I know the odds of something like this happening again are basically zero, but I can't help it. The thing that still keeps me up sometimes is thinking about all those nights the Anderson kids were sleeping just a few feet below a complete stranger who was watching them, studying them, and they were completely helpless. Oliver was right to be scared, and the fact that no one believed him until it was almost too late is something I don't think any of us involved will ever really get over. The August heat in 2018 was unbearable, the kind that makes the air shimmer above the pavement and turns your car into an oven, even with the AC blasting. I was 34 then, managing a small accounting firm downtown while my wife Rebecca taught 5th grade at the local elementary school. We lived in a quiet neighborhood about 20 minutes from the city center, one of those places where kids still rode bikes until dark and neighbors actually knew each other's names. Our twin daughters, Lily and Grace, had just turned 7 that summer, and finding reliable childcare had become our biggest challenge. Both sets of grandparents lived states away, and most teenagers in the area had summer jobs or were away at camps. That's when Rebecca found Melissa through a colleague at school, a 19-year-old college student home for summer break, studying early childhood education, with glowing references from 3 families in the neighboring town. Melissa had been watching the girls for about 6 weeks by then, and honestly, she seemed like a gift from heaven. She'd show up 15 minutes early, always had activities planned, and the girls absolutely adored her. She had this warm, easy way about her. Auburn hair, always in a neat ponytail, modest clothes, never on her phone when we got home. The girls would beg us to go out just so Melissa could come over. That particular Saturday, Rebecca and I had tickets to her company's annual fundraising gala at the Riverside Hotel downtown. It was one of those events you couldn't really skip. Her principal would be there, along with most of the school board. Rebecca had bought a new dress specifically for it, this deep green number that made her eyes pop, and I'd actually gotten my good suit dry cleaned for once. We'd left the house around 6:30, giving Melissa the usual rundown. Bedtime at 8:30, emergency numbers on the fridge, leftover pasta in the microwave if she got hungry. The gala turned out to be one of those painfully formal affairs where everyone stands around making small talk, while pretending the tiny portions of overpriced food are actually filling. By 8:15, Rebecca was struggling in her heels, and I'd already heard the same story about the school district's budget 3 times from different board members. We were stationed near the silent auction table when Rebecca's principal, Mr. Hutchinson, started what promised to be a lengthy monologue about standardized testing reforms. About 20 minutes into his speech, his wife suddenly clutched her stomach and went pale. Turned out the shrimp appetizers hadn't agreed with her. In the chaos that followed, with Mr. Hutchinson frantically calling for his car and apologizing profusely, Rebecca and I exchanged a look. Nobody would notice if we slipped out early too. We made our quiet goodbyes to a few colleagues, claiming I had an early morning conference call, and headed for the parking garage. The relief of escaping that stuffy ballroom was immediate. Rebecca kicked off her heels before we even reached the car, laughing about how we'd just gotten a free pass from the world's most boring event. The drive home was peaceful, windows down to let in the cooler evening air, Rebecca humming along to some old song on the radio. We'd decided not to text Melissa we were coming back early, partly because we didn't want her to feel like we didn't trust her to handle the full evening, but mostly because Rebecca thought it would be nice to surprise the girls if they were still awake. Maybe we'd all have ice cream and watch a movie together. As we turned onto our street, I noticed how quiet everything seemed. Porch lights on, a few TVs flickering through windows, the Davenport's cat prowling across their lawn. Our house looked exactly as we'd left it, warm light spilling from the living room window. Rebecca's garden gnomes standing guard by the walkway. I pulled into the driveway behind Melissa's beat-up Ford Focus, and we gathered our things, Rebecca still carrying her heels, both of us moving quietly in case the girls were already asleep. The front door was locked, which was good. We'd stressed to Melissa about keeping it secured after dark. I turned my key slowly, trying not to make too much noise. The moment we stepped inside, I heard voices from the living room. Melissa's familiar laugh mixed with something else, a deeper voice that made me pause in the entryway. Rebecca heard it too, her hand finding my arm, both of us standing there in the dim hallway trying to process what we were hearing. It was definitely a man's voice, low and rough, saying something I couldn't quite make out. Then Melissa laughed again, but it sounded different this time, nervous, higher-pitched than usual. Rebecca and I exchanged a quick glance, and I moved forward first, my socks silent on the hardwood floor. The living room doorway was about 10 feet ahead, and as I got closer I could smell something strange, cigarette smoke, which we absolutely never allowed in the house, mixed with something else, like motor oil or gasoline. The TV was on but muted, casting shifting blue light across the hallway wall. I heard the man's voice again, clearer now. "They always keep the good stuff hidden somewhere. Check that cabinet over there." My whole body went rigid. Rebecca was right behind me, her breathing quick and shallow, and I could feel her trembling slightly. Every instinct told me to rush in, but something about that voice, the casual way he talked about going through our things, made me pause. I peered around the doorframe just enough to see inside. Melissa was on our couch, and next to her sat a man I'd never seen before. He was probably mid-40s, wearing a stained gray work shirt and jeans with holes at the knees. His hair was thin and greasy, pulled back in a stringy ponytail, and even from across the room I could see the crude tattoos covering his arms. Not professional work, more like the kind people get in prison. His boots were on our coffee table, leaving dirt marks on the glass, and in his hand was a beer from our fridge. But what made my chest tighten was the way he was sitting, completely relaxed, like he owned the place, one arm draped behind Melissa on the couch. She looked small next to him, her usual ponytail messy, and she kept glancing toward the stairs that led up to the girls' rooms. "Come on, baby, don't be so uptight," the man said, pulling Melissa closer. "I told you they won't be back for hours. Rich people love their fancy parties." His hand moved to her shoulder and I saw her stiffen. "Besides, you said their kids are heavy sleepers. We could make all the noise we want." That's when I noticed the backpack by his feet. Black, military style, partially unzipped. Something metallic gleamed inside, but I couldn't tell what it was from my angle. Melissa mumbled something I couldn't hear, and he laughed, an ugly sound that made my skin prickle. Don't worry about it. After tonight, you won't have to babysit anymore. We'll have enough to get out of this dump of a town. He took another swig of beer, then stood up suddenly, and I pulled back into the shadows. Where'd you say they keep the jewelry again? Upstairs bedroom, right? I heard footsteps moving toward the hallway, toward us, and Rebecca grabbed my arm so tight her nails dug through my sleeve. I pulled Rebecca back quickly, guiding her into the kitchen as silently as possible. My mind was racing, trying to process what we just heard. This man was planning to rob us, and Melissa was involved somehow. But the way she'd looked, the tension in her body, made me wonder if she was there willingly. Rebecca was already pulling out her phone, her fingers shaking as she dialed 911. I kept myself positioned where I could see the hallway, ready to act if he headed upstairs toward our daughters. The dispatcher answered, and Rebecca whispered our address, explaining the situation in short, clipped sentences. I heard movement from the living room, heavy footsteps pacing, Melissa's voice saying something about waiting, about being careful. Then the man's voice, sharper now. I've been waiting in that stinking garage for 3 hours. You said this would be easy money. Now stop being scared and help me find their stuff. The garage. He'd been in our garage, waiting. The thought made me sick. How long had this been planned? The dispatcher was telling Rebecca to stay on the line, that units were on their way, but to stay hidden and not confront the intruders. The next few minutes felt like hours. We could hear them moving around the living room, drawers being opened, things being moved. At one point I heard something glass break, followed by Melissa's sharp intake of breath and the man saying, "Shut up, it's just some cheap vase." Then suddenly, horrifyingly, I heard small footsteps on the stairs. "Melissa." It was Lily's voice, sleepy and confused. "I heard something break, is everything okay?" My heart nearly stopped. Rebecca's face went white and I had to physically hold her back from running out there. We heard Melissa's voice, artificially bright. "Everything's fine, sweetie, just drop something, go back to bed." But Lily, always the more persistent twin, came down another step. "Who's that man? Is that your dad?" There was a pause that seemed to stretch forever. Then the man's voice, trying to sound friendly but failing. "Yeah, kid, I'm her dad. Just came to pick her up. Go back to sleep." Another pause, then Lily. "But Melissa said her dad lives in Colorado." "You don't sound like you're from Colorado." Everything happened fast after that. The man cursed loudly and I heard rapid footsteps. He was heading toward the stairs, toward Lily. That's when every careful thought left my head. I burst out of the kitchen shouting, "Get away from her!" He spun around, his face a mix of surprise and rage. Up close, I could see the wild look in his bloodshot eyes, the way his jaw clenched and unclenched. Melissa jumped up from the couch, crying, "No, no, no, this wasn't supposed to happen like this." Lily stood frozen on the stairs, her pink pajamas with the unicorn print looking so small and vulnerable. The man reached into his backpack, and that's when I saw it clearly. A large hunting knife in a leather sheath. But before he could grab it, we heard sirens, multiple sirens getting louder fast. His eyes darted between me, the stairs, and the front door. "You called the cops?" he snarled at Melissa. "You stupid little—" But she was already backing away from him, shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. The sirens were right outside now, and I saw red and blue lights flashing through the windows. "Lily, go to your room and lock the door, now!" I commanded, and thankfully she ran back upstairs. The man looked like a trapped animal, his hand still hovering near the backpack. The police announcement came through a megaphone. "This is the police, come out with your hands visible." The man grabbed his backpack and made a dash for the back door, but Rebecca had locked it from the kitchen, and he struggled with the deadbolt, cursing frantically. That's when the front door burst open, and 3 officers rushed in, weapons drawn. "Drop the bag! Hands where we can see them!" The man actually tried to rush past them, which was the stupidest thing he could have done. They had him on the ground in seconds, his face pressed against our hardwood floor while they cuffed him. Melissa had collapsed on the couch, sobbing hysterically, repeating, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," over and over. One officer stayed with her while another secured the scene. Rebecca ran upstairs to check on both girls, and I heard Grace's door open, both twins crying but safe. The officer examining the man's backpack pulled out not just the hunting knife, but also zip ties, a roll of duct tape, and what looked like a small crowbar. "Jesus," he muttered, then louder to his partner. "Call for another unit. This is bigger than a simple break-in." What we learned over the next several hours turned our relief into a different kind of horror. The man's name was Robert Crenshaw, and he had a record that made my blood run cold. Aggravated assault, attempted kidnapping of a minor in 2016, and he'd just been released from prison 8 months ago. Melissa, sobbing in the police station, told them everything. She'd met him at a gas station 3 weeks earlier. He seemed charming at first, buying her coffee, telling her how pretty she was, how mature she seemed for her age. He'd slowly convinced her that we were wealthy people who wouldn't even notice if some jewelry went missing, that it would be victimless, easy money for them to start a new life together. But the detective who interviewed us later told us something that still haunts me. They'd found a notebook in his car with detailed notes about our routine, the girls' schedules, even drawings of our house layout. Next to Lily and Grace's names, he'd written, "Blonde, approximately 50-60 pounds. Quiet neighborhood. Garage has broken lock on side door." The robbery story was just what he'd told Melissa to get her cooperation. The zip ties and duct tape suggested something much darker. The detective believed he'd been planning to take the girls, and Melissa had unknowingly given him the perfect opportunity. She hadn't known about his record. He'd told her his name was Alex and that he worked construction. She thought she was helping with a simple theft, not realizing she'd let a predator into our home. The guilt destroyed her. Last I heard, she'd dropped out of college and moved back with her parents out of state. As for us, we moved within 6 months. Even after installing security cameras and new locks, we could never feel safe in that house again. The girls went through months of therapy, and Grace still has nightmares sometimes. But we were lucky. We came home early that night. Sometimes I think about what might have happened if Mr. Hutchinson's wife hadn't gotten sick from those shrimp, and I have to stop myself from going down that dark path. The semester had just started at Penn State, and I was desperately searching for ways to make extra cash. My roommate Jessica and I were splitting a cramped apartment near campus, and between textbooks and groceries, my savings account was looking pathetic. I was 20 years old, majoring in psychology, and had been babysitting since high school. It seemed like the perfect side gig while keeping up with classes. Every morning, I'd grab my laptop and head to this small cafe called The Grindhouse, about 2 blocks from campus. They had decent Wi-Fi, and the owner, Mrs. Chen, always gave students free refills. That Tuesday morning in early September was no different, except for the man who approached me while I was updating my profile on a babysitting website. He looked completely normal, maybe mid-30s, wearing a button-down shirt and khakis like he'd just stepped out of an office. Clean-shaven wedding ring, carrying a leather messenger bag. Everything about him screamed suburban dad. He apologized for interrupting, said he'd overheard me talking on the phone about needing babysitting work, and explained that he and his wife were desperate for someone reliable. His name was David Brennan, and he had twin girls, 6 years old, named Sophie and Ella. He showed me photos on his phone. 2 adorable blonde kids in matching sundresses, playing on a swing set in what looked like a beautiful backyard. He said his regular nanny had just quit without notice, and his wife was traveling for work. The job would be 3 evenings a week, paying $25 an hour, cash. That was almost double what I usually made, and he needed someone to start that very evening. I should have noticed the weird details right then. He kept checking his phone every few seconds, like he was waiting for something. When I asked for his wife's contact information, he said she was on a flight to Seattle and wouldn't be reachable until tomorrow. He gave me the address, 4782 Willow Creek Drive, and said to arrive at 7 sharp because he had a business dinner downtown. I asked if I could meet the girls first, maybe stop by in the afternoon, but he insisted they were at school until 5 and then had piano lessons. Everything had an explanation. Every question had an answer that made just enough sense. He even gave me a list of the girls' allergies. Sophie couldn't have peanuts, Ella was lactose intolerant, and their bedtime routine written on a post-it note. He paid me $40 up front as a good faith deposit and shook my hand with this firm, professional grip before leaving. The rest of the day, I couldn't focus on my classes. I kept thinking about that easy money, how I could finally afford to fix my car's broken AC before the weather got hot again. I texted Jessica about the job, and she said I was lucky to find something that paid so well. Around 6:30, I drove out to Willow Creek Drive, following my GPS through neighborhoods that got progressively nicer the further I went from campus. The houses were huge, with manicured lawns and those fancy lampposts at the end of each driveway. When I pulled up to 4782, my first thought was that these people definitely could afford $25 an hour. It was a beautiful 2-story colonial with white pillars and black shutters, the kind of place you see in real estate magazines. But something was weird. There were no toys in the yard, no bikes in the driveway, no colorful curtains in what should have been kids' bedroom windows. I rang the doorbell at exactly 7 o'clock, and David answered immediately, like he'd been standing right behind the door waiting. He was dressed differently now, jeans and a polo shirt instead of business clothes, and there was this energy about him that hadn't been there at the cafe. He kept talking fast, explaining that the girls were already upstairs playing quietly, that they'd eaten dinner, that they were shy with new people, so I shouldn't worry if they didn't come down right away. The house smelled strange, like fresh paint mixed with some kind of chemical cleaner, even though everything looked lived in. He showed me around quickly, too quickly, pointing out the kitchen, the bathroom, the living room with its leather furniture and massive TV. There were photos on the mantel, but when I looked closer, they were all generic stock photos that come with picture frames. Not a single real family photo anywhere. The refrigerator had no drawings, no magnets, nothing that said kids lived here. David said he was already running late and practically pushed the emergency contact list into my hands. His cell number, the restaurant where he'd be, and supposedly his wife's number, though he reminded me she was unreachable. He grabbed a jacket from the coat rack and headed for the door, telling me the girls would probably come down for a snack around 8. Bedtime was 9:30, and I should make myself comfortable. Then he was gone, and I heard his car pull away fast, tires actually squealing a little on the pavement. I stood in that too quiet house listening for any sound of children playing upstairs. Nothing. No footsteps, no giggles, no TV sounds, no toys clattering. I called out, "Sophie, Ella, I'm Amanda, your babysitter for tonight." My voice echoed in the stairwell. I walked to the bottom of the stairs and listened harder. The house was completely, unnaturally silent except for the hum of the air conditioner. I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway was dark with 4 closed doors. I knocked on the first one, said "girls," and opened it. Empty. A guest bedroom with a perfectly made bed and nothing else. The second door was a bathroom. The third was an office with a desk and computer. The fourth door was supposedly the girls' room. It had 2 small beds with pink comforters, a few stuffed animals arranged too perfectly, and a bookshelf with children's books that looked brand new, spines uncracked. The closet had exactly 6 outfits hanging in 2 sizes, tags still on some of them. That's when my whole body went cold. This wasn't a kid's room. This was a stage set. I pulled out my phone to text Jessica, but I had no signal, not one bar. I tried connecting to Wi-Fi, but there was none. I went back downstairs, my legs feeling weak, and tried the landline in the kitchen. Dead. No dial tone, just silence. The front door was my first instinct, but when I turned the knob, it wouldn't budge. Not locked in a normal way. It didn't even rattle or move slightly. I ran to the back door in the kitchen. Same thing. The windows all had locks on them that needed a key from the inside. My chest felt tight, like I couldn't get enough air. I was trapped. That's when I heard a door open somewhere in the house. Not upstairs, but somewhere on the first floor. Maybe a basement door or a closet I hadn't noticed. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, were coming from the back of the house. Not David's quick, nervous energy from before. These were patient, measured steps. Then I heard another set of footsteps from upstairs, directly above me. There were at least 2 people in this house with me, and neither of them were 6-year-old girls. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen block, my hand trembling so bad I could barely grip it. The footsteps stopped, both sets at the exact same moment, like they were communicating somehow. The silence was worse than the footsteps. I backed into a corner where I could see both the hallway and the kitchen entrance, holding that knife in front of me, like it could actually protect me from whatever this was. Then I saw him, not David, but another man, older, maybe 50, with gray hair and wearing work clothes like a maintenance uniform. He stood at the kitchen entrance, not moving, just watching me with this blank expression. He didn't look angry or excited or anything, just empty, like this was a normal Tuesday night for him. "She's in here," he called out, not to me but to whoever was upstairs. His voice was calm, conversational. The footsteps upstairs started again, heading toward the staircase. I screamed at him to stay back, waving the knife, but he just tilted his head slightly, studying me like I was an interesting specimen. That's when I remembered the window in the bathroom. It was smaller than the others, the kind with frosted glass that usually just has a simple latch. I had maybe 10 seconds before whoever was upstairs made it down. I threw the knife at the gray-haired man. It missed completely but made him step back, and I ran. I sprinted to the bathroom, slammed the door, and locked it. The window was small but not impossible. I could hear them both outside the door now, not pounding or yelling, just calmly trying the handle. One of them said something about the new lock working perfectly. I stood on the toilet, punched the frosted glass with my elbow wrapped in a towel. It shattered outward, the sound incredibly loud in that quiet house. I could hear them fumbling with keys now, multiple keys, like they had a whole ring of them. I squeezed through that window, feeling the remaining glass scrape my stomach and legs, not caring about the cuts. I dropped 8 feet onto the grass, landing hard on my ankle but immediately getting up and running. Behind me, I could hear the bathroom door finally burst open, and one of them shouting something I couldn't make out. I ran through the backyard, which was deeper and darker than it looked from the front. There was a wooden fence at the back, old and tall, but I could see a neighbor's house lit up beyond it. I threw myself at that fence, climbing like my life depended on it, because it did. I could hear one of them coming through the window behind me, grunting as he tried to fit through the opening I'd barely managed. My hands were slippery with blood from the glass cuts, making it hard to grip the fence boards. When I finally got to the top and swung my leg over, I saw the gray-haired man coming around the side of the house, moving faster than I expected. He was carrying something, rope or zip ties, I couldn't tell in the dark. I dropped into the neighbor's yard and ran straight to their back door, pounding on it and screaming for help. An elderly woman answered, took one look at me, bloody, crying, hysterical, and immediately pulled me inside, locking the door behind us. Her husband called 911 while she grabbed towels for my cuts. I was sobbing so hard I could barely tell the operator what happened. The police arrived within minutes, but when they went to the house at 4782 Willow Creek Drive, it was empty. Not just empty of people, empty of everything. The furniture was gone, the fake kids' room was cleared out, even the stock photos had been removed. The neighbors said the house had been a rental property, vacant for months, and someone must have broken in to use it. They found the listing online. It had been taken down that very evening. David Brennan, of course, wasn't a real name. The police found 3 other reports in different states, same setup, fake babysitting job, but I was the only one who had gotten away. They never caught them. I was 19 and needed money for college, so when my mom's coworker mentioned her neighbors needed a babysitter for their 8-month-old daughter, I jumped at the chance. The Thompsons lived in this beautiful colonial house about 20 minutes from campus, the kind with the wraparound porch and those expensive shutters that actually worked. Mrs. Thompson was a pediatric nurse who worked nights, and Mr. Thompson traveled for some investment firm. They paid $60 for 4 hours, which was incredible money for basically watching Netflix while a baby slept. That particular Thursday in early May, Mrs. Thompson had left for her shift at 7, and Mr. Thompson was supposedly in Boston for some conference. The baby, Chloe, had gone down easy around 8:30, and I was settled on their leather couch with my laptop, working on a paper about Victorian literature that was due Monday. The doorbell rang at exactly 9:47. I remember because I'd just checked my phone to see if my boyfriend had texted back. Nobody ever came to the Thompsons' house that late, especially not on a weeknight. Through the peephole, I saw a man in a wrinkled gray suit, maybe 45, with this weird nervous energy that made him shift his weight from foot to foot. His hair stuck up in places like he'd been running his fingers through it repeatedly, and there was something about his eyes. They were too wide, too focused, like he was running on pure adrenaline. When I opened the door with the chain still on, he immediately started talking, his words tumbling out fast and desperate. "I need to speak with Michael Thompson. Tell him Doug Lawson is here. Tell him I know what he did with the pension fund, with my mother's retirement, with everyone's money." His breath smelled like coffee and something metallic, and I noticed his hands kept moving to his jacket pocket, then away, then back again. I tried to explain that Mr. Thompson wasn't home, that I was just the babysitter, but Doug wasn't listening. He pushed against the door hard enough that the chain started pulling the frame, and his voice got louder, more aggressive. "Don't lie to me. His car is in the garage. I checked. That black Audi with the custom plates." The thing was, he was right. Mr. Thompson's car was there because he'd taken an Uber to the airport. Something about drinking with clients before his flight. I was about to suggest he call Mr. Thompson's office tomorrow, when Doug pulled his hand out of his pocket, and everything in my body went cold. The gun wasn't huge like in movies. It was small, black, almost looked like a toy except for how heavy it seemed in his shaking hand. "Open the door," he said, and his voice had gone quiet, which was somehow worse than the yelling. "I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to wait for Michael. We need to have a conversation about the 43 families he destroyed." Before I could react, before I could even think about slamming the door, he pushed harder and the chain snapped, just tore right out of the wood like it was nothing. He stumbled into the foyer and I backed up until I hit the console table, knocking over a vase that shattered on the hardwood floor. The sound was explosive in the quiet house, and immediately Chloe started crying upstairs. Doug's head snapped toward the stairs and his whole face changed. This strange mix of surprise and something else, maybe panic. "There's a kid here?" he asked, like he hadn't considered that possibility. I nodded, unable to form words, and watched as he closed the front door behind him, turning the deadbolt with this deliberate slowness that made my chest tight. "Get the baby," he said, waving the gun toward the stairs but not exactly pointing it at me. "Bring it down here. Michael needs to see what he's fighting for when he gets home. He needs to understand what it feels like when someone takes everything from you." My legs felt like water as I climbed the stairs, each step taking forever while Chloe's cries got louder. She was standing in her crib, face red and streaked with tears, clutching the rails with those tiny, perfect fingers. When I picked her up, she grabbed onto my shirt and buried her face in my shoulder, still sobbing but starting to calm down. I could hear Doug pacing downstairs, his shoes clicking on the hardwood in this irregular rhythm. 3 steps, pause, 5 steps, pause, 2 steps. I held Chloe tighter and walked back down, each stair creaking under my weight. Doug was in the living room now, standing by the window with the curtain pulled back slightly, watching the street. The gun was still in his hand but hanging at his side, and I could see his finger wasn't on the trigger, which felt important somehow. "Sit," he said without looking at me, gesturing toward the couch with his free hand. "We're going to wait." I sat down with Chloe on my lap, and she immediately started reaching for my phone on the coffee table, making these little chirping sounds she always made when she wanted something. Doug turned from the window and really looked at her for the first time, and his expression did something complicated. His jaw clenched and unclenched, and he rubbed his face with his free hand. "How old?" he asked. his voice different now, rougher. When I told him 8 months, he made this sound that wasn't quite a laugh. My grandson would have been about that age. Would have been if his parents hadn't lost their house. If my son hadn't. He trailed off and went back to watching the window. Michael Thompson told them it was a sure thing. Told all of us. Trust me, he said. This is how you secure your family's future. And then he walked away with his commission while we lost everything. My son drove his car into a bridge abutment 3 months later. 60 miles an hour. They said it was an accident. The way he said accident made it clear he didn't believe that. And suddenly I understood this wasn't just about money. Chloe started fussing again, squirming in my arms and making those pre-cry whimpers that meant she was hungry. I asked Doug if I could get her bottle from the kitchen, and he followed me, staying about 6 feet behind like he was trying to maintain some kind of boundary. The formula was already made in the fridge. Mrs. Thompson always prepared everything in advance, and I heated it in the bottle warmer while Doug leaned against the door frame, the gun now tucked in his waistband but still visible. "What's your name?" he asked suddenly, and when I told him it was Jenny, he nodded slowly. "Jenny. You seem like a good kid. I'm sorry you're in the middle of this, but Michael needs to understand consequences. He's been avoiding me for months, blocked my number, had security escort me out of his office building. His lawyer sent a cease and desist letter. Can you believe that? A cease and desist like I'm the criminal." His laugh was bitter and sharp, and it made Chloe turn her head toward him, bottle still in her mouth, studying him with those serious baby eyes. We went back to the living room, and Doug started talking more like he needed someone to understand. He told me about the investment scheme, about how Michael had specifically targeted older clients at his previous firm, people close to retirement who couldn't afford to take risks. He showed them fake portfolios, doctored returns, had this whole elaborate setup with false documents and even a fake auditor who was actually his college roommate. 43 families lost their retirement savings. Most of them were too embarrassed to even report it, thought it was their fault for being greedy. But I did my research. I tracked down every single person he scammed. The FBI said there wasn't enough evidence that the paper trail was too clean. But I know what he did. He pulled out his phone and showed me a photo of a younger man who looked just like him, standing next to a woman holding a newborn. That was my son Andrew. Software engineer. Had his whole life planned out. His voice cracked on the word planned, and for a second the gun in his waistband looked less like a weapon and more like the last option of a desperate man. Around 10:30, Chloe fell asleep in my arms, her weight warm and trusting against my chest. Doug had moved to the armchair across from us, and I could see him fighting exhaustion. His eyelids would droop, then snap open whenever a car passed outside. I carefully reached for my phone, thinking maybe I could text someone, but he noticed immediately. "Put it in the kitchen," he said, not angry, just tired. "Please. I can't have you calling anyone until Michael gets here. He usually comes home by 11 when he travels. Never stays overnight if he can help it." As I walked to the kitchen with Chloe still sleeping against me, I noticed the family photos on the wall. Michael Thompson smiling at a company party, his arm around his wife, both of them looking successful and untouchable. When I came back, Doug was staring at those same photos with an expression I couldn't read. "You know what the worst part is?" he said quietly. "He probably doesn't even remember my son's name. Just another account number in his scam. Andrew Lawson, reduced to a statistic." At 11:15, we heard a car in the driveway. Doug jumped up so fast he knocked over a glass of water I'd set on the side table, and his hand went straight to the gun. Through the window, I could see Mr. Thompson getting out of an Uber, checking his phone as he walked toward the door. Doug positioned himself behind the door, telling me to stay on the couch with the baby, to not move, to not say anything. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure Chloe would wake up from the vibration. The key turned in the lock, and Mr. Thompson walked in already talking. "Jenny, sorry I'm late. Flight got delayed and..." He stopped mid-sentence when he saw my face, and then Doug stepped out from behind the door. "Hello, Michael," Doug said, and Mr. Thompson's briefcase hit the floor with a thud that seemed to echo forever. "We need to talk about Andrew Lawson," You remember that name, don't you? Or was he just victim number 37 to you? Mr. Thompson's face went white. Not the shocked white of surprise, but the guilty white of recognition. And I knew then that everything Doug had said was true. "Doug, let's talk about this," Mr. Thompson said, his hands raised slightly, his voice taking on that smooth salesman tone that probably worked in boardrooms. "I understand you're upset. What happened with the fund was unfortunate, but it was a market downturn, not fraud. Your son's death was a tragedy, but..." Doug cut him off by pulling out the gun, not pointing it at anyone, just holding it. Don't you dare stand there and lie to my face. I have the emails, Michael. The ones you thought you deleted. Your roommate kept copies before you threw him under the bus, too. $60,000 my mother had saved over 40 years of teaching 3rd grade. Gone. You bought that Audi the next week." Mr. Thompson's eyes darted to me and Chloe, and something shifted in his face. "Your daughter," Doug continued, his voice breaking slightly. "You get to hold your daughter. You get to watch her grow up. My son will never, Andrew will never..." He couldn't finish the sentence, and the gun in his hand started shaking. What happened next took maybe 10 seconds but felt like an hour. Mr. Thompson lunged forward, not at Doug but toward us, toward his daughter, and Doug swung the gun up instinctively. The sound Chloe made when she woke up, this piercing shriek of pure fear, seemed to break something in Doug. He looked at the gun in his hand like he'd never seen it before, then at the terrified baby in my arms, and his whole body just crumpled. The gun fell to the floor, and he dropped to his knees, sobbing these horrible broken sounds. Mr. Thompson grabbed the gun and kicked it across the room, then pulled out his phone to call 911. But his hands were trembling so badly he could barely dial. "I just wanted him to understand," Doug kept saying between sobs. "I just wanted someone to acknowledge what he did to us." I sat there holding Chloe, who was now screaming at full volume, watching this middle-aged man fall apart on the expensive hardwood floor while Mr. Thompson spoke rapidly to the dispatcher, giving our address, saying "armed intruder" over and over like it was the only phrase he knew. The police arrived within minutes. 3 cars with lights blazing, officers rushing in with their hands on their weapons. Doug didn't resist at all. He just sat there on the floor with his hands visible, tears still streaming down his face. As they cuffed him and read him his rights, he looked at Mr. Thompson one last time. "The evidence is in a safety deposit box at First National. Box 447. The FBI will want to see it." Mr. Thompson's face went even paler, if that was possible, and he started to say something, but one of the officers was already asking him questions about the break-in. They took Doug away, and I heard later that he was charged with breaking and entering, criminal threatening, and unlawful possession of a firearm. But the strangest part came 2 weeks later when I saw in the news that Michael Thompson had been arrested for investment fraud. Turns out Doug's evidence was solid. Emails, recorded phone calls, bank records, everything. The FBI had reopened the case. Mrs. Thompson called me the next day to make sure I was okay, and to tell me they wouldn't need me to babysit anymore. They were moving, she said, somewhere fresh. She sent me a check for $500 with a note that just said, "I'm sorry. I never told anyone the whole truth about that night, about how Mr. Thompson's face confirmed his guilt before Doug even showed the evidence, or how Doug had specifically avoided pointing the gun at anyone until that last moment of panic. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I see Chloe's picture on Mrs. Thompson's Instagram. She's 3 now, living in Michigan under what I assume is her mother's maiden name. Doug Lawson got 18 months in minimum security and mandatory counseling. Michael Thompson got 12 years federal time and was ordered to pay restitution, though I doubt those 43 families will ever see much of their money back. There's no clean ending to this story, no moment where everything made sense. Just a Thursday night where I got caught between 2 men destroyed by greed and grief, while a baby cried in my arms and everything unraveled in a stranger's living room. Saturday nights usually meant hanging out with friends at the mall or catching a movie. But that particular evening in early November found me driving through an unfamiliar neighborhood with my phone's GPS guiding me to Oakwood Court. I was 17, had been babysitting for extra cash since freshman year, and Mrs. Coleman was offering $50 for what she promised would be an easy night watching her 6-year-old son Noah. She'd found me through a mom's Facebook group where several parents had recommended me. And when she called 2 days earlier, her voice carried that particular strain of desperation that meant her regular sitter had bailed. The money would cover half my car insurance for the month, and honestly, spending a few hours watching cartoons with a kid seemed better than another night scrolling through social media while my friends posted stories from parties I couldn't afford to attend. Their house sat at the very end of the cul-de-sac, one of those modern 2-stories with big windows and gray siding that seemed to be popping up everywhere lately. Behind it, thick woods stretched out into darkness, the trees already bare from autumn wind. Mr. Coleman greeted me at the door in a tuxedo that pulled tight across his shoulders, fumbling with cufflinks while his wife's voice drifted from upstairs, something about not finding the right shoes. Noah stood beside his father, clutching a stuffed triceratops and studying me with those serious eyes that some kids get when meeting new people. Mrs. Coleman rushed down the stairs 5 minutes later, in a burgundy dress, her hair still slightly damp from curling, and launched into rapid-fire instructions. Emergency numbers on the fridge, pediatrician's info in the drawer, Noah already ate dinner, bedtime at 9 sharp, absolutely no scary movies even if he begs. They were gone within 10 minutes, leaving behind the lingering scent of expensive perfume and the quiet hum of a house I didn't know. Noah turned out to be one of those easy kids who mostly entertained himself. We built a fortress out of couch cushions in the living room, and he showed me his collection of dinosaur books, explaining in detail which ones were herbivores and which ones would definitely eat us if they were still alive. Around 8:30, while we were halfway through his favorite animated movie about talking cars, I noticed movement outside the big picture window that faced the front yard. Just a quick shadow passing by, probably someone walking their dog. But when I looked closer, I could make out a figure standing at the edge of the driveway, right where the streetlights reach faded into darkness. They weren't moving, just standing there facing the house. I kept Noah distracted, not wanting to scare him, but every few minutes I'd glance back and the person would still be there. After about 15 minutes, I casually got up to get a snack and peeked through the kitchen window for a different angle. The figure had moved closer, now standing by the Coleman's mailbox, still watching. I told myself it was probably just someone from the neighborhood, maybe a teenager smoking where their parents couldn't see them, or someone waiting for a ride. But something about the way they stood so still, never checking a phone, never shifting their weight, made my chest feel tight. Noah asked for juice, and while I poured it in the kitchen, I noticed the side door that led to the garage. Mrs. Coleman had mentioned it during her rush tour, saying it was tricky, and to make sure it was locked, because sometimes it didn't catch properly. I checked it, definitely locked. Through the small window in the door, I could see into the dark garage, and beyond that, another window that showed the side yard. My breath caught. The figure was there now, standing between the house and the fence, maybe 10 feet from where I was standing. This close, I could see it was a man, tall and thin, wearing what looked like a dark jacket with the hood up. He wasn't looking at the garage door, though. His head was tilted up toward the second-floor windows. Grabbed my phone and scrolled to Mrs. Coleman's number, then hesitated. What would I even say? There's someone standing in your yard? He hadn't done anything threatening, hadn't tried to get in, hadn't even approached the doors. They'd be at their gala by now, probably just sitting down to dinner. I decided to text my mom instead, keeping it casual, just letting her know where I was and that everything was fine. Noah wanted to show me his room before bed, so I carried him upstairs on my back, making dinosaur noises to keep things light. His bedroom was at the front of the house, decorated with glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling and more dinosaur posters than I could count. While he brushed his teeth in the bathroom, I stood by his window and carefully pulled the curtain aside just enough to see out. The man was back at the front of the house now, standing in the middle of the lawn. From this angle, I could see he was wearing work boots and dark pants, maybe jeans. His face was completely hidden by the hood, but I could tell he was looking up, directly at the window where I stood. I stepped back quickly, my heart hammering against my ribs. Noah came padding back in his socks, and I tucked him into bed, trying to keep my voice steady while I read him a story about a friendly brontosaurus. He was out within 10 minutes, his breathing deep and even, still clutching the stuffed triceratops. I left his door cracked open like Mrs. Coleman had instructed and went back downstairs, every nerve in my body on high alert. The living room felt too exposed with those big windows, so I settled in the kitchen, where I could see both the front door and the side door to the garage. I texted my friend Jenna, asking if she was still up, needing the connection to someone, anyone. While waiting for her response, I heard it, a soft scraping sound from the side of the house, like someone dragging something against the siding. I crept to the side door window and peered out. The man was right there, his face inches from the glass, though I still couldn't make out his features in the darkness. But what made my whole body go cold was what I saw in his hand, a small notebook where he was writing something down, his eyes never leaving mine through the glass. I stumbled backward, knocking into the kitchen counter, and when I looked again, he was gone. Just empty darkness where he'd been standing seconds before. My phone buzzed, Jenna responding with some gossip about a party, but I couldn't focus on the words. I did a quick check of every door and window on the first floor, making sure everything was locked, yanking on each handle twice to be certain. The house had an alarm system, but Mrs. Coleman hadn't given me the code, only mentioned that they rarely used it. I found a large kitchen knife in the drawer and set it on the counter, then felt ridiculous and put it back, then grabbed it again. The silence in the house was suffocating, every small sound. The refrigerator humming, the heater clicking on, made me jump. I positioned myself where I could see the front door, the stairs, and the hallway leading to the garage door all at once. 20 minutes passed with no sign of the man. Maybe he'd left. Maybe he was just some local weirdo who liked to freak people out. I started to relax slightly, even managed to respond to Jenna's texts with shaky thumbs. Then I heard Noah crying upstairs, that confused, half-awake whimper kids do when they have bad dreams. I rushed up, taking the stairs two at a time, and found him sitting up in bed, rubbing his eyes. He said someone was tapping on his window, that it woke him up. My blood turned to ice water in my veins, but I kept my voice calm, telling him it was probably just a tree branch. His window faced the front yard. There were no trees close enough to reach it. I picked him up and carried him downstairs with me, making up a story about having a special movie night since his parents were gone. I settled him on the couch with a blanket and put on another cartoon, volume low. While he watched, mesmerized and still half asleep, I called 911. I kept my voice quiet, explaining the situation to the dispatcher. She said a patrol car would swing by to check things out, probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes. As I hung up, I noticed something that made my legs feel weak. The side door to the garage, the one I'd checked twice, the one Mrs. Coleman warned me about, was standing slightly open, cold November air drifting into the kitchen. I grabbed Noah, who protested sleepily, and carried him to the powder room near the front entrance. It was the only room on the first floor with a lock on the door and no windows. I set him on the closed toilet seat. His dinosaur clutched against his chest and told him we were playing a game. Whoever could be the quietest would win a prize. His eyes were wide now, picking up on my fear despite my attempts to hide it. I locked the door and sat on the floor with my back against it, Noah in my lap, my phone in one hand with 911 ready to dial again. We could hear the house around us, the normal settling sounds that now seemed sinister, the hum of electronics, and then something else. Footsteps above us, slow and deliberate, moving through the second floor. Not the quick, light steps of someone searching, but measured, unhurried, like someone taking inventory. They moved from room to room, pausing occasionally. I could track their path. Noah's room first, then what must be the master bedroom, then the hallway bathroom. The toilet tank lid in our small bathroom could be used as a weapon if needed. I thought wildly, but I couldn't risk the noise of removing it. The footsteps stopped directly above us, and we heard drawers being opened and closed, not frantically but methodically. Noah pressed his face into my shoulder, his small body trembling, and I held him tighter, texting the 911 dispatcher with my free hand that someone was definitely in the house now. She told me units were 3 minutes out, to stay where I was, keep the door locked. 3 minutes feels like 3 hours when you're sitting in a bathroom with a terrified child, listening to a stranger walk through the house. The footsteps moved to the stairs, and we could hear each creak as he descended. 5th step, 4th, 3rd. I knew because I'd counted them earlier when carrying Noah up. He reached the bottom and paused. We could hear breathing on the other side of the bathroom door, heavy and slow. The doorknob turned once, testing. Then again, harder. Noah whimpered, and I pressed my hand gently over his mouth, tears running down both our faces. The man kicked the door once, hard enough to make the frame shake, and Noah's dinosaur fell to the floor with a soft thump. Then suddenly, beautifully, we heard sirens approaching, getting louder by the second. The footsteps retreated fast, running now, and we heard the side door slam. I stayed frozen in place, Noah still clutched against me, until I heard loud knocking and someone identifying themselves as police. Even then, I made them slip their badge under the bathroom door before I opened it. 2 officers were there, a younger guy with red hair and an older woman who immediately took charge. While the male officer searched the house and checked the perimeter, the woman sat with us in the living room, Noah on my lap, refusing to let go. She was patient and professional, taking my statement while keeping her voice soft enough not to further frighten Noah. The other officer came back and asked me to walk through the house with him to see if anything looked disturbed. In Noah's room, all his dresser drawers were open, clothes moved around but nothing obviously missing. The master bedroom was the same. Drawers opened, jewelry box on the dresser opened but still full. Mr. Coleman's watch still sitting on the nightstand. But in the small office at the end of the hall, we found what the intruder had been after. A filing cabinet was open, papers scattered on the desk, and the officer pointed out what I hadn't noticed. Several documents with social security numbers, bank statements, tax returns, everything someone would need for identity theft. The Colemans came home to a crime scene. Mrs. Coleman still in her burgundy dress, but now with a police jacket over her shoulders. Mascara streaked down her cheeks as she held Noah. The police found muddy footprints throughout the house. The intruder had been inside for at least 30 minutes before I'd locked us in the bathroom, walking through every room, even standing in the doorway of Noah's room while he slept. They found where he'd been watching from outside too, cigarette butts and footprints beneath several windows, suggesting he'd been there for hours before we even arrived, studying the house, waiting for the parents to leave. The side door lock was broken, looked like it had been for a while, just held closed by the deadbolt that I'd checked, but which could be jimmied open with a credit card. They never caught him, though the police said this matched a pattern of break-ins targeting houses with babysitters. Someone who knew teenage sitters would be less likely to confront them, more likely to hide with the children. Mrs. Coleman paid me triple what we'd agreed on and drove me home herself, apologizing over and over. I never babysat for a family I didn't know again, and even now, years later, I still check every lock twice and never sit with my back to a window. Most people think babysitting is easy money. Watch some kids, put them to bed, watch TV until the parents come home. I thought the same thing when I started doing it during my junior year of college. The extra cash helped with textbooks and rent for my cramped studio apartment near campus. It was a Saturday in early April when I got a call from the Waynes, a family I'd never worked for before. They'd gotten my number from another family I regularly sat for, the Johnsons. Mrs. Wayne sounded desperate on the phone. Their regular sitter had canceled last minute, and they had theater tickets they'd bought months in advance. She offered to pay double my usual rate if I could be there by 6. The money was too good to pass up, especially with finals coming up and my car needing new brakes. The Waynes lived in one of those pristine suburban developments where every house has the same mailbox, and the HOA sends you letters if your grass gets too long. Their house was a 2-story colonial with perfect white shutters and a wraparound porch that looked like something from a real estate magazine. Mr. Wayne answered the door wearing a charcoal suit that probably cost more than my semester's tuition. He had this nervous energy about him, kept checking his watch and glancing back toward the stairs. Mrs. Wayne appeared behind him in a burgundy cocktail dress, her smile tight as she ushered me inside. They had 2 kids, she explained quickly. Lily, who was 7, and Ethan, who just turned 9. She mentioned Ethan could be a handful sometimes, but assured me both kids usually went to bed without much fuss. Something about the way Mr. Wayne's jaw tightened when she said Ethan's name should have been my first warning. After the parents left in a rush of perfume and car keys, I found Lily in the living room coloring at the coffee table. She had these huge brown eyes and kept her crayons organized by color in perfect rows. When I introduced myself, she barely looked up, just whispered hi, and went back to her drawing. I asked where her brother was, and she got this strange look on her face, like she was trying to decide whether to tell me something important. "He's in his room," she finally said, then added in an even quieter voice, "He's not supposed to come out until dinner." That struck me as odd. What 9-year-old gets sent to their room before the babysitter even arrives? I told her I'd go introduce myself to him, but she grabbed my wrist with her small hand. "Don't," she said, and there was something in her voice that made me pause. "Just wait until dinner, please." Her grip was surprisingly strong for such a little kid, and I noticed old scratches on her arms, some faded and some still pink. I decided to respect what seemed like a family rule, and stayed downstairs with Lily while she colored. She was drawing a house, but all the windows were colored in black, and there were no people in the picture. Around 6:30, I started making dinner. Mrs. Wayne had left instructions for mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. While the water was boiling, I heard footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate. Ethan appeared in the kitchen doorway, and my first thought was how normal he looked. Sandy brown hair that stuck up in the back, freckles across his nose, wearing a dinosaur t-shirt and jeans. He had this wide smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, which were the palest blue I'd ever seen, almost gray. "You must be the new babysitter," he said, and something about hearing such formal words from a 9-year-old felt wrong. He walked past me to the counter and picked up a knife from the block, turning it over in his hands like he was examining it. "We're not supposed to touch those," I said, keeping my voice light and friendly. He looked at me for a long moment, still holding the knife, before setting it down with a deliberate click against the granite. During dinner, Ethan sat directly across from me while Lily picked at her food beside him. He ate his chicken nuggets by tearing them apart with his fingers first, examining the inside before eating each piece. "Did you know," he said suddenly, "that chickens can live for 18 months without a head? There was this one chicken named Mike who survived after my grandpa chopped his head off for dinner." He smiled at Lily when he said this, and she pushed her plate away. I tried to change the subject, asking about school and friends, but Ethan kept steering the conversation back to disturbing topics. How long different animals could survive without air, what happens to bodies when they decompose, whether I'd ever seen something die. Lily excused herself to use the bathroom, and as soon as she left, Ethan leaned forward. "Want to see something cool in the basement?" he asked. When I said maybe later, his expression shifted just for a second to something darker. "Lily showed you her scratches, didn't she? She's so dramatic. She doesn't understand that sometimes you have to hurt things to see how they work." The moment Lily came back, she must have sensed the tension because she immediately asked if we could watch a movie. I agreed quickly, grateful for the distraction, and we moved to the living room. Lily sat pressed against my side on the couch while Ethan took the armchair across from us, never taking his eyes off me even as the movie played. About halfway through, I heard a sound from upstairs. A high-pitched squeak followed by a thump. "That's just Mr. Whiskers," Lily said quickly, but her whole body had gone rigid. "Our cat," she added when she saw my confusion. Ethan stood up slowly, that same inappropriate smile spreading across his face. "I should check on him," he said. "He hasn't been feeling well." Lily's fingers dug into my arm and she whispered, "Don't let him go up there alone." But Ethan was already heading for the stairs, and when I stood to follow, he turned and said in this perfectly calm voice, "I really think you should stay with Lily. She gets scared when she's alone." The way he said it wasn't a suggestion. I stayed with Lily for about 5 minutes before the sounds from upstairs got worse. A series of thuds, and then what sounded like the cat screaming. Lily was crying now, silent tears running down her face, and I'd had enough. I told her to stay on the couch and headed for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. The hallway was dark, but I could see light coming from under a door at the end. When I pushed it open, I found Ethan in what must have been his parents' bedroom. Mr. Whiskers was on the bed, and Ethan was holding him down with one hand while holding something small and sharp in the other. It looked like a compass from a geometry set. The cat was struggling, and there were already several small red spots on its white fur. "Put him down," I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. Ethan looked up at me with those pale eyes, tilting his head like I was the one doing something strange. "I'm just conducting an experiment," he said. "Don't you want to know how much pressure it takes before they stop moving?" I stepped forward and grabbed the cat, who immediately scratched my arms in panic before running out of the room. Ethan stood up slowly, still holding the compass, and for the first time I felt genuinely afraid of a 9-year-old child. "You shouldn't have done that," he said, walking toward me with measured steps. "Now the experiment is ruined. We'll have to start over with something else." I backed toward the door, keeping my eyes on him, but he moved faster than I expected, darting forward and catching my wrist. His grip was shockingly strong, and when he pressed the compass point against my palm, just enough to indent the skin, he watched my face with scientific curiosity. "Does this hurt?" he asked. "Rated on a scale of 1 to 10. I yanked my hand away and pushed past him, heading back downstairs where Lily was still curled up on the couch. My mind was racing. Should I call the parents, the police? This kid clearly needed serious help, but what would I even say? That a 9-year-old was creeping me out? I decided to call Mrs. Wayne, but when I picked up my phone, I realized it wasn't where I'd left it on the kitchen counter. "Looking for this?" Ethan's voice came from behind me. He was standing at the bottom of the stairs holding my phone. "I think we should play a game first." "Lily loves games, don't you, Lily?" His sister shrank further into the couch cushions, and I knew this was about to get much worse. "Give me my phone, Ethan," I said, trying to sound authoritative despite my racing heart. He tossed it in the air and caught it, then suddenly threw it hard against the wall where it shattered into pieces. The sound made Lily whimper. "Oops," he said flatly. "Guess you can't call anyone now." He walked into the kitchen, and I heard drawers opening and closing. When he came back, he was carrying the knife from earlier, the one he'd been examining before dinner. "Did you know that the human body has about 37 trillion cells?" he said conversationally, running his finger along the flat of the blade. "I read that each one dies and regenerates at different rates. Skin cells last about 2 weeks. Red blood cells last 4 months. But brain cells, some of those last your whole lifetime, unless something happens to them." He took a step toward us and I pulled Lily behind me. "We're leaving," I said, grabbing Lily's hand and moving toward the front door, but Ethan was quick, positioning himself between us and the exit. "The game isn't over yet," he said, "and nobody leaves until I say so." That's when Lily did something I didn't expect. She bit Ethan's arm hard enough to make him drop the knife. "Run!" she screamed, and we bolted toward the back door in the kitchen. I could hear Ethan behind us, not running but walking with those same measured steps, like he knew we couldn't really escape. The back door was locked with a deadbolt that needed a key from the inside. Mrs. Wayne hadn't shown me where they kept it. Ethan appeared in the kitchen doorway, rubbing his arm where Lily had bitten him. "That really hurt, Lily," he said calmly. "You know what happens when you hurt me?" Lily was sobbing now, pressing herself against the door. I grabbed a chair and held it between us and Ethan like a shield. "The Brenners next door," Lily whispered to me. "They have a key. Their backyard connects to ours through the gate." Ethan heard her and shook his head slowly. "You're not supposed to tell secrets, Lily. Now I'll have to punish both of you." He picked up the knife from where it had fallen, and I made a decision. I threw the chair at him as hard as I could, grabbed Lily, and ran for the sliding glass door in the dining room. The glass door was unlocked, thank God, and we burst into the backyard just as I heard the chair crash behind us. The Waynes' backyard was huge and dark, with a pool covered for the season and garden beds along the fence. Lily pointed to a gate in the far corner, barely visible in the moonlight, and we ran toward it, my bare feet slipping on the wet grass. Behind us, the sliding door opened with a soft whoosh. "You can't run forever," Ethan called out, his voice carrying across the yard. "And when I catch you, we're going to play a different game. One where Lily gets to watch what happens when you don't follow the rules." The gate was locked with a simple latch that I fumbled with in the darkness, my fingers numb with fear. Finally, it clicked open and we stumbled into the Brenners' yard. Their house was lit up like a Christmas tree, every window glowing, and I could see someone moving in the kitchen. We ran to their back door and I pounded on it with both fists, probably looking insane. A college girl with scratched arms and no shoes, dragging a crying 7-year-old. Mrs. Brenner opened the door. An older woman with silver hair pulled back in a bun, and her eyes went wide when she saw us. "Call 911, I gasped out. "Please, just call 911 now." She didn't hesitate, immediately grabbing her phone from the counter while ushering us inside. Mr. Brenner appeared from the living room, and when I told them Ethan was dangerous and had a knife, his face went pale. "We've been worried about that boy," he said quietly. "Found our dog last month." "Never mind. Martha, tell them to hurry." We could see the Waynes' backyard from their kitchen window, and Ethan was standing by the gate, still holding the knife, just staring at the Brenners' house. He didn't try to come through the gate, just stood there watching. And somehow that was more terrifying than if he'd chased us. The police arrived within 10 minutes, the longest 10 minutes of my life, and 2 officers went to the Waynes' house while 1 stayed to take our statements. Lily finally told them everything, how Ethan had been hurting her for months, killing neighborhood pets, threatening her if she told anyone. She showed them older scars I hadn't noticed before, neat little cuts on her legs that he'd made her hide with long pants. The parents came home about an hour later to find police cars and an ambulance in their driveway. Mrs. Wayne broke down completely when the officers told her what had happened, but Mr. Wayne just stood there, with this hollow look, like he'd been expecting this call his whole life. Ethan was taken for psychiatric evaluation that night. I later learned from Mrs. Johnson, the family who'd recommended me, that he'd been diagnosed with conduct disorder and possible antisocial personality disorder. Fancy terms for what everyone in that neighborhood now knew was a deeply disturbed child who'd been escalating for years. The Waynes moved away 3 months later, but I kept in touch with the officer who'd taken my statement. He told me Ethan was placed in a specialized residential treatment facility after they found journals in his room documenting everything he'd done to animals and his plans for bigger experiments. Lily went to live with her grandmother in another state while her parents dealt with the legal and medical fallout. She sent me a letter once, about a year later, thanking me for getting her out that night. She said she was doing better, making friends, and didn't have to lock her bedroom door anymore. I never babysat again after that night. I work in an office now. Nice boring data entry where the worst thing that happens is the printer jams. Sometimes I still think about Ethan's pale eyes and that clinical curiosity in his voice when he asked me to rate my pain. But mostly I think about Lily, hoping she's somewhere safe, finally able to be just a normal kid who doesn't have to live in fear of her own brother. Last winter, I was between jobs when my sister Laura asked if I could watch her boys for a week while she attended a conference in Phoenix. I just finished my teaching degree but hadn't landed a position yet, so the timing worked out perfectly. Her twins, Mason and Lucas, were 12 years old, and I figured it would be easy money. Just make sure they ate dinner, did their homework, and got to bed on time. Laura's house sat at the end of Pinewood Avenue. One of those quiet suburban streets where nothing ever happens, where the biggest drama is usually someone's lawn getting too tall. The boys had always been a little odd, quieter than most kids their age, but I chalked it up to them being bookish types who preferred screens to sports. They had this way of staring at you without blinking for just a beat too long, and they'd often finish each other's sentences in a way that made you wonder if they practiced their conversations beforehand. The first few days went smoothly enough, though I noticed they spent every free moment huddled together on the couch with their tablets, earbuds in, completely absorbed in whatever they were watching. When I asked what had them so captivated, Mason looked up with these bright, eager eyes and said they were learning about real investigations and how crimes actually work. Lucas chimed in that their science teacher had gotten them interested in forensics, and now they were watching everything they could find about famous cases and criminal psychology. At dinner, instead of talking about video games or school friends like normal kids, they'd discuss blood spatter patterns and how long it takes for bruises to form on different skin types. They knew details about cases I'd never even heard of, obscure murders from the 1970s, techniques used by serial killers to avoid detection, how investigators sometimes missed crucial evidence. The way they talked about violence was clinical, detached, like they were discussing the rules of chess rather than actual human suffering. On the fourth night, a Tuesday, I caught them in the garage after bedtime, examining Laura's tool collection with flashlights. Mason was holding a length of rope, while Lucas measured it against his own height, muttering numbers under his breath. When I flicked on the overhead light, they didn't even startle, just turned to look at me with those unnervingly calm expressions. "We're doing a project," Lucas explained, wrapping the rope into neat loops like he'd practiced the motion 100 times. "About knots and their tensile strength." Mason added that they'd learned about different binding techniques used throughout history, how certain knots were impossible to escape from if done correctly. They showed me a notebook filled with detailed sketches of various knot patterns, complete with annotations about pounds of pressure and circulation cutoff times. Something about the precision of their drawings, the methodical way they documented each configuration, made my chest feel tight. That same night, after I'd sent them back to their rooms, I found their browser history on the family computer. Page after page of true crime forums, autopsy reports that should have been behind age restrictions, detailed discussions about how long a person could survive without oxygen, water, food. They'd bookmarked a thread titled, "Mistakes That Got Them Caught," with over 300 replies analyzing where criminals had gone wrong. One tab was still open to a video transcript of a killer describing exactly how he'd subdued his victims, step by step, like a cooking recipe. The boys had left comments under fake usernames, asking specific questions about restraint methods and how to prevent someone from screaming. User Twin Study 1 had written, "But wouldn't duct tape leave residue? What about using cloth instead?" The response from another user explained exactly how to muffle sound without leaving forensic evidence. My mouth went dry reading their exchanges, seeing how other users praised their thorough research and attention to detail. I should have called Laura right then, should have packed my things and left, but I kept telling myself they were just curious kids with a morbid fascination. Lots of people watch true crime shows, right? The next morning, Wednesday, they seemed completely normal at breakfast, talking about a math test and asking if we could order pizza for dinner. Mason even smiled when I agreed, a genuine kid smile that made me doubt everything I'd seen the night before. But throughout the day, I kept catching these moments. Lucas timing how long it took me to get from the kitchen to the front door, Mason testing which floorboards creaked in the hallway, both of them watching me when they thought I wasn't looking. After lunch, I found them in the basement with Laura's old camcorder, filming each other practice approaching someone from behind. "It's for a school presentation," Lucas said when I asked, but their teacher had sent home a newsletter that week, and there was nothing about any presentations. By Wednesday evening, the atmosphere in the house had shifted into something I can't quite describe, like the air before a thunderstorm, charged and heavy. The boys kept exchanging these meaningful looks across the dinner table, and I noticed they'd barely touched their pizza, despite specifically requesting it. Around 8 o'clock, Mason asked if I wanted to watch a movie with them. Something about his voice too eager, too rehearsed. Lucas was already setting up the living room, moving the coffee table aside to create more floor space, positioning the couch cushions in a specific arrangement that seemed oddly deliberate. They'd closed all the curtains even though it was still light outside, and I saw Lucas slip something into his pocket when he thought I was looking at the TV. The movie they'd chosen was some obscure thriller about a home invasion, and they kept pausing it to discuss the techniques the criminals were using, asking me what I would do in that situation, how I would try to escape. About halfway through the movie, Lucas said he was cold and went to get blankets. Mason stayed unnaturally still beside me, his breathing deliberately steady like he was counting each inhale and exhale. When Lucas returned, he had an armful of sheets and blankets, way more than we needed, and that rope from the garage tucked underneath. Before I could react, Mason grabbed my wrists with surprising strength while Lucas threw a sheet over my head. The coordination was perfect. They'd clearly rehearsed this. I tried to stand, but Mason hooked his leg behind my knees, a move he must have seen in one of those videos, and I went down hard on the carpet. Lucas was already wrapping the rope around my ankles with those precise knots he'd been practicing, talking to Mason in this calm, instructional voice. Remember, 3 loops minimum, just like the forum said. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst as I felt them securing my wrists behind my back with what felt like zip ties they'd hidden in the couch cushions. The sheet came off my head once they had me restrained, and I saw they'd lit dozens of candles around the room. When had they even done that? The flickering light made their faces look older, sharper, and they were both wearing latex gloves they must have taken from under the kitchen sink. Mason had a notebook in his hand, reading from it like a script. Subject appears distressed, pulse visibly elevated in carotid artery, initial restraints holding as expected. Lucas was setting up the camcorder on a tripod, adjusting the angle to capture everything. They weren't playing anymore. This was methodical, systematic, like they were conducting an actual experiment with me as their test subject. We read that fear responses peak within the first 15 minutes, Lucas explained, pulling out a kitchen timer and setting it on the mantel. We want to document the physiological changes, pupil dilation, perspiration, vocal patterns. Mason approached with a flashlight, shining it directly in my eyes while Lucas took notes about my reaction. The smell of all those candles was overwhelming, vanilla and cinnamon mixing into something that made me nauseous. When I tried to scream, they didn't panic or rush to silence me like you'd expect from kids who'd gotten in over their heads. Instead, Lucas calmly checked his watch and made a note. Vocalization attempt at minute 3. Volume approximately 70 decibels based on our prior measurements. Mason pulled out an iPad and showed me a sound meter app they'd been using to test how far screams could travel from inside the house. The Petersons next door can't hear anything under 85 decibels, he informed me matter-of-factly. We tested it last weekend when they were home. They'd thought of everything, researched everything, prepared for every contingency like tiny criminal masterminds. Lucas produced a ball of cloth, one of my own socks, I realized, and held it near my face. Phase 2 involves testing gag effectiveness, he announced to the camera. We've compared different materials and insertion methods based on emergency room data about choking hazards. The clinical way he said it, like he was presenting a science fair project, made bile rise in my throat. They spent the next hour running through what they called their protocol, taking turns reading from their notebooks and making adjustments to my restraints. Every few minutes, they'd stop to take my pulse, checking it against some chart they'd printed from a medical website. Mason had brought down a blood pressure cuff from Laura's bathroom and was trying to figure out how to use it properly, while Lucas critiqued his technique based on a YouTube tutorial they'd watched. They documented everything: how long it took for the zip ties to leave marks, which positions caused the most discomfort, how my breathing changed when they tightened certain knots. At one point, Lucas mentioned they'd found a website that explained how crime scene investigators could determine the timeline of events based on bruising patterns and ligature marks. "We're being careful not to cause permanent damage," he assured the camera, as if that somehow made this better. The kitchen timer kept going off every 15 minutes, and they'd reset it and move to the next phase of whatever sick experiment they were conducting. One of the candles near the window had burned down dangerously low, wax pooling on the wooden side table Laura had inherited from her grandmother. The boys were so focused on their research that they didn't notice when that candle finally tipped over, the pooled wax catching the lace doily underneath. The flame spread to the curtain's edge while Mason was busy adjusting the camera angle, and Lucas was writing observations about my stress indicators. It wasn't until smoke started filling the room that they looked up from their notebooks, and I saw real panic flash across their faces for the first time all night. The smoke detector started shrieking just as Lucas tried to stamp out the growing fire with a couch cushion, which only made things worse. Mason ran to the kitchen for water but knocked over 3 more candles in his rush, and suddenly the room was chaos. Smoke everywhere, multiple small fires starting, the boys coughing and stumbling over their equipment. Through the window, I could see lights turning on at the Petersons' house, then the Nguyen's across the street. The twins were trying to untie me when we heard the sirens, their practiced calm completely shattered as they fumbled with the knots they'd so carefully crafted. Lucas was crying, saying, "We didn't mean for this part to happen," over and over, while Mason tried to cut the zip ties with safety scissors that weren't strong enough. The firefighters broke down the door just as the boys managed to get the rope off my ankles. I'll never forget the look on the lead firefighter's face when he took in the scene. Me still partially tied up, the camera on its tripod, the notebooks full of their observations scattered on the floor, and these 2 12-year-old boys in latex gloves standing over me with scissors. The police arrived minutes later, and while the paramedics checked me over, I watched the officers flip through those notebooks, their expressions growing more disturbed with each page. The boys kept trying to explain that it was just research, that they were going to let me go after they collected enough data, that they'd calculated everything to be safe within acceptable parameters. The officer who took my statement, a woman named Detective Ramirez, told me they'd found over 40 hours of true crime content on the boys' devices, plus correspondence with adult users on those forums who'd been encouraging their curiosity. Laura had to fly home that night, and I spent 3 hours at the hospital getting photographed and examined, while she sobbed in the waiting room. The boys ended up in a psychiatric facility for evaluation, and the last I heard, they were in intensive therapy. I still have scars on my wrists from those zip ties, thin white lines that remind me how close I came to being a statistic in someone else's true crime obsession. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. It was my 3rd month working as a cabin steward on the Celestial Voyager, one of those massive cruise ships that carries about 4,000 passengers across the Caribbean. I was 22, fresh out of hospitality school in Miami, eager to see the world while making decent money. The job wasn't glamorous, mostly cleaning rooms, replacing towels, arranging those little towel animals that guests love to photograph. But the pay was good, I got to travel, and my coworkers from the Philippines, Indonesia, and Eastern Europe had become like family. We'd spend our few free hours playing cards in the crew mess, or watching movies on someone's laptop, all of us thousands of miles from home, bound together by the strange reality of life at sea. That particular Thursday in late September started like any other day, with me pushing my cleaning cart down the narrow corridors of Deck 7, humming along to whatever song was stuck in my head from the crew bar the night before. Around 11 in the morning, I knocked on cabin 7234, waited the standard 10 seconds, then announced myself, and knocked again. No response. I checked my list. The Thompsons, an elderly couple from Nebraska, hadn't put out the Do Not Disturb sign. I used my master keycard and stepped inside, immediately noticing the strange stillness in the air. Mr. Thompson was lying on the bed, fully dressed in yesterday's clothes, his face an unnatural shade of gray. Mrs. Thompson was nowhere to be seen, probably at the breakfast buffet, I thought. I approached slowly, calling his name softly at first, then louder. When I touched his shoulder to give him a gentle shake, his skin was cold, and I knew instantly. The way his eyes stared at nothing, the complete absence of chest movement, the stiffness in his limbs. My training kicked in and I reached for my radio to call medical. But before I could press the button, my supervisor Carlos appeared in the doorway, as if he'd been waiting nearby. Carlos stepped into the cabin and closed the door behind him with a quiet click that seemed too deliberate. He didn't even look at Mr. Thompson's body at first. His eyes were fixed on me, studying my reaction. "Put the radio down, Miguel," he said in that calm voice he used when dealing with difficult passengers. I started to protest, to explain that we needed to call medical immediately, that protocol was clear about these situations. But Carlos moved past me to the body, checking for a pulse he obviously wouldn't find, then pulled out his own phone and typed something quickly. "Medical can't come right now," he said, which made no sense because medical was always on standby. "We need to handle this quietly. Mrs. Thompson is at the spa until 2. We have time." He went to the closet and pulled out the large laundry bag we used for dirty linens, one of those industrial ones that could fit a whole room's worth of sheets. My mouth went dry as I realized what he was suggesting. "Help me get him in," Carlos said, already positioning the bag next to the bed. I stood there, unable to move, watching him work with an efficiency that told me he'd done this before. He looked up at me and his expression changed, not angry but something worse. Disappointed, like I was failing some unspoken test. "Miguel, you want to keep this job? You want to keep sending money home to your mother in Orlando? Then you help me now, and you forget what you saw." The mention of my mother made my chest tighten. Carlos knew things about all of us, knew our situations, our debts, our reasons for being here. He grabbed Mr. Thompson's shoulders while I stood frozen. And that's when he said something that made everything click into place. "Deck 2, storage room C47. We'll use the service elevator during lunch rush when everyone's distracted. Security won't check the cameras if I tell them not to." The casual way he said it, like he was explaining how to fold towels properly, made me realize this was procedure for him. My legs moved before my brain could process what I was doing. Together we maneuvered Mr. Thompson's stiff body into the laundry bag. He was heavier than he looked, and rigor mortis had already started to set in, making his limbs difficult to bend. The sound of his wedding ring scraping against the bag's zipper will stay with me forever. Carlos worked methodically, checking his watch every few minutes, wiping down surfaces we'd touched with a cloth from his pocket. He straightened the bed sheets, fluffed the pillows, even placed Mr. Thompson's reading glasses neatly on the nightstand next to a half-finished crossword puzzle. "Mrs. Thompson will think he went to the casino," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "She always complains he disappears there for hours." When we were done, the cabin looked exactly as it should, except for the industrial laundry bag sitting in the middle of the floor, holding the body of a man who'd probably saved his whole life for this anniversary cruise. We waited until 12:30, when Carlos knew the lunch buffet would be at its peak. He made me push the regular cleaning cart while he handled the laundry bag on a separate cart, covered with fresh towels. The service elevator was empty, just as he'd predicted. As we descended to Deck 2, Carlos spoke quietly, never looking at me directly. "You think this is cruel, but imagine the panic if passengers knew. Imagine Mrs. Thompson finding out in front of everyone, the whole ship talking about it, taking photos, posting on social media while she's trying to grieve. This way she gets the news privately, with dignity, when we dock tomorrow." His logic was twisted but almost made sense in that suffocating elevator. Storage room C47 was at the end of a corridor I'd never seen before, behind the crew laundry. The door had a special lock that required Carlos's supervisor keycard. Inside, the temperature was freezing, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the air. The room wasn't empty. Along the back wall, 5 other industrial laundry bags were lined up, each with a small tag attached to the zipper. Carlos added Mr. Thompson to the row, pulling out a marker to write 7234 9-26 on a fresh tag. The other tags had similar markings, cabin numbers and dates going back 2 weeks. Natural causes, Carlos said, noticing me staring at the bags. Heart attacks, strokes, old age. Happens more than you'd think with the demographics on these cruises. Average age of our passengers is 67. He said it like he was reciting statistics from a training manual. I wanted to ask why they weren't in the ship's morgue. I knew we had one. It was mentioned in our orientation. But the answer was obvious now. The official morgue probably had a capacity of 2, maybe 3 bodies. This hidden freezer was the overflow system, the dirty secret that kept the cruise running smoothly, while people died quietly in their cabins, their families none the wiser until we reached port. Carlos locked the door and turned to face me. Tomorrow morning, when we dock in Fort Lauderdale, a special medical team will come aboard before any passengers disembark. They'll handle everything discreetly. Death certificates will show the correct date and cause. The families will get the bodies for burial. Insurance claims will process normally. But the cruise line avoids the headlines, the bad publicity, the empty cabins for the rest of the season. He pulled out an envelope from his jacket pocket, $500 in cash. This is yours, not a bribe, just a bonus for handling a difficult situation professionally. You'll get one every time you help with this. Every time. He expected this to happen again. He expected me to be part of this system, this conspiracy of silence that turned human beings into logistics problems to be solved. I took the money because refusing would have meant something worse than compliance. It would have meant I couldn't be trusted. That afternoon, I watched Mrs. Thompson return from the spa, relaxed and smiling, holding a shopping bag from the gift shop. She knocked on her cabin door, calling out, "Harold, I bought you that shirt you liked." When he didn't answer, she used her key and went inside. 5 minutes later, she came to the guest services desk, worried but not panicked, reporting that her husband was missing. The staff followed protocol perfectly. They made announcements, they searched public areas, they reviewed security footage that Carlos had already ensured would show nothing useful. Mrs. Thompson spent the rest of the day increasingly distraught, surrounded by other passengers who tried to comfort her, sharing their own stories of husbands who wandered off on ships. At dinner, I saw her sitting alone at their table for 2, his chair empty, still hoping he'd walk through the door with some silly explanation about losing track of time at the poker tables. The weight of what I knew sat in my stomach like a stone. That night, I couldn't eat. I kept thinking about Mr. Thompson in that freezer, in that bag with only a cabin number to identify who he'd been. I thought about his wife sleeping alone, not knowing she was already a widow. Around midnight, I found myself back on deck 2, standing outside C-47. I could hear the cooling system humming through the door. Using my regular keycard, I tried to open it. Access denied, of course. Only supervisors could enter. But I noticed something else. There were other storage rooms along that corridor, C-45, C-46, C-48, C-49. When I pressed my ear against C-46, I heard the same mechanical humming. I tried to do the math. If each room could hold 6 or 7 bodies, and there were at least 5 cold storage rooms, and cruises ran year-round, how many deaths were they hiding? How many families were lied to? How many crew members like me had been pulled into this system, paid off, sworn to silence through fear and cash? The next morning, just as Carlos had promised, we docked in Fort Lauderdale. I watched from a crew deck as unmarked white vans pulled up to a service entrance I'd never noticed before. Men in medical uniforms, but no company logos, wheeled gurneys up a ramp, moving with the same practiced efficiency I'd seen in Carlos. They were gone within an hour, before most passengers had even finished breakfast. Later that day, Mrs. Thompson was called to the medical center. The ship's doctor, a pleasant woman from South Africa named Dr. Kruger, told her they'd found her husband collapsed in a maintenance area where passengers weren't supposed to go. that he'd apparently suffered a massive heart attack, that everything possible had been done, but it was too late. I know because I was cleaning the corridor outside and heard every word through the thin walls. Mrs. Thompson's sobs were quiet, dignified, muffled by the doctor's shoulder. She thanked them for trying to save him. She actually thanked them. I quit 3 days later, after we'd returned to sea with a fresh load of passengers. I told Carlos I had a family emergency, and he didn't argue. He just looked at me with those knowing eyes and said, "Not everyone's cut out for the realities of this industry." He handed me my final pay envelope. It had an extra $1,000 inside. Blood money, or silence money, I'm not sure which. I never reported what I saw. Who would believe me? What proof did I have? The cruise line would deny everything. Carlos would disappear into another ship, and I'd be just another disgruntled employee making wild accusations. But I know what I saw in that freezer. I know Mr. Thompson died alone in his cabin and spent his last day on Earth in a laundry bag with a number tag instead of his name. Sometimes I check cruise message boards, looking for posts from people whose loved ones died at sea, wondering if they ever questioned the official story. The industry processes over 30 million passengers a year. If even 0.5% die on board, that's 150,000 bodies that need to be handled quietly, efficiently, without disturbing the paradise illusion. I still have nightmares about those storage rooms, about what's behind all those locked doors on ships floating in international waters where laws become suggestions and death becomes an inconvenience to be managed. I spent 6 years as a communications officer on various cruise ships before that night in 2022 changed everything. Most people picture cruise work as glamorous, tropical destinations, endless buffets, meeting people from all over the world. The reality is 12-hour shifts in a windowless room filled with monitors, radio equipment, and the constant hum of electronics. I was stationed on the Meridian Pearl, one of those massive floating cities that carries 4,000 passengers through the Mediterranean. My job was simple enough: monitor all radio frequencies, log communications, coordinate with other vessels, and relay important information to the bridge. That particular night in early August, we were somewhere between Sicily and Malta, cruising through calm waters under a moonless sky. I'd just finished my dinner, lukewarm pasta from the crew mess, and settled in for what I expected would be another routine graveyard shift. The communications room was tucked away on deck 3, far from passenger areas. Just me, my colleague Brandon, who was catching some sleep in the corner, and walls lined with equipment that looked like it belonged in a submarine movie. Around 2 a.m., I picked up something on Channel 16, the international distress frequency. At first, it was just static mixed with what sounded like voices, barely audible through the interference. I fine-tuned the frequency, adjusting the squelch and gain controls until the transmission became clearer. It was another cruise ship, the Ocean Harmony, operating about 40 nautical miles from our position. Their communications officer sounded panicked, his voice cracking as he repeated the same message. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Ocean Harmony. We have 17 passengers unaccounted for. Repeat, 17 souls missing. Conducted 3 full searches of the vessel, requesting immediate assistance from any ships in vicinity." The timestamp on my equipment showed 02:13 when I logged the first transmission. I immediately reached for the direct line to our bridge, but before I could dial, more transmissions flooded in. The Ocean Harmony's officer was now communicating with what sounded like the Italian Coast Guard, though their responses were breaking up badly. Through the static, I heard fragments. "Searched all public areas. Cameras show nothing. Between 23 and 1 hours. No signs of struggle. Personal belongings still in cabins." Each detail made my chest tighten. 17 people don't just vanish from a cruise ship. I'd been doing this job long enough to know that when someone goes overboard, there's usually witnesses, security footage, something. But 17 people disappearing within a 2-hour window with no trace? I started recording everything on our backup system while simultaneously transcribing the key points by hand. Brandon stirred in his chair but didn't wake up. He'd been pulling double shifts all week and could sleep through anything. The transmissions continued for another 20 minutes, growing increasingly desperate. The Ocean Harmony's captain had taken over the radio now, his deep voice cutting through the static with practiced authority that couldn't quite mask his concern. He was requesting helicopter support, asking nearby vessels to adjust course for search patterns, coordinating with maritime authorities from at least 3 different countries. I plotted their position on my navigation screen. They were close enough that we could reach them in 2 hours at full speed. Protocol demanded that I report this immediately to our bridge officer. I grabbed the phone again, dialed extension 501, and waited. Lieutenant Morrison answered on the 3rd ring, sounding irritated at being disturbed. When I explained the situation, there was a long pause. Then he said something that made my entire body go rigid. "Keep monitoring. Don't log anything officially yet. I'm coming down." 5 minutes later, Morrison walked in, but he wasn't alone. Our hotel director, a thin man named Garrison who always wore perfectly pressed suits even at 3 in the morning, followed him into the room. They both looked wide awake, like they'd been expecting something like this. Garrison went straight to my station, leaning over to look at my handwritten notes while Morrison stood by the door, arms crossed. "Play back everything you've recorded," Garrison ordered. His cologne was overwhelming in the small space, something expensive that made my nose itch. I hit playback, and we listened to the Ocean Harmony's distress calls again. Garrison's expression never changed, just that blank corporate stare I'd seen during staff meetings. When the recording ended, he pulled out his phone and stepped into the hallway. I could hear him speaking in hushed tones, though I couldn't make out the words through the heavy door. Morrison moved closer to my station, scanning through the digital logs on my screen. "How many other vessels have acknowledged these transmissions?" he asked. I pulled up the frequency log. 2 cargo ships had responded, along with an Italian patrol boat, all confirming they'd received the distress calls and were adjusting course to assist. Morrison nodded slowly, then did something I'd never seen in my 6 years at sea. He reached over and started deleting entries from our communication log, not just archiving or marking them classified, actually removing them from our system entirely. "Sir, those are official maritime records," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're required by international law to maintain those." He didn't even look at me, just kept clicking delete. "No, what we're required to do is protect our passengers from unnecessary panic. News about a competitor's crisis could cause chaos on our ship. Imagine if 4,000 people suddenly decided they wanted off." Garrison returned, slipping his phone into his jacket pocket. "The situation is being handled through proper channels," he announced, though his tone suggested those channels had nothing to do with maritime safety. "From this moment forward, we received no distress calls tonight. Our logs will show routine commercial traffic only. The Ocean Harmony situation doesn't concern us." He turned to Brandon, who was now awake and looking confused. "That goes for you too. You were asleep. You heard nothing." Brandon glanced at me, then back at Garrison and simply nodded. Smart kid. He had a family back in the States and needed this job. Garrison pulled out a tablet and had us both sign something labeled as a communications protocol review, corporate speak for a gag order. The document was pages long, filled with legal language about proprietary information and competitive intelligence. Nowhere did it mention the 17 missing people who were somewhere out there in the dark Mediterranean waters. For the next 2 hours, I sat at my station listening to the ongoing search and rescue operations while pretending to monitor routine channels. The Ocean Harmony's transmissions grew more frantic. They'd found personal items floating in the water: shoes, a handbag, what looked like pieces of clothing. The Italian Coast Guard had deployed helicopters with searchlights, sweeping the dark waters in expanding grid patterns. A Norwegian cargo vessel reported possible debris about 2 miles from the Ocean Harmony's position. Through it all, I maintained our fake log, entering fictional routine communications while the real crisis unfolded in my headphones. Around 4:30 a.m., Garrison finally left, but not before reminding me that my contract included substantial financial penalties for violating confidentiality agreements. Morrison stayed until his shift ended at 6 a.m., sitting in the corner where Brandon had been, occasionally glancing at me to make sure I was following orders. When my replacement arrived at 8 a.m., a cheerful woman named Janet who had no idea what had transpired during the night, I handed over the falsified log without a word. Walking back to my cabin, I passed hundreds of passengers heading to breakfast, laughing, taking selfies, completely unaware that just 40 miles away, families were receiving the worst news of their lives. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those 17 people. Were they traveling together? Were they strangers who'd met the same fate? The Ocean Harmony's manifest would list them as missing, their cabins would be sealed, and somewhere, 17 families would be destroyed. I lay in my narrow bunk, staring at the ceiling, listening to the constant rumble of our engines. Every cruise ship has cameras covering almost every inch of public space. For 17 people to disappear without being caught on a single camera meant either a massive technical failure or something far more orchestrated. That evening, I made a decision that probably ended my maritime career. Before my shift, I stopped by an internet cafe in port. We docked in Valletta, Malta for the day. Using a prepaid connection that couldn't be traced back to me, I searched for news about the Ocean Harmony. Nothing. Not a single article, blog post, or social media mention about missing passengers. I checked maritime incident databases, Coast Guard reports, even shipping industry forums where sailors gossip about everything. The rescue operation I'd listened to for hours, involving multiple vessels and helicopters, had left no digital footprint whatsoever. The Ocean Harmony was listed as operating normally, currently docked in Marseille according to the Port Authority website. Either everyone involved had agreed to bury this story, or something even stranger was happening. I spent €30 printing out everything I could find about the ship's recent movements, passenger reviews from previous cruises, anything that might explain what I'd heard. When I returned to the ship for my evening shift, Garrison was waiting in the communications room. He wasn't alone. 2 security officers flanked him, and there were boxes stacked near my station. "We're upgrading the equipment," he said, though his smile never reached his eyes. "You'll be transferred to the Celestial Dream, departing from Barcelona next week. Promotion to Senior Communications Officer, 20% pay increase." It wasn't a promotion, it was exile. They were separating me from Brandon, from anyone who knew about that night. The security officers watched as I packed my personal items from the desk drawers, photos, my coffee mug, the notebook where I'd transcribed those desperate calls. Garrison held out his hand for the notebook. When I hesitated, one of the security officers stepped forward. I handed it over. Garrison flipped through it, tore out the pages with my handwriting from that night, and fed them into a shredder that had mysteriously appeared in our usually equipment-only room. The next 6 days before my transfer were surreal. I worked my shifts, maintained the logs, acted normal. But every night I'd lie awake wondering how many other communications officers had heard similar calls and been silenced. How many missing passenger cases were being erased from existence? On my last night aboard the Meridian Pearl, Brandon found me during dinner. He slipped me a USB drive hidden inside a napkin, whispered, "Backup from that night," and walked away. I never saw him again. I quit 3 months later. Couldn't handle the weight of what I knew. The USB drive contained 4 hours of recordings. Every transmission from the Ocean Harmony, every coordinate, every desperate plea for help. I've shared it with journalists, maritime safety organizations, even law enforcement. They all say the same thing. Without official logs or corroborating evidence, it's just audio that could be fabricated. 17 people vanished that night, and the only proof sits in a safety deposit box in Geneva, waiting for someone to believe it's real. The galley kitchens on cruise ships become your entire world after a while, and I'd been running them for 12 years when everything went to hell that April morning in 2023. I was 43, divorced, and honestly preferred the constant motion of the sea to any apartment back in Boston. Most people don't realize that executive chefs on these massive vessels oversee operations that feed 4,000 passengers and 1,500 crew members every single day. We're talking about 21 restaurants, 800 pounds of lobster per voyage, and a supply chain that would make most hotel managers weep. I'd worked my way up from a line cook on smaller boats to managing the entire food operation on one of the industry's flagship vessels. The money was excellent, the team respected me, and I genuinely loved watching sunrise through the porthole windows while inspecting the morning bread production. That particular Monday started like any other, with me arriving at the main galley at 4:30 a.m., my clipboard ready for inventory checks, completely unaware that within 6 hours I'd be facing the kind of decision that destroys careers and maybe lives. The first complaint came through at 10:15, just as breakfast service was winding down and we were prepping for the lunch rush. Nancy, one of our guest services coordinators, appeared at my office door with that particular expression that meant trouble, her usually bright face pulled tight with concern, her fingers drumming against her radio. A family of 5 from Deck 7 had reported severe stomach problems after eating at the Sunrise Buffet, and they weren't the only ones. Within 20 minutes, my phone was ringing nonstop, and the medical bay started sending urgent messages about passengers flooding in with violent symptoms, vomiting, severe cramping, some people collapsing in hallways. Dr. Brennan, our chief medical officer, a former Navy surgeon who never panicked about anything, called me directly and said we might be looking at over 60 cases already, with more coming every minute. The pattern was clear. Everyone affected had eaten breakfast between 7 and 9 that morning, mostly from the main buffet, but some from our specialty restaurants too. I immediately initiated our containment protocol, shutting down all food service except for sealed beverages and prepackaged items, then assembled my senior staff in the main prep kitchen to figure out what the hell had gone wrong. We pulled every single item that had been served that morning: eggs, bacon, sausages, fruit salads, pastries, yogurt parfaits, everything. My sous chef Kevin and I personally inspected each batch, checking temperatures, examining prep logs, even tasting small samples ourselves despite the risk. The scrambled eggs looked perfect, fluffy and yellow like always. The bacon was crispy. The hollandaise sauce had been made fresh at 6 a.m. exactly according to protocol. Every temperature log showed proper readings. All the HACCP charts were filled out correctly. Timestamps matched. Signatures were in place. But something was catastrophically wrong, and the numbers kept climbing. Dr. Brennan's latest update put us at 143 passengers affected, with 12 in critical condition. The captain had already notified corporate headquarters and the nearest port authority, and I knew that within hours we'd have health inspectors crawling through every inch of my kitchens. The weird thing was that my staff seemed unusually quiet during our emergency meeting, avoiding eye contact in a way that made the hair on my neck stand up. Kevin pulled me aside near the walk-in freezers while the others were gathering samples for testing, his face pale and sweaty, in a way that had nothing to do with the kitchen heat. He'd been with me for 3 years, a solid professional who'd never given me any reason to doubt him. But now, he kept glancing at the security cameras like he was checking their positions. "Chef, we need to talk, but not here," he whispered, gesturing toward the loading dock area where deliveries came in during port days. I followed him through the maze of storage rooms, past the blast chillers and the dry goods storage, until we reached a corner where the camera coverage had a known blind spot. Something I'd reported to management months ago, but they'd never fixed. Kevin rubbed his face hard with both hands before speaking, and when he finally looked at me, I saw genuine fear in his eyes. "The delivery last Friday in Port Canaveral," he started, his voice barely audible over the distant hum of refrigeration units. "Corporate made us take a shipment that wasn't on our manifest. 3 pallets of frozen proteins, no proper documentation, just a verbal order from someone way above our pay grade." I stared at him, trying to process what he was telling me while my phone buzzed incessantly with updates from the crisis. Kevin continued, explaining how the night shift had been instructed to use these unmarked packages for the breakfast sausages and meat preparations, mixing them with our regular stock to stretch the inventory through the next 2 weeks at sea. The packages had arrived partially thawed, he said, with ice crystals melting and refreezing in patterns that suggested multiple temperature breaks during transport. But here's where it got worse. Our night supervisor, Robert, had been specifically told by someone in corporate procurement to bypass the usual receiving protocols, skip the temperature checks, and just get everything into the freezers before the morning shift arrived. Kevin showed me photos on his phone that he'd taken secretly. Boxes with labels that had been peeled off and replaced, dates that looked altered with different ink, and most disturbing of all, a faint stamp on one box that appeared to be from a supplier we'd blacklisted 2 years ago for repeated safety violations. The more he talked, the clearer it became that this wasn't just negligence or a mistake. This was deliberate, systematic corner-cutting to save money, and now people were seriously ill because of it. The head of guest services burst through the dock door before I could respond to Kevin, her face flushed and panicked. "Chef, we have 3 passengers being airlifted to shore right now," she gasped, clutching her chest as she caught her breath. 2 elderly women and a 7-year-old boy, all in critical condition with severe dehydration and organ stress. The Coast Guard is 30 minutes out. The weight of those words hit me like a physical blow. A child was fighting for his life because of food that came from my kitchens. Food that I was responsible for, even if I hadn't known about the contaminated shipment. I thought about my own nephew, just about that age, and felt bile rise in my throat. Behind her, I could see other department heads gathering in the main galley, including our hotel director, Mr. Fitzgerald, a company man through and through who'd been with the cruise line for 25 years. He caught my eye through the doorway and made a subtle cutting motion across his throat, a clear message to keep quiet about whatever I might have discovered. The ship's internet had already been throttled to prevent passengers from posting on social media, and I knew from experience that corporate's crisis management team was probably already crafting a story about an isolated norovirus outbreak, completely unrelated to food handling. I walked back into the main galley, my mind racing through the implications of what I knew versus what I was expected to do. "Mr. Pahu." Fitzgerald immediately cornered me near the pass where we usually plated desserts, speaking in that smooth, practiced tone that company executives perfect after years of handling disasters. "Chef, the testing lab will be here within the hour," he said, straightening his tie with manicured fingers that had never touched a hot pan. "They'll find nothing because there's nothing to find. Our supplies are all properly sourced, properly stored, and properly prepared. Whatever made these people sick came from somewhere else. Perhaps they ate at port yesterday. Perhaps it's viral. Your kitchens are spotless. Your procedures are impeccable. And that's exactly what you'll tell the investigators." He placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezing just hard enough to convey threat rather than comfort. "You've got 14 years until full pension, if I remember correctly. Your son's at Northwestern University studying medicine, expensive school. It would be unfortunate if budget cuts forced us to restructure the galley management." The message was crystal clear. Play along or lose everything I'd worked for, everything my family depended on. My phone rang with another call from Dr. Brennan, and this time his voice had lost all professional composure. "We're at 208 cases now, and I need to know what they ate because standard food poisoning treatment isn't working," he said urgently. "Some passengers are showing unusual symptoms. Their white blood cell counts are through the roof. Liver enzymes are spiking in ways I've never seen from typical bacteria. Whatever this is, it's not Salmonella or E. coli or any of the usual suspects." I could hear chaos in the background of his call, alarms beeping, people retching, someone crying hysterically. Meanwhile, Fitzgerald stood 3 feet away from me, arms crossed, watching my every expression. I told Dr. Brennan I'd get back to him and hung up, my mind churning through the horrible calculus of this situation. If I stayed quiet, more people might get sick from the remaining contaminated stock still in our freezers. But if I spoke up, corporate would destroy me financially and professionally. blacklisting me from every cruise line and major hotel chain they had connections with, which was basically all of them. They'd paint me as a negligent chef who'd failed to maintain standards, making me the scapegoat while the executives who'd actually ordered the corrupt shipment remained untouched in their shoreside offices. The health inspectors arrived faster than expected, a team of 3 officials in Navy windbreakers who immediately commandeered my office and started demanding documentation. I handed over everything they asked for: the filtered version, the official logs that showed perfect compliance, while the real evidence Kevin had shown me burned like acid in my consciousness. They took samples from every station, swabbed surfaces, checked temperatures, interviewed my staff who all stuck to the script with practiced efficiency. During a brief break, I excused myself and went to the crew bathroom, where I found Kevin's assistant, Maria, crying in one of the stalls. She'd been working the night shift when the contaminated meat came in, and through her tears, she told me that Robert had made them repackage everything, transferring the suspicious proteins into our standard containers with our regular labels. He said it was a special arrangement to help the company during supply chain problems, she sobbed, mascara streaming down her cheeks. But chef, some of those packages, they smelled wrong even while frozen, like ammonia mixed with something sweet and rotten. We tried to refuse, but Robert said we'd all be fired and put off at the next port without our wages. She showed me videos on her phone that she'd secretly recorded, timestamp showing 3:47 a.m. last Saturday, of Robert and 2 other supervisors literally peeling labels off boxes and replacing them with fresh ones from our standard supplier. I made a decision in that bathroom that would change everything. I told Maria to send me those videos immediately, then walked back to my office where the inspectors were still working. Mr. Fitzgerald had positioned himself in the corner, supposedly reviewing paperwork but really monitoring every word I said. I pulled out my personal laptop, not the company one, and started compiling everything. Kevin's photos, Maria's videos, screenshots of the altered delivery manifests, even recordings I'd made of previous conversations where corporate had pushed us to cut costs. The lead inspector, a woman named Diane with 30 years of experience and eyes that missed nothing, noticed my agitation. "Chef, is there something you'd like to share with us?" she asked quietly, and I saw Fitzgerald tense up, his hand moving to his phone, probably to alert legal. I looked at Diane, then at Fitzgerald, then thought about that 7-year-old boy fighting for his life in a helicopter somewhere over the ocean. "Yes," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "But I need protection from retaliation, and I need it in writing before I show you what really happened here." The room went completely silent, except for the distant sound of the ship's engines, and I could practically hear my career crumbling like overbaked pastry. What happened next was like watching a dam burst in slow motion. Diane immediately called for federal marshals who were apparently already on standby at the nearest port, then began documenting everything while Fitzgerald tried desperately to reach corporate legal on his phone. Within an hour, they'd seized all the remaining contaminated products, locked down the entire kitchen operation, and started interviewing every single member of my staff separately. The truth came pouring out. Apparently, this wasn't the first time, just the first time people had gotten this sick. Robert, when faced with federal charges, cracked completely and admitted that corporate had been doing this for 18 months across their entire fleet, saving approximately $12 million by purchasing rejected and expired proteins through shell companies and relabeling them. The ammonia smell Maria had noticed was from chemicals used to mask decomposition, a practice that's literally criminal in food service. Dr. Brennan later confirmed that the unusual symptoms were from a rare bacteria that only develops in meat that's been thawed and refrozen multiple times in contaminated conditions. By evening, FBI agents had boarded the ship, and Fitzgerald was in custody along with 3 other executives who'd tried to destroy evidence. The 7-year-old boy survived after intensive treatment, though his family would deal with complications for months. The cruise line tried to fire me the next day, but the whistleblower protection Diane had arranged held firm, and the story exploded across international news within 72 hours. I testified in federal court 6 months later, providing evidence that led to criminal charges against 14 corporate executives and a complete restructuring of the company's food safety protocols. The cruise line paid out $300 million in settlements and criminal fines, and new federal regulations were passed requiring independent food safety audits for all cruise operations. I never worked on a ship again. No cruise line would touch me after I'd exposed the industry's dirty secret, but I found something better. Now I run a food safety consulting firm that trains kitchen staff to recognize and report exactly these kinds of violations, and Maria works with me as my lead inspector. Kevin took over as executive chef on a competitor's ship, where he implemented the strictest food safety standards in the fleet. Sometimes I miss the sunrise through those porthole windows and the rhythm of life at sea, but then I remember that little boy's family sending me a photo of him on his 8th birthday, healthy and grinning with cake all over his face. That photo sits on my desk now, reminding me every day that some things matter more than careers or corporate loyalty. The galley might have been my whole world once, but saving lives by speaking truth became my purpose, even if it meant I'd never sail again. February 2016 was when everything went sideways for me. I was 34, recently divorced, and desperately needed the money when I took that job as a night watchman on the Oceanic Pearl, one of those massive cruise ships that holds about 4,000 passengers. The pay was decent, better than anything I could find on land at the time, and they were offering 6-month contracts with overtime guaranteed. I'd worked security at a mall in Phoenix before, nothing fancy, just checking doors and walking around empty corridors at night. The cruise line job seemed like the same deal, except floating. My buddy Frank had done it for 2 years and said it was easy money. Just patrol the decks, make sure drunk passengers got back to their rooms safely, and keep an eye on restricted areas. Simple enough, right? The first 3 weeks were exactly what I expected. I'd start my shift at 11 p.m., do my rounds through the passenger decks, check the pool areas, make sure nobody was climbing on railings or doing anything stupid after too many drinks at the bars. Most nights I'd help maybe 2 or 3 people who couldn't find their cabin, guide them back while they rambled about how amazing their vacation was. The ship had this whole city inside it, restaurants, theaters, casinos, shopping areas, and at night, when most passengers were asleep, it became this quiet, humming maze of corridors and stairwells. I actually enjoyed those first weeks, walking through the empty spaces, listening to the ocean through the walls, feeling the slight sway under my feet. It was peaceful in a way that my life hadn't been for a while. It was a Wednesday night in my 4th week when I first noticed something weird. I was doing my usual patrol near the aft section of Deck 5 when I saw 2 crew members I recognized from the entertainment staff, a guy named Victor from Romania and a woman called Sophia from Greece. They were practically carrying this passenger, a middle-aged woman in a sparkly dress who could barely stand. Now I'd seen plenty of drunk passengers, but this was different. Her head was completely limp, rolling back and forth with each step, and her feet were dragging on the carpet. I started walking toward them to help, figured they were taking her to the medical center on Deck 2, but then they turned left instead of right. Left led to a service elevator that went down to the crew quarters and storage areas. Definitely not where passengers belonged. When I called out to them, Victor just looked at me, put his finger to his lips, and shook his head. Sophia mouthed something that looked like special arrangement, and they disappeared into the elevator. The next morning, I mentioned it to Gary, the security supervisor who worked days. He'd been with the cruise line for 15 years, knew everything about everything. Gary just laughed it off, told me sometimes VIP passengers get special recovery services when they party too hard. Private medical attention in better-equipped rooms away from the regular medical bay. He said the cruise line didn't advertise it, but wealthy passengers paid extra for discretion when they got too wasted. Made sense at the time, I guess. Rich people always got different treatment, and the cruise industry was all about keeping high rollers happy. But something about the way Victor had looked at me stuck in my mind. It wasn't conspiratorial, like we were in on some secret together. It was more like a warning, like I should mind my own business and forget what I saw. 2 nights later, it happened again. Different crew members this time. Guys from the restaurant staff I'd seen around but didn't know by name. They had a young man, maybe 25, wearing an expensive-looking suit that was all disheveled. This time I was closer, could see his face clearly under the corridor lights. His eyes were open but completely unfocused, pupils dilated so wide they looked black. Drool was running down his chin. The weird part was how systematic they were about it. One guy had him under the arms, the other had his legs, and they were moving fast, efficient, like they'd done this many times before. They took the same service elevator, going down to the restricted areas. I followed them this time, took the stairs down to deck 1, but when I got there, the corridor was empty. Just the hum of the engines and the smell of industrial cleaning products. There were dozens of doors down there, storage rooms, crew quarters, mechanical areas. They could have gone anywhere. I started paying more attention after that, changing my patrol routes to spend more time near those service elevators. Over the next week, I saw it happen 4 more times. Always late, always between 2 and 4 a.m. when the ship was quietest. Always crew members from different departments, entertainment, food service, housekeeping, carrying passengers who were beyond drunk, practically unconscious. And always down to the restricted areas below the passenger decks. I started keeping notes in my phone, writing down dates, times, descriptions of the passengers. There was a pattern forming that I couldn't ignore. The passengers were always alone, always wearing expensive clothes or jewelry, always so intoxicated they couldn't speak or walk. And here's what really got me. I never saw any of them again during the rest of the cruise. Now, it's a big ship, sure, but I had a good memory for faces, especially ones I'd seen in such strange circumstances. The breaking point came on a Saturday night, almost 6 weeks into my contract. I was near the casino on deck 8 when I saw them carrying a woman who looked exactly like someone I'd helped earlier that same night. Around midnight, she'd been tipsy but coherent, asking me for directions to her cabin. She'd shown me her key card, cabin 742, and I'd walked her there myself. She was traveling alone, she told me. A recent widow spending some of her husband's life insurance on a trip she'd always dreamed about. Now, at 3:30 a.m., here she was being carried by 2 crew members, completely unconscious, wearing the same silver dress. This time, I didn't hesitate. I stepped right in front of them, badge out, and demanded to know where they were taking her. The taller one, a Lithuanian guy from maintenance, just stared at me. The other one, someone from the spa staff, actually smiled. Not a friendly smile, but the kind that made your spine go rigid. "Step aside," the Lithuanian said, his accent thick. "This is authorized." When I asked for what authorization, whose authorization, he pulled out a radio and spoke rapidly in a language I didn't understand. Within 2 minutes, Gary appeared, which was strange because Gary never worked nights. He was wearing regular clothes, not his uniform, and his face was all business. He pulled me aside, gripped tight on my arm, and walked me away from the crew members who continued on with the woman. "Listen to me very carefully," he said, and his voice was different, harder than I'd ever heard it. "You're going to forget what you saw. You're going to go back to your normal patrol route, and you're going to stop making notes about things that don't concern you." When I protested that this was my job, that something illegal was happening, he leaned in close. "Your job is whatever we say it is. You've got 4 months left on your contract. You can finish it quietly and get your bonus, or you can be terminated at the next port for insubordination. No references, no final pay, and good luck explaining to your next employer why you got fired from a cruise ship." Then he said something that really chilled me. "That ex-wife of yours back in Phoenix, she's getting those alimony payments on time, right? Be a shame if you couldn't keep up with them." I went back to my cabin that morning and sat on my narrow bunk, trying to process what was happening. The threat was clear, but the reality of it was hitting me hard. I needed this job. The divorce had cleaned me out, and those alimony payments were court-ordered. If I lost this gig, I'd be in contempt of court within 2 months. But those passengers, something was happening to them. I couldn't just ignore it. I decided to be smarter about it. Instead of confronting anyone directly, I'd gather evidence quietly. I started using my phone to record videos during my patrols, keeping it in my chest pocket with the camera slightly exposed. I'd walk by those service elevators, hoping to catch something on film. For 3 nights, nothing. Then on night 4, I got lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. I captured clear footage of 3 crew members carrying an unconscious man into the service elevator. His wallet had fallen out of his pocket, and one of them picked it up, pulled out the cash, and tossed the wallet into a trash bin. That was straight-up theft. No way to explain that away as VIP service. The next morning, we docked at Nassau. I had 6 hours of shore leave and used it to find an internet cafe away from the ship's Wi-Fi. I uploaded the video to my cloud storage and emailed copies to myself at 3 different email addresses. Then I did something else. I searched for news about missing cruise passengers. What I found made me sick. Over the past 2 years, 17 passengers had gone missing from various ships operated by our cruise line. The official reports always said the same thing. Passenger disembarked at port and failed to return. Or voluntary disembarkation documented. But family members were quoted saying their loved ones would never just leave, that their belongings were still in their cabins, that something was wrong. One woman's daughter said her mother had called her the night before she supposedly disembarked voluntarily in Jamaica, excited about the formal dinner that evening. She never made it to dinner, and according to the cruise line, she'd left the ship at 6 a.m. the next morning. No security footage, no witnesses, just a notation in the ship's log. I knew I had to do something, but I also knew I was trapped on that ship for another 4 months. Going to the authorities at port seemed like the obvious choice, but I needed more evidence, something undeniable. That night I did something stupid but necessary. I waited until 3 a.m., then used my security override to access the passenger manifest system. I looked up the woman from cabin 7412, the widow I'd tried to help. According to the system, she had disembarked that morning in Nassau. Voluntary departure, no forwarding address, no contact with the cruise line needed. But I'd seen her being carried unconscious just hours before we docked. Her cabin had already been cleaned and prepared for a new passenger arriving that day. I checked the others I'd made notes about. All of them showed the same thing. Voluntary disembarkation at various ports, always within 24 hours of when I'd seen them being carried away. The pattern was clear and horrifying. They were taking passengers who were alone, getting them severely intoxicated somehow, and then making them disappear at port, probably dumping them somewhere or selling them to human traffickers. The cruise line was covering it up with false records. My last night on the ship came sooner than expected. 3 days after Nassau, Gary came to my cabin with 2 other security officers. They searched everything, found my backup phone hidden in my mattress with all the videos and notes. Gary deleted everything while the others held me against the wall. "You're done," he said. "Next port is Cozumel. You're getting off there. Your final pay is forfeit due to breach of contract. We found evidence you've been stealing from passenger cabins." I started to protest, but he cut me off. "That's the story if you try to make trouble. We have your fingerprints on items from 3 different cabins where valuables went missing. You think anyone will believe a disgruntled fired security guard over a multi-billion-dollar cruise line?" They escorted me to a storage room in the crew area and locked me in. No phone, no way to contact anyone. They brought me food twice a day and let me use the bathroom under guard. When we docked at Cozumel, they marched me off the ship with just my passport and the clothes I was wearing, handed me $200 cash, and told me if I ever tried to contact the authorities or the media, they'd make sure I was arrested for theft. It took me 3 days to get back to Phoenix using the $200 for bus tickets and gas station food. When I got home, I found an email waiting in one of my backup accounts. The cloud storage links I'd sent from Nassau were still active. They'd deleted everything on my phones but hadn't known about the uploads. I had the video of them stealing from the unconscious passenger, plus all my notes with dates and times. I spent weeks trying to figure out what to do with it. Went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, but they said maritime crimes were complicated, especially in international waters. Tried calling journalists, but nobody wanted to touch a story about a major cruise line without more proof. The few who showed interest backed off quickly, said their editors wouldn't run it. I even contacted a maritime lawyer who told me bluntly that suing would be pointless. The cruise line would bury me in legal fees, and those employment contracts have arbitration clauses that basically sign away your right to sue anyway. Eventually, I gave up trying to go through official channels. But I couldn't just let it go completely. I started posting on cruise forums and travel warning sites, using anonymous accounts and VPNs, sharing what I'd witnessed without naming the specific cruise line. My lawyer had warned me about defamation suits. Some people believed me, others called me a conspiracy theorist, but every few months I'd see another news story about a missing cruise passenger, another voluntary disembarkation that didn't make sense. I know what's happening on those ships. Crew members are drugging solitary passengers, probably with something slipped into their drinks at the bars, then robbing them and getting rid of them at ports. Maybe they're selling them to traffickers. Maybe they're just dumping them unconscious in dangerous areas where they become robbery victims or worse. The cruise line covers it up, doctors the records, and threatens anyone who tries to speak up. I still have that video saved in a dozen different places, waiting for the day someone with real power decides to investigate. Until then, I tell anyone who will listen, if you're traveling alone on a cruise, never accept a drink you didn't see poured, never get severely intoxicated, and always make sure someone on land knows where you are. Because once you disappear at sea, you're just another voluntary disembarkation in the ship's log, and nobody's coming to look for you. I need everyone here to understand that what I'm about to share cost me my career, my reputation, and probably my sanity. 10 months ago, I was working security on the Atlantic Empress, one of those massive floating cities that carries 4,000 passengers plus crew. I'd been doing maritime security for 12 years before that. Started in the Coast Guard, then moved to commercial vessels. The pay was decent. The work was usually straightforward. Drunk passengers getting rowdy, occasional theft from staterooms, maybe a fight at the casino. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened during that voyage from New York to Bermuda. I still wake up at night thinking about Cabin 8247, about the Anderson family, and about how 4 people can simply stop existing while surrounded by thousands of others. The call came in around 10:30 p.m. on our second night at sea. I was doing my rounds on Deck 9 when my radio crackled. Housekeeping was reporting an issue with a stateroom on Deck 8. The night supervisor, a woman named Yolanda who'd been with the cruise line for 20 years, said something was wrong with one of the family suites. She wouldn't elaborate over the radio, just kept insisting I needed to come down immediately. Her voice had this edge to it that I'd never heard before. When I got there, she was standing outside 8247 with 2 of her staff members. They all had the same expression, confused and genuinely disturbed. Yolanda handed me the master keycard without saying a word and just pointed at the door. When I opened that cabin, I expected maybe vandalism, a medical emergency, or even a crime scene. What I found was nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing. The suite was pristine, like it had just been prepared for new passengers. The beds were made with fresh linens, corners tucked military style. The bathroom had wrapped soaps, folded towel arrangements, those little shampoo bottles lined up perfectly. The closets were empty, hangers evenly spaced. Even the welcome basket with the champagne bottle sat untouched on the coffee table. The promotional cruise materials fanned out like a deck of cards. But here's what made everyone uncomfortable. The manifest showed the Andersons had checked in 36 hours ago. A family of 4 from Michigan. Parents in their 40s, 2 teenage kids. I pulled up their records on my tablet right there in the doorway. Everything looked normal at first glance. They'd completed online check-in 2 weeks prior, uploaded their passport photos, selected their dinner seating. The embarkation system showed them boarding at 2:47 p.m. on departure day. Their keycards had been activated. Their safety drill attendance was marked complete. The dining system even showed they'd eaten dinner the first night. Table 42 in the main dining room. Orders placed at 7:23 p.m. The father had the salmon, the mother chose pasta primavera, the kids both got burgers. Their server, a guy named Antonio from Portugal, had even noted that they'd mentioned celebrating their daughter's acceptance to college. But standing in that empty cabin, none of it made sense. I immediately called the bridge and requested a full security protocol. Within minutes, I had 3 more officers with me, and we began a systematic search. We pulled the keycard logs for cabin 8247. The last entry was at 9:14 p.m. the previous night, right after dinner. The hallway cameras? Here's where things got weird. The footage showed the Andersons returning to their cabin at 9:14 p.m., exactly matching the keycard data. 4 people walked down that corridor. I watched it myself at least a dozen times. They were laughing about something. The father had his arm around his son's shoulder. They entered the cabin, the door closed, and that was it. No one left that room according to the cameras. But the next footage, from Yolanda's team arriving at 10:15 p.m. tonight to do turn-down service, showed them entering an already empty cabin. We reviewed every single camera on the ship, every elevator, every stairwell, every public area. The Andersons appeared in multiple locations throughout the first day and a half. The pool deck, the buffet for breakfast, walking through the promenade. The son played basketball with other teens at the sports court. The mother got a coffee at the cafe on deck 6 around 3 p.m. on day 2. But after they entered their cabin at 9:14 p.m., they never appeared on another camera. I had my team check everything. The medical center in case they'd had an emergency. The brig in case something had happened that wasn't logged. Even the crew areas in case they'd somehow wandered where passengers shouldn't go. We discreetly checked other passenger cabins near 8247, thinking maybe there'd been a mix-up with room numbers. Nothing. 4 people had simply vanished from a locked metal box floating in the middle of the ocean. The chief security officer, a former Navy man named Douglas Crawford, took over the investigation around midnight. He brought in the hotel director, the staff captain, and eventually even woke up the captain himself. The entire senior leadership was now in the security office, watching the same footage, reviewing the same records, coming to the same impossible conclusion. Crawford made the call to begin interviewing staff members who'd had any interaction with the Andersons. That's when the inconsistencies started piling up. Antonio, the waiter from dinner, swore he'd served them both nights. He described their conversations in detail, mentioned the father was from Detroit, worked in automotive manufacturing. But the dining room manager showed us the system. Only 1 dinner was logged. When we checked Antonio's other tables from the second night, table 42 was marked as vacant, never seated. The pool attendant, a kid named Jeremy from California, remembered the son because they'd talked about surfing. He insisted he'd seen him at the pool that very afternoon, around 2 p.m. But when we checked the towel checkout system, the Andersons' cards had only registered on day 1. The spa had a booking for Mrs. Anderson for a massage at 4 p.m. on day 2. The therapist, Helen, said she'd waited 45 minutes, but the woman never showed. Yet Helen's colleague, working the next station, swore she'd seen Mrs. Anderson leaving the spa around 5 p.m., looking relaxed and thanking the staff. The boutique clerk had a receipt showing Mr. Anderson bought a watch that afternoon, paid with his key card, signature on file. But inventory showed that exact watch still in the display case, and the transaction wasn't in the point-of-sale system anymore, just the paper receipt that shouldn't have existed. By 3 a.m., Crawford pulled me aside into his private office. His face was gray and he looked older than I'd ever seen him. He told me that in 30 years of maritime security, he'd encountered 3 similar situations. Never 4 people at once, but passengers who just stopped existing. The cruise line had a protocol for this, he said, though it wasn't in any manual I'd ever read. We were to document everything, secure all evidence, and then wait for instructions from corporate. He made me sign something right there, a document I'd never seen before, with legal language about proprietary information and national maritime security. The way his hands trembled when he handed me the pen told me this was bigger than just our ship. He said corporate would handle the family notifications, that there would be a cover story about a medical evacuation by helicopter that happened while most passengers were asleep. The next morning came too fast. At 6 a.m., 2 men in suits boarded via the pilot boat. They weren't introduced to anyone, just went straight to the security office with Crawford. By 7 a.m., the Andersons' cabin was being occupied by a different family, the Washingtons from Oregon, who'd supposedly won a last-minute upgrade in a contest nobody remembered running. The crew members who'd reported inconsistencies were all called in for individual meetings. When they came out, they wouldn't talk about what was discussed, just went back to work like nothing had happened. Antonio suddenly remembered he'd been confused. That table 42 had been empty the second night after all. Jeremy admitted he must have mixed up the days. Helen's colleague realized she'd been mistaken about seeing Mrs. Anderson. The receipt from the boutique had disappeared, and the clerk insisted he'd never made that sale. I was given 2 choices that afternoon in Crawford's office, with those 2 suits standing behind him like gargoyles. Option 1, accept a promotion to a shoreside position with a 50% pay increase, full relocation package, and a glowing recommendation. Option 2, refuse and face immediate termination for security protocol violations they'd already documented against me, violations that hadn't existed an hour earlier. The catch with option 1? I had to sign another document, this one stating that the Anderson family had never boarded the Atlantic Empress. That cabin 8247 had been vacant due to a booking error, and that any suggestion otherwise would result in criminal prosecution for fraud and defamation. They had a psychiatrist ready to declare me unfit for duty if I chose wrong. Crawford wouldn't even look at me while they explained this. He just stared at his desk, jaw clenched so tight I could hear his teeth grinding. I took the promotion, God help me. Moved to a desk job in Seattle, never set foot on another ship. But I kept copies of everything, the original passenger manifest, the security footage on a drive I smuggled off the ship, the keycard logs, even photos of that impossible receipt. The Andersons were real. They boarded that ship. They ate in that dining room. They walked those corridors. And then somewhere between 9:14 p.m. when they entered their cabin and 10:15 p.m. when housekeeping found it empty, they ceased to exist in our reality. The cruise line knows this happens. They have a system for it. People who come aboard to clean it up, documents ready to silence anyone who asks questions. I've spent months trying to find the Andersons' family, friends, anyone who knew them. But every lead goes cold. It's like they never existed anywhere except on that ship for those 36 hours. Whatever took them, whatever happened in cabin 8247, the Atlantic Empress is still sailing, still carrying thousands of passengers who have no idea that some of them might simply disappear between one heartbeat and the next. I've worked on ships most of my adult life, and at the time of this story, I was serving as the chief engineer on a mid-sized cruise liner. The job wasn't glamorous. Most of my days were buried in noise, heat, and the constant vibration of the engine room. I lived for the routine, though. The checklist every morning, the hum of the machinery when everything was running right, the sense of responsibility that came with keeping the ship moving. It was during one of those routine maintenance checks, the kind you could almost do with your eyes closed, that things went very wrong. That day I remember stepping into the engine room with a mug of coffee that had already gone cold. The air was heavy, thick with oil and the faint metallic tang of heated steel. I was going over the generator's auxiliary system, something that should have been simple, but the pressure readings didn't match the logbooks. At first I thought it was just my eyes. Maybe I hadn't slept enough, but the numbers were way out of range. I leaned closer, listening to the uneven rattle of the machinery, and before I had the chance to shut things down, there was a snap so loud it felt like a gunshot. The sound was followed by a rush of steam and a jolt that knocked me back against the wall. When the emergency lock kicked in, sealing off the compartment, I realized I was trapped inside. My radio had slipped from my belt during the impact, skidding across the grated floor into a shallow pool of coolant. I could still hear the engines hammering away, steady as ever, but the room was filling with a thin mist that stung my throat every time I inhaled. My first thought was that someone would be on their way fast. Engine failures don't go unnoticed for long. But minutes kept passing. The lights above flickered, turning the room into a strange strobe of shadows and glints of metal. My watch ticked loud in the silence between the hums, and it hit me that nobody was coming right away. That's when I began noticing the little things. Gauges taped over, inspection tags with handwriting that didn't look like the usual signatures, dates that didn't line up. It wasn't just one oversight, it was deliberate. The logs had been padded, checks signed off without anyone actually doing them. Sitting there with my back against the trembling steel wall, it sank in that my accident wasn't just bad luck. It was the byproduct of someone cutting corners. I tried forcing the hatch open, but the emergency seal held tight, locking with a mechanical finality that told me I wasn't going anywhere until someone up top decided it was safe. My throat burned from the residue in the air, and every breath felt heavier than the last. I started pounding on the steel with a wrench, hoping the noise would carry, but all it did was echo back at me. It gave me too much time to think, and the more I thought, the clearer it became. Those logs hadn't just been fudged, they were falsified intentionally, probably to keep the ship on schedule. I'd heard rumors before. Engineers grumbling that inspections were rushed, or that management pressured crews to sign off on maintenance without shutting systems down, because downtime meant lost money. I always thought those stories were exaggerated, the kind of complaints guys made after long shifts. But sitting there, staring at the sloppy ink marks on tags that should have been official records, I couldn't deny it anymore. It was right in front of me, and now I was paying for it with every wheeze of my lungs. What really scared me was imagining how many other systems had been cleared the same way. If the auxiliary generator had been neglected, what about the emergency pumps, the lifeboat winches? The thought that passengers upstairs were trusting a ship being held together by forged paperwork was worse than my own situation. I couldn't stop picturing a full blackout in the middle of open water, alarms blaring while families lined up at lifeboats that might not even lower properly. Eventually, I heard voices faintly through the walls, muffled at first, then closer. They weren't rushing, though. It was almost casual, like they were debating what to do instead of scrambling to pull me out. That chilled me more than the steam. If they'd cut corners before, maybe rescuing me too quickly would raise questions they didn't want asked. I sat there gripping the wrench, not to defend myself, but because it was the only thing grounding me as I realized my accident wasn't just a fluke. It was a symptom of something bigger, and the people in charge might not be in any hurry to expose it. When they finally unsealed the hatch, 2 crewmen stood there, faces pale under the harsh fluorescent lights. They didn't look relieved to see me alive. More uneasy, like my survival complicated things. One of them, a younger guy named Ellis, muttered something about a malfunction as he helped me out, avoiding my eyes the whole time. The other scribbled notes on a clipboard without even glancing at the wrecked equipment. It felt rehearsed, like they already had a story prepared before opening that door. I expected to be rushed straight to medical, but instead they led me down a service corridor that bypassed most of the passenger areas. The doctor only showed up after a long delay, gave me a quick check and told me to rest. No real questions, no thorough examination, just a pat on the shoulder and a promise everything was handled. Lying there, my chest still raw from breathing in the fumes, I couldn't shake the thought that what they wanted most was for me to shut up and move on. The next morning, I went back to the engine room on my own. The section that nearly killed me had already been cleaned up, the tags replaced with fresh ones, dates neatly aligned this time. It looked like nothing had ever happened, but I knew the truth. I'd seen the altered logs, the fake signatures, the sloppy ink smears. Someone had buried the evidence overnight, and I realized if I spoke up too loudly, I might not have a career to return to, or worse, I might disappear into the sea like plenty of other problem ships conveniently lose. I never told the passengers. I couldn't. But after we docked, I turned in my resignation and walked away from that ship for good. To this day, I don't know how far up the chain the cover-up went, but I know what I saw down there wasn't a mistake. It was systematic. Every time I hear about another accident at sea, I wonder if the same shortcuts are still being taken, hidden behind polished brochures and promises of safety. I survived that night, but I'll never step foot in an engine room again. Back then, I worked as a safety officer on a passenger ship. It wasn't glamorous like people imagine. Most of my days were spent buried in manuals, making sure procedures were followed, and checking that drills didn't turn into chaos. I'd been on that particular contract for 3 months, and by then I had memorized every corner of the vessel, the narrow stairwells, the smell of oil near the engine access, even the echo of the PA system when announcements crackled late at night. Life at sea felt repetitive, but that repetition was supposed to mean safety. That was my job. Predictability, order, and control. Or at least that's what I thought. The incident happened during a mandatory lifeboat drill. These drills were routine, nothing the crew or passengers ever got excited about. My role was to oversee the release system, make sure each boat lowered smoothly into the water and came back up without a hitch. I remember standing near the launch mechanism, clipboard in hand, trying to ignore the grumbling of passengers who didn't understand why the process took so long. Everything was supposed to run by the book that day, except it didn't. The first jolt was so sudden that people screamed before they even realized what had happened. One of the lifeboats slammed down against the side of the ship, the cable grinding as if it had snapped halfway. The boat didn't detach completely, but it hung at an angle so sharp I could see 2 passengers gripping the rails with white knuckles. Another lifeboat, moments later, dropped so violently, it nearly crushed a deckhand who had been signaling with his flashlight. The sound was deafening, metal scraping against metal, followed by panicked shouts that rolled down the deck like a wave. I rushed toward the panel, my mind racing, but the override controls lagged as though the system had been neglected far too long. We managed to stop the drill before anyone was physically hurt, but the air was thick with fear and confusion. Passengers were escorted back inside while officers tried to reassure them it was only a mechanical error, but I knew better. The equipment didn't just fail out of nowhere. I had flagged those very cables in previous notes, pointing out the wear, the rust, the stiffness that meant inspections were overdue. And yet, the official logbook, the one I wasn't allowed to access directly, always showed every inspection as complete and passed. That was the first moment I realized something wasn't adding up. After the drill, a meeting was called in one of the small conference rooms reserved for crew briefings. The captain tried to keep the tone calm, but his jaw was tight the entire time. I sat near the back, listening as the chief engineer blamed unexpected stress on the system. That explanation didn't sit right with me. I had seen the frayed cables, the faded labels, the kind of small details you only notice when you actually spend hours inspecting equipment. When I spoke up and said those lifeboats should have been serviced weeks ago, the room went silent. Few officers glanced at me, then quickly looked away, like I had broken some unspoken rule. Later that evening, I decided to check the maintenance logs myself. Normally, those records were kept in a locked cabinet in the safety office, but I had a key as part of my role. When I pulled out the binder, the pages looked too perfect. Every inspection marked passed, every box ticked with the same neat handwriting. But here's the thing. I knew the officer whose signature was on the forms, and his handwriting had always been sloppy, barely legible. These entries looked like they had been copied straight from a template. I remember staring at the pages, realizing someone had gone to the trouble of forging entire months of inspections. The following day, I was summoned by my direct superior, a man named Captain Lewis. He wasn't unkind, but he had a way of speaking that left no room for questions. He closed the office door behind me and slid a stack of new paperwork across the desk. "We'll need you to sign this," confirming that yesterday's drill was successful and that no safety hazards were present. His tone was casual, almost rehearsed. I stared at the paper, then at him. The form essentially erased everything that had just happened. The near miss, the terrified passengers, the obvious equipment failure. It was as if the whole event was being rewritten before it had even settled in people's memories. I pushed the papers back toward him and said I couldn't sign something that wasn't true. His expression hardened instantly. He leaned forward, lowering his voice, telling me that if I refused, it would create unnecessary trouble for the company and for me. That phrase stuck with me. Unnecessary trouble. In his eyes, a lifeboat nearly crushing people wasn't the issue. The issue was me putting it on record. I left his office with my chest tight, caught between the duty I had sworn to uphold and the unspoken expectation to stay quiet. It was the first time I truly questioned whether integrity had a place on that ship. That night I couldn't sleep. I walked the length of the deck, the ship cutting through the dark water, and I kept thinking about how close we had come to a disaster. Passengers were laughing in the lounge, drinking cocktails, completely unaware of the fact that the very boats meant to save their lives might not even hold together in an emergency. The contrast between their carefree faces and the weight pressing on me made me feel isolated, like I was carrying a secret no one wanted to admit existed. Every creak of the ship, every vibration from the engines made me wonder what else had been ignored or covered up. 2 days later, I was approached by another officer, Mark Holloway, someone I'd known since training. He caught me in the corridor and quietly warned me to drop it. His eyes darted to the security camera above us before he walked away. That shook me more than anything because Mark wasn't the type to get involved in politics. If he was telling me to stay quiet, it meant the problem was bigger than I had realized. I started to notice how conversations stopped when I walked into a room, how certain crew members avoided eye contact. It was like the entire ship had agreed that silence was safer than truth. I held my ground until the end of that contract, refusing to sign any false documents. When I finally disembarked, I filed an anonymous report with the Maritime Safety Board. I never heard back directly, but months later I read a small news piece about a fleet-wide audit for the company and several senior staff members being retired early. There was no mention of forged logs, no details about lifeboats, but I knew what had triggered it. The ship I had worked on was reassigned, and the next time I looked, its name had disappeared from the company's official brochures. Even now, years later, I think about those passengers clinging to the rails of that lifeboat, their faces pale under the emergency lights. It still bothers me that the official story erased what they went through, that their fear was rewritten as a successful drill. I sometimes wonder if anyone else on board remembers it the way I do, or if they've all convinced themselves it never happened. What I do know is this: I'll never forget standing there, holding a clipboard, realizing that the very systems built to save lives had been turned into props for a lie. And that silence, not the sea, was the real danger on that ship. I'd been working as a bartender on cruise ships for a few years when this particular trip happened. At that point in my life, I was 26, single, and mostly living out of a suitcase. I liked the routine of setting up the bar, hearing where people were from and catching little glimpses of their vacations. I knew regular passengers came and went, but crew members like me stayed long enough to notice patterns: who drank too much, who tipped well, and who made others uncomfortable. That night started like many others, with music in the background, laughter echoing from the pool deck, and the smell of salt drifting in whenever the doors opened. There were a few men who always stood out. They weren't the type of people who blended into the crowd. They dressed sharp, but it wasn't just the clothes. It was the way they carried themselves, too sure of their place, always leaning on the bar like they owned it. They were pushy with their orders, tossing bills onto the counter without even making eye contact. What really caught my attention was how security treated them. Normally, security checked IDs for anyone who looked even slightly underage or suspicious. But with these guys, it was as if they were invisible. No questions, no hesitation. drinks passed straight into their hands. I started paying closer attention when I saw how they targeted younger women. Most of the girls were clearly college age, traveling in groups of friends, soaking up the freedom of being away from home. The men would buy rounds without asking, sliding drinks into hands like it was part of some unspoken agreement. I noticed a girl one evening. Her name was Emma, if I remember correctly. She had auburn hair tied up in a messy bun and wore this oversized hoodie that made her look even younger than she probably was. One of the men kept circling her group, offering cocktails and trying to separate her from her friends. Later that same night, I saw Emma again, this time walking toward one of the side exits with that same man trailing beside her. Something about the way he held his hand just barely on her arm made me uneasy, like he was guiding her somewhere she hadn't fully agreed to go. I thought about stepping in, but there's this unspoken pressure when you're crew. You don't cross certain lines unless you're ready for a storm of trouble. Still, I made a mental note of it, promising myself I'd keep an eye out for her the next day. The following afternoon, her friends came up to the bar asking if anyone had seen Emma. They were laughing nervously at first, assuming she'd stayed out late and crashed in another cabin, but as the hours passed, the joking tone faded. I checked the usual spots, the pool deck, the casino, even the lounge where passengers sometimes napped, but she was nowhere. When her friends circled back again, they looked different, more restless. That's when I mentioned I'd last seen her walking with one of the men. Their faces tightened, like they suddenly realized something they didn't want to say out loud. I brought it up discreetly to one of the security guards I knew, a guy named Ryan, who'd been on several contracts with me. His reaction was strange. He didn't ask for details, didn't even look surprised. Instead, he told me to let it go, and that passengers wandered off all the time. But Emma wasn't the type to just vanish. Her hoodie had still been hanging on the back of a chair near the bar that morning, the same one she'd worn the night before. It felt like a breadcrumb left behind, proof she hadn't just wandered off the way Ryan tried to explain. Following night, I decided to check the security office myself. Crew aren't supposed to just walk in there, but I'd built a rapport with some of the guards, and I used that to get inside. The screens showed feeds from every corner of the ship. I asked to review the footage from the side exit where I'd seen Emma leave with that man. The room fell quiet. One guard clicked through the system, and the feed jumped strangely, like time had been cut away. Hours of recordings were gone, replaced with blank gaps. The guard avoided my eyes and muttered something about technical errors, but I'd worked long enough on ships to know what that really meant. By then, the whispers among the crew had started. Other bartenders and cleaners told me stories of women who had gone missing before, brushed aside with official statements about seasickness or choosing to disembark early. The pattern lined up too neatly. The same men, the same avoidance by security, the same erasures in the surveillance logs. I realized then that this wasn't some isolated incident. It was something bigger, something the cruise line itself was willing to bury as long as it kept the money flowing and the passengers entertained. I filed a written report anyway, even knowing how things usually ended. The following day, I went back to check whether any progress had been made, but the supervisor acted like the report had never existed. My words had vanished, just like the footage. Emma's friends were told she must have decided to cut her trip short, even though her belongings were still in her cabin. I overheard one officer saying she'd probably just slipped away at port, but that didn't explain why her room key hadn't been used again after that night. A few days later, I confronted one of the men at the bar. He smirked when I mentioned Emma, leaning in close enough for me to smell the cologne heavy on his jacket. "Careful what you ask," he said, before sliding a wad of bills across the counter and walking away. It wasn't a threat in words, but it was enough to keep me awake for the rest of the night, staring at the ceiling in my tiny cabin, wondering just how much the company knew and how much they were willing to cover up. When the cruise ended, I tried reaching out to authorities on land. I explained what I had seen, who the men were, and how the footage had been wiped. The officer on the phone listened politely, but stopped me as soon as I mentioned the missing video. "If the ship's logs don't show it," he said, "then it didn't happen." That was the line. Without proof, Emma was just another passenger who supposedly chose to disappear. I realized then that the system wasn't built to help someone like her. It was built to protect the company. I still think about Emma more than I'd like to admit. Her friends never got answers, and I never got closure. I eventually left that job, not because of the long hours or the endless nights, but because I couldn't keep pouring drinks for men like that knowing what might happen after. Even now, whenever I hear stories of people vanishing at sea, I picture her hoodie draped over that chair and the gap in the security footage where she should have been. It's the silence around it that haunts me most. The kind that tells you the truth was buried long before anyone ever asked the questions. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The cruise was supposed to be our fresh start. Just me and my 6-year-old son Noah, sailing away from the messy divorce that had consumed the last 18 months of our lives. I'd saved for this trip for almost 2 years, picking up extra shifts at the hospital where I worked as a nurse, squirreling away every overtime dollar into a jar labeled New Beginnings. We boarded the ship in Miami on a humid Saturday morning in July 2018, and I remember thinking how massive the vessel looked from the dock. 12 decks of gleaming white metal and glass, with pools and restaurants and enough activities to keep Noah entertained for our 7-day Caribbean adventure. The other passengers seemed like typical cruise folks, families with kids, elderly couples celebrating anniversaries, honeymooners taking selfies against the railings. Noah was practically vibrating with excitement, clutching his little backpack with his Nintendo DS, and asking me every 5 minutes when we could go to the water slides. The first day was perfect, exactly what I'd imagined when I booked this trip. We explored the ship from top to bottom, Noah's eyes going wide at the rock-climbing wall, the mini golf course, the ice cream parlor that stayed open until midnight. We ate dinner at the buffet where he piled his plate high with mac and cheese and chocolate cake. And I didn't even scold him about vegetables because we were on vacation, damn it. And he deserved to just be a kid after everything he'd witnessed during the divorce proceedings. That night, after tucking him into the bottom bunk in our tiny interior cabin, I stood in our bathroom the size of a closet and looked at myself in the mirror. My brown hair was already getting lighter from just one day in the sun, and for the first time in forever, the bags under my eyes didn't look quite so dark. I actually felt hopeful. The ship's gentle rocking was soothing, and the hum of the engines created white noise that made Noah sleep deeper than he had in months. I fell asleep thinking about the snorkeling excursion we'd booked for Grand Cayman, imagining Noah's face when he saw tropical fish for the first time. Everything shifted on day 2. It started with something small, an announcement over the ship's PA system during breakfast. Attention passengers, would young Sofia Martinez please report to guest services on deck 4? Sofia Martinez to guest services. Noah was busy drowning his pancakes in syrup while I sipped my coffee, watching the ocean through the dining room's massive windows. 10 minutes later, another announcement. Christopher Johnson, please report to guest services. Christopher Johnson, 8 years old, wearing a blue Captain America shirt. That detail stuck with me. Why would they describe what the kid was wearing? I figured maybe the child was lost and they were helping the parents locate them. But then 20 minutes passed and another name was called. Isabella Thompson, 7 years old, last seen near the splash zone on deck 11. The woman at the table next to us, traveling with her 3 kids, caught my eye and shrugged. Busy morning for lost kids, she said with a nervous laugh. I nodded, but something was gnawing at me. In my 12 years working pediatric nursing, I'd developed a 6th sense for when things weren't right with children. By lunchtime, they'd called 6 more names, always children between ages 5 and 9, always with those specific details, what they were wearing, where they were last seen. But here's what made my pulse quicken. I never saw any of these kids being reunited with their families. Not once did I witness a relieved parent hugging their lost child near guest services. I started paying attention, really watching. The pool deck was packed with families, kids running around with soft-serve cones dripping down their arms, parents lounging on deck chairs slathered in sunscreen. But I began noticing other things too. There were staff members who didn't quite fit, men in cruise uniforms who weren't serving drinks or cleaning or leading activities. They were just watching. One guy in particular, tall and thin with acne scars across his cheeks, kept walking the same route around the main pool, his eyes scanning the crowd. He wore a legitimate crew badge, but something about how he moved set off every alarm in my head. When Noah asked if he could go down the water slide alone, it was just a short walk from where I was sitting. I heard myself saying no, even though normally I would have let him. "But Mom, I'm not a baby," he whined. I pulled him closer and told him we'd go together in a few minutes. That afternoon, we were at the kids' club entrance on deck 7. Noah wanted to join the treasure hunt activity, and I figured it would be safe. It was a supervised program in an enclosed space with security check-in. While I was filling out the permission form, a man approached us. He was maybe 40, clean-shaven, wearing the cruise line's bright yellow kids' club staff shirt with a name tag that read Kevin. But his shirt was too new, still had the fold creases from the package, and his name tag was slightly crooked. "Hey there, buddy," he said to Noah, completely ignoring me at first. "You here for the treasure hunt?" "Actually, we moved it to the arcade on deck 12. Way cooler prizes up there. Want me to take you?" Noah's face lit up. He'd been begging to go to the arcade since we boarded. He took a step toward the man, and that's when my body reacted before my brain. I grabbed Noah's shoulder, probably harder than necessary. "We'll go together," I said, my voice coming out sharp. The man's friendly expression flickered for just a second, a flash of irritation, maybe anger, before the smile returned. "Oh, parents aren't allowed in this special event. Insurance reasons, but I promise he'll have a blast." The real kids' club supervisor, a young woman with a Brazilian accent, looked up from her desk. "Kevin? I don't know any Kevin, and the treasure hunt is right here, ma'am, in our main room." The man didn't run. That's what chilled me the most. He just walked away, casually, like nothing had happened. The supervisor called security, but by the time they arrived, he'd vanished into the maze of corridors and decks. Security took my statement, said they'd look into it, but their tone suggested this was just another paranoid parent overreacting. Noah was upset that we left without doing the treasure hunt, but I couldn't get my heart rate back to normal. I kept replaying the moment. How quickly Noah had been ready to go with this stranger. How the man knew exactly what would appeal to my son. We went back to our cabin, and I locked the door, putting the chain on, even though I knew it was probably useless. I let Noah play his DS while I sat on my bunk, trying to process what had almost happened. The announcements continued over the PA system. "Madison Walker, 9 years old. Please report to guest services." Every time I held Noah a little tighter. I started a list in my phone, writing down every name they called, the times, the descriptions. By dinner time, I had 14 names. 14 children whose names echoed through the ship's speakers, but who never seemed to materialize anywhere. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the ship, every footstep in the hallway outside made me sit up in the dark. Noah was out cold, but I kept checking on him, making sure he was still there in his bunk. Around 3 a.m. I heard voices in the corridor, hushed but urgent. I pressed my ear against the door and caught fragments. "Cozumel tomorrow. Easier at the port. The Mexican contact." Then footsteps moving away. I wanted to open the door, see who it was, but I couldn't risk leaving Noah alone, not even for a second. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the floor between his bunk and the door, my phone in one hand and the cabin phone in the other, ready to call security at the slightest sound. The next morning I was exhausted but wired on adrenaline. At breakfast, I started talking to other parents casually at first. "Hey, did you hear all those announcements yesterday? So many lost kids." Most hadn't really noticed. They were on vacation, drinks flowing, kids in various programs. But one mother, a pediatrician from Dallas named Jennifer, had noticed. She pulled me aside near the omelet station. "My daughter's friend from the teen club said she saw security footage being reviewed yesterday. 3 kids who were called over the PA were seen leaving the ship at Nassau Port with adults who weren't their parents. The staff told her it was a custody dispute thing, but..." She glanced around nervously. "Those kids' families never reported them missing." I asked at guest services. I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. These weren't just announcements. They were shopping lists. Someone was using the PA system to mark targets, maybe to signal accomplices. The more I thought about it, the more it made horrible sense. International waters meant murky jurisdiction, ports in developing countries where documentation might be lax, a ship with thousands of passengers where kids naturally wandered off from parents. It was a perfect hunting ground. Jennifer and I exchanged numbers, promised to watch each other's kids, but I knew that wasn't enough. We were heading to Cozumel that day. The words I'd heard in the hallway suddenly taking on new meaning. I made a decision. We weren't leaving the cabin. I told Noah I wasn't feeling well, and miracle of miracles, he didn't argue much. Maybe he sensed my fear. We stayed locked in that tiny room, eating room service, watching movies on my laptop. But the announcements continued. Timothy Brooks, 6 years old, blue swimsuit, last seen near the mini golf course. Each name felt like a countdown to something terrible. The breaking point came on day 4. We'd stayed holed up through the Cozumel port day, but Noah was getting restless, crying about missing everything fun. Against my better judgment, I agreed to take him to the breakfast buffet early when it would be less crowded. We were there at 6:30 a.m., the dining room mostly empty except for a few elderly early risers. Noah was eating cereal when I noticed him, the acne-scarred man from the pool deck, now wearing a server's uniform, standing by the juice station but not actually working. He was watching us. When our eyes met, he didn't look away. Instead, he smiled and started walking toward our table. I stood up so fast I knocked over my coffee cup. "Noah, we're leaving. Now." But when I turned, another man was behind us, younger, muscular, wearing a maintenance uniform. "Your son dropped this," he said, holding out a toy that wasn't Noah's. It was a distraction technique. I knew it instantly. The scarred man was now only 3 tables away. I grabbed Noah's hand and basically dragged him toward the nearest exit, but a third man appeared in the doorway. The fake Kevin from the kids' club. They were coordinating, boxing us in. That's when I did something I'm not proud of. I screamed. Not a help me scream, but a completely unhinged, "My child is having a seizure," scream that made everyone in the dining room turn. Noah looked at me in shock, but I pushed him to the floor and held his head, shouting for people to call medical. The elderly passengers rushed over, creating a crowd, and in the chaos, the 3 men melted away. They couldn't grab us with 20 witnesses surrounding us. Ship medical arrived with a wheelchair, and I kept up the act, saying Noah had childhood epilepsy, that I was a nurse, that we needed to get to the medical center immediately. Once we were in the medical bay with actual security present, I broke down and told them everything. The doctor, an older British woman named Dr. Whitmore, listened to my story while checking Noah over. She exchanged looks with the security chief, then quietly said, "You're not the first parent to report this. We've had 3 families leave the cruise early at previous ports after similar incidents." She pulled up something on her computer, then turned the screen away from us. "I'm going to recommend immediate disembarkation for medical reasons. There's a flight from Cozumel to Miami this afternoon. Security will escort you to pack and get off the ship." Her eyes were deadly serious. "Don't stop anywhere. Don't talk to anyone. Just pack and go." 2 security officers walked us to our cabin. Real security. With radios and serious expressions, not like the dismissive ones from before. While I threw our belongings into suitcases, one of them stood inside our room while the other guarded the hallway. Noah kept asking what was happening, why we were leaving, and I had to lie. "Mommy's really sick, baby. We need to go home." My hands shook as I zipped up the bags, remembering all those children's names called over the speakers. How many had actually made it home? The security officers took us down a service elevator I didn't even know existed, through corridors that passengers never see. Bare metal walls, exposed pipes, the underbelly of the floating city. We emerged at a crew exit on Deck 2, where a van was already waiting. The younger security officer, a Filipino man who'd been silent the whole time, suddenly grabbed my arm as we were about to get in the van. "Ma'am," he whispered, "delete any photos from the ship. Don't post about this online. These people, they have connections everywhere. Just go home and forget this cruise happened." His fear was so genuine it made my knees weak. During the ride to the airport, I held Noah so tight he complained he couldn't breathe. But I couldn't let go. I kept thinking about that fake Kevin, how he'd known exactly what my son wanted, how prepared they all were. We made it home to Ohio that night. The cruise line refunded our entire trip without me even asking, which told me everything I needed to know about how much they wanted this buried. For weeks after, I had nightmares about those announcements, about children's names echoing through speakers while their parents searched frantically. I called the FBI, filed a report, but the agent who took my statement seemed unsurprised, tired even. "International waters," he said, like that explained everything. "We're aware of the situation. Thank you for your report." That was it. No follow-up, no investigation that I ever heard about. Jennifer, the pediatrician from Dallas, texted me once to say they'd made it home safely too. Then her number was disconnected. I never found out what happened to the children whose names were called. Sometimes I Google them. Sophia Martinez missing. Christopher Johnson disappeared. But nothing ever comes up. It's like they never existed. Noah doesn't remember much about the cruise now, thank God. He just knows we came home early because Mom got sick. But I remember everything. The way those men moved through the ship like they belonged there. The casual efficiency of their hunting. The perfect cover of thousands of distracted tourists. Sometimes, when I'm at a crowded mall or amusement park and hear a child's name called over the loudspeaker, my whole body goes cold, and I find myself scanning the crowd, looking for men who are watching too closely, smiling too widely, wearing uniforms that don't quite fit. The Atlantic was rougher than usual that September, and most passengers had already retreated to their cabins by the time everything went sideways. I'd been on the ship for 3 days, one of those mid-sized vessels that runs the New York to Southampton route. Nothing glamorous but comfortable enough. My cabin was on the 7th floor, just a small room with a porthole that stayed fogged up from the temperature difference between the ocean air and the ship's heating system. After 8 years with Boston PD and another 2 running my own security consulting firm, I'd gotten pretty good at reading people, noticing patterns that didn't belong. My sister had practically forced this trip on me after my divorce papers came through, told me 7 days at sea would help me reset, stop obsessing over surveillance footage and threat assessments for corporate clients who paid too much for peace of mind. She wasn't wrong. The first couple days had been exactly the kind of mindless relaxation I needed. Mediocre food at the buffet, a comedy show that made me laugh exactly once, and long hours sitting on the deck watching the horizon bob up and down. Everything changed on night 3, right around 11:30 in the main lounge. I'd been sitting at the bar with a glass of bourbon, watching the bartender, a Romanian kid named Anton who couldn't have been older than 25, juggle drink orders from increasingly drunk passengers. That's when the shouting started near the casino entrance. 2 men, both in their 40s, expensive clothing but wearing it wrong, like they'd bought it specifically for this trip. The bigger one had shoulders that stretched his navy blazer to its limits, and when he shoved the smaller guy, it wasn't just anger. It was calculated, theatrical even. The smaller man crashed into a table where 4 women were playing cards, sending chips and drinks flying everywhere. Then I noticed something that made every instinct from my police days light up. 3 other men, scattered throughout the lounge, all stood up at exactly the same moment. They weren't rushing to help or gawking like everyone else. They were moving with purpose, converging on the scene like they'd rehearsed it. The next 60 seconds turned the lounge into complete chaos. While everyone was focused on the two men fighting, the three others who'd stood up pulled out knives. Not kitchen knives or pocket knives, but ceramic blades, the kind that don't set off metal detectors. One of them, a wiry guy with a shaved head and a scar that ran from his left ear to his jaw, went straight for the purses and jewelry the card-playing women had left on their table. Another moved behind the bar where Anton stood frozen, and the third positioned himself at the main exit. The big guy who'd started the fight suddenly had a knife too, pressing it against the smaller man's throat while rifling through his pockets. That's when I realized the smaller man wasn't random. He was wearing a Patek Philippe watch worth at least 40 grand, and his wedding ring had a diamond that caught the light like a disco ball. The attackers had marked him earlier, probably watched him winning big at the casino or flashing cash at dinner. Nobody was screaming yet. It happened too fast for anyone to process what they were seeing. I'd left my service weapon at home, obviously. You can't bring guns on cruise ships. But I still had my tactical pen clipped to my pocket, a habit from the job. Without thinking it through, which was probably stupid, I stood up and moved toward the guy threatening Anton. He had the bartender's tip jar in one hand, and his blade in the other, sweeping it back and forth to keep Anton pressed against the wall of bottles. I grabbed a heavy glass ashtray from the bar, they still had them even though nobody could smoke inside, and brought it down hard on the attacker's wrist. The crack was audible even over the growing panic in the room. His knife clattered across the floor, and Anton, bless him, didn't hesitate. He grabbed a bottle of vodka and smashed it over the guy's head, dropping him instantly. But that's when I made a mistake. I bent down to grab the ceramic knife, and when I stood back up, the scarred one was already moving toward me. His blade held low and professional, like someone who'd done this before. The lounge had erupted into full panic now. Passengers scrambling for exits, tables overturning, glass breaking everywhere. The scarred man lunged at me with a boxer's footwork, quick jabs with the blade that forced me backward toward the windows overlooking the dark ocean. I managed to parry twice with the knife I'd picked up, but this guy knew what he was doing. He feinted left, then slashed right, catching my forearm and opening a gash that immediately soaked my sleeve with blood. The pain was sharp and hot, but adrenaline kept me moving. Behind him, I could see the big guy dragging the rich passenger toward a service door, still pressing the blade to his throat while his partner stuffed jewelry and wallets into a canvas bag. They were working fast, methodical, like they'd done this exact thing before. I kicked a chair into the scarred man's path, buying myself 2 seconds to grab a champagne bottle from an abandoned table. When he came at me again, I swung it like a baseball bat, connecting with his shoulder and spinning him sideways into the piano. That's when ship security finally showed up. 2 officers in white uniforms who looked like they'd never dealt with anything worse than a drunk passenger falling in the pool. They had batons but no guns, and they hesitated at the entrance, trying to make sense of the scene. The attackers didn't hesitate at all. The one at the exit whistled, sharp and loud like calling a dog, and suddenly they were all moving, abandoning their victims and loot, heading for different exits with practiced efficiency. The scarred one rolled away from the piano, clutching his shoulder but still mobile, and disappeared through a door marked crew only. The big guy shoved his hostage to the floor and vanished through the service entrance he'd been heading toward. Within 15 seconds, they were all gone, leaving behind a lounge that looked like a hurricane had hit it. Blood on the carpet, broken glass everywhere, passengers huddled behind overturned furniture, and me standing there with a slashed arm and a bloody champagne bottle, trying to explain to security that this wasn't just a bar fight gone wrong. The ship's medical center was on deck 3, and the doctor, a Hungarian woman named Dr. Kovac with gray hair pulled back in a severe bun, stitched my arm while I tried to convince the head of security that we had a serious problem. Captain Morrison, finally someone who seemed competent, showed up 20 minutes later, still buttoning his uniform jacket. I laid it out for him. The ceramic weapons, the coordinated movements, the crew-only door escape routes, the fact that they'd targeted specific wealthy passengers. These weren't opportunistic thieves or drunk troublemakers. They'd studied the ship's layout, identified marks, and planned their exits. The captain's face went pale when I mentioned the ceramic knives. "Those don't show up on our scanners," he said quietly, more to himself than to me. Dr. Kovac paused mid-stitch when I described how they'd moved through the lounge, each man knowing exactly where to go. "How many passengers boarded in New York?" I asked. Morrison pulled out a tablet, scrolled through some files. 837, he said. "But we don't photograph passengers, only check passports against the manifest." I convinced Morrison to pull the security footage from embarkation day, and we spent the next 3 hours in a cramped office behind the bridge, watching grainy video on monitors that looked like they hadn't been upgraded since the 90s. Anton, who'd insisted on helping after his shift ended, turned out to have a photographer's eye for faces. He spotted them first, 5 men who'd boarded separately but all within the same 30-minute window, each carrying similar black duffel bags, each walking with that same controlled gait I'd noticed in the lounge. They'd spread out immediately after boarding, no acknowledgement of each other, but the timing was too perfect to be coincidence. We tracked them through the ship's cameras over the next 2 days. They ate at different restaurants, used different pools, never appeared together in public. But Anton noticed something I'd missed. They all had cabins on deck 2, the cheapest interior rooms, all in the same corridor. "Who books 5 separate interior cabins on a transatlantic crossing?" Anton asked, and that's when it clicked. I asked Morrison to check the booking records. All 5 reservations had been made on the same day, 6 weeks ago, all paid with prepaid credit cards, all using different travel agencies, but with sequential booking reference numbers. Morrison wanted to search their cabins immediately, but I stopped him. "They know we're onto them now," I said. "If we spook them, they might do something desperate. We're in the middle of the Atlantic, nowhere to run, but that also means nowhere for passengers to escape to either. Instead, I suggested we monitor them, figure out their next move." The captain agreed, assigning his 2 best security officers to shadow the corridors near their cabins. But these guys were smart. For the next 18 hours, none of them left their rooms. No room service orders, no bathroom breaks that we could detect, nothing. It was like they'd vanished inside those cabins. Then Anton, who'd been checking the dining records on his own initiative, found something interesting. Over the past 2 days, someone had been ordering massive amounts of food from the midnight buffet, enough for 15 people, and charging it to a cabin belonging to an elderly couple from Vermont, the Andersons, who'd been eating in the main dining room every night. When we checked the security footage from the buffet, we saw one of our suspects, the big guy from the fight, loading up multiple plates at 2 in the morning, then disappearing toward the service elevator. The pieces started coming together when Morrison pulled up the ship's blueprints. The service elevator from the buffet area connected to a maintenance corridor that ran along deck 2, right behind the row of cabins where our 5 suspects were staying. But here's what made my spine tingle. That same corridor led directly to the ship's storage hold, where passenger valuables were kept in safety deposit boxes. The cruise line marketed it as a secure service for travelers carrying expensive jewelry or large amounts of cash. Morrison's face went white when he realized what I was suggesting. "There's probably $3 million worth of items in that hold," he whispered. The attack in the lounge hadn't been the real crime. It was a distraction, a test run to see how security would respond, how long it would take, what kind of resistance they'd meet. They were planning something much bigger, and we were already on day 4 of a 7-day crossing. The next port was Southampton, but we had a brief stop in the Azores in 36 hours to refuel. If they were planning to rob the storage hold, they'd do it right before the Azores, then disappear into the Portuguese islands before anyone realized what had happened. We had less than 36 hours to stop them, and Morrison was already talking about alerting the Coast Guard, requesting a military escort, all the official procedures that would take too long and probably alert our suspects that we were onto them. I proposed something different. "Let them think they're invisible," I said, but we set a trap. The plan was risky but simple. We'd move all the real valuables out of the storage hold that night, replace them with fake jewelry and empty boxes, then wait for them to make their move. Morrison hesitated. The liability issues alone could end his career. But he knew we didn't have many options. That night, while most passengers were at the captain's formal dinner, Morrison, Anton, two trusted security officers, and I quietly emptied the storage hold. We packed everything into the captain's personal safe and 3 secured crew lockers, photographing each item for insurance purposes. Anton had a cousin who worked in the ship's theater, and we borrowed costume jewelry, spray-painted rocks to look like gold bars, even filled some boxes with poker chips from the casino. By 4 in the morning, the storage hold looked exactly the same, but contained nothing worth more than a few $100s. The waiting was the worst part. 28 hours passed with no movement from their cabins. I started to doubt myself, wondering if maybe I'd misread the whole situation. Then, at exactly 3:15 a.m. on our last night before the Azores, the ship's fire alarm went off in the kitchen, a grease fire that required all available crew to respond. Except I'd been watching the kitchen cameras, and there was no fire. Someone had triggered the alarm manually. Morrison and I stayed hidden in a maintenance closet near the storage hold, while chaos erupted above us. Through the door's vent, we heard footsteps, multiple sets, moving fast, but quiet. They had a key card that shouldn't have existed, opening the hold like they owned the place. We waited until all 5 were inside. Then Morrison hit the emergency lockdown he'd rigged earlier. The magnetic locks engaged with a solid thunk, trapping them inside with their worthless haul. When security opened the door 20 minutes later, the 5 men were standing among scattered costume jewelry and spray-painted rocks, their canvas bags half filled with fake gold bars. The scarred one actually laughed when he realized what had happened, shaking his head like he appreciated the play. Portuguese police were waiting when we docked in the Azores 6 hours later, and the FBI met us in Southampton with a warrant for the whole crew. Turns out these guys were part of a Romanian crime ring that had hit 3 other cruise lines in the past 2 years. Always with the same method: board with fake identities, create a distraction, then clean out the ship's valuables before vanishing at port. The FBI agent told me they'd stolen over $12 million total, always picking transatlantic routes where security was lighter and passengers carried more cash and jewelry. The ceramic knives were custom-made in Prague, designed specifically to beat ship security. What really got me was finding out about the inside help. A crew member in reservations had been feeding them information about wealthy passengers and cabin assignments for a cut of the profits. They caught him trying to board a flight to Bucharest the day after we docked. Morrison offered me a job as the cruise line's new head of security, but I turned it down. The ocean's beautiful and all, but I'll stick to land where criminals can't trap you in a metal box for 7 days. Anton ended up testifying at the trial and used the reward money to open his own bar in Boston. He named it the Ceramic Knife, which I told him was terrible marketing, but he didn't care. Sometimes I stop by for a drink and we talk about that night, how close those guys came to pulling off the perfect heist. My arm healed up fine, just left a thin white scar that aches when it rains. Every time I see a cruise ship advertisement now, I wonder how many people realize they're basically volunteering to be locked in a floating city with complete strangers, hoping everyone's exactly who they claim to be. The afternoon sun was beating down on the pool deck when everything changed. I was 38 then, managing a hardware store in Phoenix, and we'd saved for 2 years to take this cruise. Me, my wife Lisa, our teenage daughter Madison, and my dad Walter. He'd just turned 65 and retired from his job at the post office after 40 years. The man never took vacations, always said he'd travel when he retired, so we surprised him with this trip for his birthday. We were somewhere between Florida and Jamaica, second day at sea on a 7-day cruise that was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. Dad was actually enjoying himself for once, laughing at Madison's attempts to teach him how to play shuffleboard, his face red from the sun despite the SPF 50 Lisa kept slathering on him. I remember the exact moment because Madison had just scored her first point and was doing this ridiculous victory dance when Dad's shuffleboard stick clattered onto the deck. His right hand was clutching his chest, fingers digging into his Hawaiian shirt, the ridiculous one with the parrots that Madison had bought him specifically for this trip. His face went from sunburn red to this awful grayish color in seconds. He tried to say something, but all that came out was this strangled gasp before his knees buckled. I caught him before he hit the deck, and his weight nearly took me down with him. His eyes were wide, terrified, and he kept grabbing at his chest like he was trying to tear something out. Lisa started screaming for help, while Madison stood there frozen, still holding her shuffleboard stick like she didn't understand what was happening. A crew member in a white uniform appeared within maybe 30 seconds, felt like hours, and immediately called for medical on his radio. They brought a wheelchair, but Dad couldn't even sit up properly. He kept slumping forward, his breathing coming in these horrible wheezes. We ended up carrying him, me under his arms, the crew member taking his legs, while Lisa ran ahead, clearing the path through the crowds of sunbathers who were all staring now. The medical center was down on deck 2, tucked behind the photo gallery where they try to sell you overpriced pictures of yourself boarding the ship. The smell hit me first, not the antiseptic hospital smell you'd expect, but this weird mixture of mildew and air freshener, like they were trying to cover up something. The waiting area had 3 plastic chairs and a water cooler that was empty, just the blue bottle sitting there collecting dust. The doctor, though I'm still not sure he was actually a doctor, introduced himself as Dr. Petrov, speaking with a thick Eastern European accent. He was maybe 28, 30 at most, with acne scars on his cheeks and medical scrubs that looked like they'd been washed too many times, all faded and thin. The nurse with him, a woman named Carla from the Philippines, at least seemed to know what she was doing. She got Dad onto the examination table, which was really just a padded bench bolted to the wall, and started checking his vitals. Dr. Petrov listened to Dad's chest with a stethoscope that looked older than me, then turned to us with this expression that made my stomach clench. "Is probable cardiac event," he said, like he was telling us Dad had a cold. "We give aspirin, monitor. Next port is 10, maybe 12 hours, he's stable enough." But Dad didn't look stable. His lips had this bluish tinge, and he kept clutching at his chest, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Lisa lost it then, and I'd never seen my wife like that in 16 years of marriage. She grabbed Dr. Petrov by his faded scrubs, actually grabbed him, and started shouting about helicopters, about calling the Coast Guard, about doing something real instead of just watching her father-in-law die. The doctor just stood there, blinking rapidly, while Carla gently pried Lisa's hands away. "Ma'am, please understand," Carla said quietly, her voice steady but her eyes showing she knew exactly how bad this was. "The helicopter evacuation costs minimum $50,000. Insurance usually no cover, and we need approval from corporate office first. Can take 4 or 5 hours just for paperwork." She showed us the medical supply cabinet then, probably trying to reassure us they had equipment, but it was pathetic. Some bandages, basic medications in bottles with labels so faded you could barely read them, an oxygen tank that looked like it belonged in a museum, and an EKG machine with a cracked screen held together with medical tape. Dad started vomiting then, this violent heaving that had him crying out in pain with each spasm. "Dr. Petrov seemed genuinely surprised, like this wasn't in whatever manual he'd memorized. He fumbled with the oxygen tank, trying to get the mask on Dad's face, but the elastic strap snapped the moment he stretched it. He had to hold it manually while Carla searched for tape. I asked about nitroglycerin, about clot-busting drugs, about anything I'd heard of from medical shows, and Petrov just shook his head. "We don't stock such things. Too expensive, expire too fast, corporate policy." That's when I noticed the defibrillator in the corner, covered in dust with a note taped to it that said, "Out of order, awaiting parts." Madison was sobbing in the corner, calling her grandfather's name, while Dad's breathing got more labored, each breath sounding like he was drowning in his own lungs. The next 3 hours were the longest of my life. We took turns holding that oxygen mask to Dad's face because they only had 1 roll of medical tape, and it wasn't strong enough to hold the weight. Carla kept checking his pulse manually because the heart monitor's battery was dead, and the replacement was on order from corporate. Dr. Petrov disappeared for an hour, and when he came back, he smelled like cigarettes and wouldn't meet our eyes. Around hour 2, Dad started having what Carla quietly called episodes. His whole body would go rigid, eyes rolling back, lasting maybe 20 or 30 seconds each time. After the third one, even Petrov looked scared. He finally admitted he'd only been working cruise ships for 3 months, that he'd been a general practitioner in Romania for just 2 years before this, mostly dealing with colds and stomach bugs. The cruise line had hired him because he'd work for a third of what American doctors wanted. I'll never forget the conversation with the cruise director who showed up around hour 4. Gregory something or other, this spray-tanned guy in his 40s with veneers so white they hurt to look at, wearing a uniform with more fake gold than a costume shop. He walked in while Dad was mid-episode, waited for it to pass like it was just an inconvenience, then launched into this rehearsed speech about liability and international maritime law. "Your father signed a waiver when he boarded," he said, pulling out his phone to show me the terms and conditions nobody ever reads. Section 47B clearly states that medical facilities are limited and guests travel at their own risk. When Lisa started crying harder, he offered us a 20% discount on our next cruise and free drink packages for the rest of this trip. I wanted to throw him through the porthole, but I couldn't leave Dad's side. His skin had gone from gray to almost translucent, and I could see the veins in his temples pulsing irregularly, sometimes racing, sometimes barely moving at all. By hour 6, other passengers had started gathering outside the medical center. Word had gotten around the ship, and people were recording with their phones through the small window in the door. Some woman from Kansas City actually knocked and asked if we could keep it down because they were trying to enjoy the comedy show next door. That's when I snapped. I stormed out into the hallway and told everyone exactly what was happening, how the defibrillator was broken, how they wouldn't call for evacuation, how the doctor admitted he wasn't qualified, everything. People started posting it on social media immediately. Within an hour, Gregory was back, this time with the captain, a Norwegian man named Eriksson who at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. They offered to call for evacuation now, but only if we signed papers absolving the cruise line of all responsibility, and agreed to pay all costs up front. They had a credit card machine right there, ready to charge us the $50,000 deposit. Madison was the one who thought of calling the news. While Lisa and I argued with the captain about the evacuation, she used the ship's Wi-Fi, $15 for 30 minutes, because even in an emergency they were nickel and diming us, to email every news station she could find. She sent them videos of the broken equipment, recordings of Gregory's speech about liability, pictures of the out-of-order defibrillator. CNN actually called back within 20 minutes, and suddenly Captain Eriksson's phone started ringing non-stop. The cruise line's corporate office was in full panic mode. They approved the helicopter evacuation, but by then we'd been in that moldy medical center for 7.5 hours. Dad had stopped having episodes, which Carla said wasn't necessarily good news. He was barely responsive, his pulse so weak she had to check it at his neck because she couldn't find it at his wrist anymore. The helicopter arrived at hour 9, and getting Dad up to the landing pad was a nightmare I still dream about. The ship's elevator to the upper deck was undergoing maintenance, so 6 crew members had to carry him up 4 flights of stairs on a stretcher that was held together with duct tape on one corner. One of the handles actually broke midway, and this kid who couldn't have been older than 19 had to bear Dad's weight on his shoulder. The wind on the top deck was brutal, the helicopter hovering but unable to land because the cruise ship's landing pad hadn't been certified in 3 years, another cost-cutting measure. They had to lower a rescue basket, and watching them load my unconscious father into it, his body limp as a rag doll while the basket swayed in the wind 30 feet above the deck, was the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Lisa couldn't watch, and Madison filmed everything, later telling me she did it because she wanted evidence if something went wrong. Dad survived, barely. The doctors at the hospital in Fort Lauderdale said another hour, and he would have been gone. He'd had a massive heart attack, and the lack of proper treatment for those 9 hours had caused additional damage. His heart function was down to 30%. He spent 3 weeks in the ICU, had to have triple bypass surgery, and now, 2 years later, he still can't walk up a flight of stairs without stopping to rest. The medical bills hit $400,000, and the cruise line fought us on every penny, claiming we'd refused their initial treatment plan and created the delay ourselves by involving the media. We're still in litigation, but at least Dad is alive. The cruise line never admitted fault, just quietly settled the CNN story with a statement about reviewing their medical preparedness protocols. Dr. Petrov still works for them, just on a different ship. I know because Madison found him on social media, posting pictures from the crew deck, smiling like nothing ever happened. They did fix the defibrillator, though. That made it into their press release about their commitment to passenger safety. "22 years old, and I'd never been on anything bigger than my uncle's fishing boat back in Colorado. But there I was, standing on deck 7 of this massive ship, watching the Mexican coastline fade into darkness, while 4,000 other passengers partied around me. I'd saved for 2 years waiting tables at a greasy diner in Denver, pulling double shifts every weekend, telling myself it would all be worth it once I finally got on that ship. My roommate Ashley thought I was crazy to go alone, kept saying I should wait until we could go together after she saved up. But I needed this trip. I needed to prove to myself that I could do something big without anyone holding my hand. The first 2 days had been incredible, snorkeling at our port stop, meeting other solo travelers at the poolside mixers, eating more shrimp at the buffet than any human probably should. That third night, I decided to splurge on the steakhouse, the one where you had to make reservations and pay an extra $70 just to walk through the door. The dining room had these floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the ocean, candle-lit tables with actual cloth napkins, and servers who remembered your name after hearing it once. My waiter, this guy named Dominic with a thick Italian accent, recommended the ribeye with herb butter, said it was the best cut they'd gotten in weeks. When that plate arrived, I'm not gonna lie, I took like 5 photos before even picking up my fork. The steak was thick as a dictionary, charred black on the edges but bleeding pink inside, swimming in this green butter that had chunks of garlic and rosemary. First bite tasted a little metallic, kind of sharp on my tongue, but Dominic assured me that was just the dry aging process, something about enzymes breaking down the proteins. The couple next to me, the Brennans from Wisconsin, were celebrating their 40th anniversary, and Mr. Brennan kept joking that his steak was so good he might leave his wife for the chef. We laughed, shared travel stories, and I cleaned my entire plate, even sopping up the leftover butter with the complimentary bread. Around midnight, I woke up to my stomach doing these weird flips, like when you miss a step going downstairs and your whole body lurches. The room was pitch black except for this thin strip of moonlight coming through the balcony door, and the ship was rocking more than usual, making everything worse. I tried to ignore it, told myself I'd just eaten too much too fast, maybe mixed too many foods at once. But then came this sharp twisting pain right below my ribs, like someone was wringing out my intestines like a wet towel. I barely made it to the tiny bathroom before everything came up. The steak, the potatoes, the 3 mojitos I'd had at the pool bar earlier. All of it burning my throat on the way back up. The vomiting wouldn't stop. These violent waves that left me hugging the toilet, my whole body shaking and covered in cold sweat. Between episodes, I noticed something that made my chest tighten with panic. The vomit had this dark, almost coffee ground texture to it, and there were these red streaks that definitely weren't from anything I'd eaten. I tried calling guest services from the phone next to the bed, but the line just rang and rang. No answer. My roommate for the cruise, this girl named Bethany from Oregon who I'd been matched with through the solo traveler program, wasn't in her bed, probably still at the nightclub on deck 12. I grabbed my room key, shoved my feet into flip-flops, and stumbled out into the hallway. One hand pressed against my stomach, the other trailing along the wall for support. The corridors were empty. Just these endless stretches of identical doors and that weird cruise ship carpet, with the swirling patterns that made my nausea worse. Every few steps, I had to stop and lean against the wall, breathing through my nose, trying not to throw up again. The infirmary was on deck 2, according to the map I'd studied on the first day, which meant taking the elevator down 5 floors. While waiting for it to arrive, I heard someone else retching behind a nearby door, then another door further down, these horrible gagging sounds echoing through the hallway. The elevator took forever, and when it finally opened, there were already 3 people inside, all of them looking as rough as I felt. This middle-aged man in a Disney cruise shirt was bent over, gripping the handrail, his face this greenish-gray color I'd never seen on human skin before. A woman, maybe in her 30s, was sitting on the floor in the corner, holding a plastic ice bucket that reeked of bile. Mascara streaked down her cheeks. A teenage boy was slumped against the back wall, his legs shaking so bad his knees kept knocking together. Nobody said anything. We just stood there in our misery as the elevator crawled down, stopping at every single floor to pick up more sick passengers. By deck 4, we were packed in like sardines, 12 or 13 of us, the air thick with the smell of sweat and vomit and fear. This elderly woman next to me kept whispering, "This isn't right, this isn't right," over and over, clutching a rosary in her trembling fingers. When the elevator doors opened on deck 2, I thought I was hallucinating. The hallway leading to the infirmary was packed with people, a line stretching all the way back to the crew quarters. There must have been 60, maybe 70 passengers, all in various states of distress. Some were sitting on the floor with their backs against the walls, heads between their knees. Others were standing but swaying, using the walls or their companions for support. I saw Mrs. Brennan from dinner, the sweet lady from Wisconsin, throwing up into a trash bag while her husband rubbed her back, his own face pale and sweaty. There were parents carrying limp children, a pregnant woman crying while her partner fanned her with a cruise brochure, and near the front of the line, a man had actually passed out, lying flat on that ugly carpet while his wife screamed for help. The smell hit me like a physical force, human waste, vomit, and underneath it all, this metallic scent that reminded me of the steak from dinner, making my stomach clench all over again. I took my place at the end of the line, sliding down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, my knees pulled up to my chest. The woman next to me, still wearing her evening dress from whatever fancy event she'd attended, told me she'd been waiting for 2 hours already. 2 hours. She said the infirmary only had 1 doctor and 2 nurses for the entire ship, and they were completely overwhelmed. People who'd made it inside were coming back out saying the doctor was just giving everyone the same medicine, some generic anti-nausea pills, and sending them back to their rooms. No IV fluids for dehydration, no real examination, just pills and a pat on the back. The woman's husband had gone to find water somewhere, she said, because the crew had stopped responding to room service calls, and the nearest working water fountain was 3 decks up. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, and when she tried to stand up to adjust her position, her legs gave out completely, sending her crashing back to the floor. After another hour of waiting, barely moving forward in line, I watched a crew member in a white uniform push through the crowd, heading for the infirmary doors. People were grabbing at him, begging for help, for water, for information, but he just kept his head down and pushed forward. When he reached the doors, I heard him speaking rapidly into his radio, in what sounded like Filipino, and I caught a few words in English: containment, corporate, and media blackout. The doors opened just long enough for him to slip inside, and in that brief moment, I glimpsed the chaos within, gurneys lining the walls with people hooked up to IVs, a nurse running between patients, and the doctor, this exhausted-looking Indian man, arguing with someone in a suit who was definitely not medical staff. The suit was waving papers around, pointing at the sick passengers, shaking his head violently. Then the doors closed again, and we were left in the hallway with our suffering, the line not moving at all anymore. My dehydration was getting dangerous. I could feel it in the way my vision kept going dark at the edges, how my tongue felt like sandpaper against the roof of my mouth. The woman in the evening dress had stopped responding when people talked to her, just staring at the ceiling with glassy eyes. I knew I needed fluids desperately, but when I tried to stand up to go search for water, the hallway tilted sideways and I crashed into the wall, my legs like jelly. That's when this crew member, a young Filipino guy who couldn't have been older than 19, knelt down next to me. He looked around nervously, then pressed a half-empty water bottle into my hands, whispering in accented English that I needed to get back to my room immediately. He said the restaurant on deck 7, the fancy one where I'd eaten. Their freezer had broken 2 days ago, but management made them serve the meat anyway. Over 300 people had eaten there in the last 48 hours. He said corporate was flying in their own doctors tomorrow morning. But tonight, they were under strict orders to minimize treatment, to avoid creating a paper trail that could lead to lawsuits. Before I could ask him anything else, his supervisor appeared, barking at him in Tagalog, and he scrambled away. But his words kept spinning in my head as I sipped the precious water. Broken freezer, 300 sick people, minimizing treatment. I started noticing things I'd missed before in my misery. The crew members weren't drinking the ship's water. They all had sealed bottles from some external supplier. The security guards at the end of the hallway were wearing medical masks, something I'd never seen on a cruise before. And most telling of all, I spotted 2 passengers from first class, the ones who'd been at the captain's table that first night, being escorted through a side door directly into the infirmary, bypassing the entire line. The woman next to me saw it too and started crying, not from pain but from rage, realizing that even here, even in this nightmare, money determined who got saved first. She tried to scream about it, to alert the others, but her voice came out as barely a whisper, her throat too damaged from hours of vomiting. Around 5 in the morning, after I'd been in that hallway for nearly 5 hours, something shifted. The man in the suit came out of the infirmary with 2 security officers, and they started moving through the crowd, checking room numbers on people's key cards. When they got to me, the suit looked at his tablet, frowned, and told the security guards to escort me back to my room. I tried to protest, told him I needed medical attention, that I could barely stand, but he just smiled this cold corporate smile and said the doctor had determined I was well enough to recover in my cabin. The security guards lifted me up by my arms, and I was too weak to fight them. As they half-carried, half-dragged me toward the elevator, I heard the suit telling others the same thing, clearing out the hallway by force. The pregnant woman was sobbing, begging for help, but they just kept moving people out. The man who'd been unconscious on the floor was being loaded onto a luggage cart, his wife stumbling along behind, and nobody was even pretending to provide medical care anymore. They dumped me in my room and told me to stay there until further notice. That room service would bring me electrolyte drinks and crackers within the hour. Of course, nothing came. Bethany, my roommate, was in her bed, curled up in a ball, her sheets soaked with sweat. She'd been sick too, had tried to get help around 3 in the morning but never even made it to the infirmary, collapsing in the elevator. Another passenger had dragged her back to our room and left her there. We spent the next 18 hours taking turns in the bathroom, sharing the last of our bottled water, listening to the chaos in the hallway as more and more people got sick. I found out later when we finally docked in Mexico that 43 passengers had to be hospitalized immediately, 7 ended up in intensive care, and 2 elderly passengers actually died during that nightmare night at sea. The cruise line offered us a 25% discount on a future cruise as compensation, made us sign papers saying we wouldn't talk to the media, wouldn't post on social media, wouldn't sue. Most people signed just to get off that floating petri dish. I didn't sign anything, which is why I can tell you this story now, why I'm naming the cruise line Royal Atlantic Ventures, ship designation Paradise Queen, sailing out of Galveston on March 15, 2022. I spent 22 years fighting fires in Chicago, but nothing in all that time prepared me for what happened last April aboard the Celestial Dream. My daughter Megan had convinced me to take that Mediterranean cruise about 6 months after I retired. Kept saying I deserved it after all those years of service, that I needed to finally relax and see the world beyond smoke and sirens. She'd found this deal online, 10 days through the Mediterranean, and basically wouldn't take no for an answer. Even drove me to the airport herself to make sure I actually went. The ship was massive, one of those floating cities with 8 restaurants, 3 pools, and enough activities to keep 2,000 passengers busy for weeks. We'd been at sea for 4 days, had just left Barcelona that morning heading toward Nice, and I was actually starting to enjoy myself, learning to play shuffleboard with a group of retirees from Michigan who'd adopted me into their morning coffee club. The weather had been perfect the entire trip, that kind of Mediterranean sunshine you see in travel magazines, calm seas that barely made you remember you were floating on thousands of feet of water. That afternoon started like any other. I'd just finished lunch at the buffet on Deck 7, grilled salmon with those fancy little potatoes they served every day, and was heading down to my cabin for a quick nap before the evening's entertainment. The first sign something was wrong came around 3:30 when I noticed the horizon through my porthole window had this strange dark purple color, like a fresh bruise spreading across the sky. Then came the announcement from the captain, very calm, very professional, telling us we might experience some rough seas and suggesting passengers secure any loose items in their cabins. I remember thinking it was odd how the crew members I passed in the hallway were moving with this urgent efficiency, not quite running, but definitely not strolling, their faces tight with something I recognized from my firefighting days, that controlled concern professionals get when they know something civilians don't yet understand. Within 20 minutes, the ship started this slow, unnatural rocking that made my coffee mug slide across the desk in my cabin. I went out to the balcony, and what I saw made every instinct from 2 decades of emergency response kick in. Waves that looked like moving buildings, white foam spraying up higher than our deck, and that purple sky had turned into something biblical, clouds so black and low you could almost touch them. Other passengers were still walking around, some taking photos, completely oblivious to what was coming. But I started gathering my important stuff, passport, wallet, medications, and put them in a waterproof bag I always travel with, old habits from the job. I tried calling Megan, but the satellite connection was already getting spotty. Managed to send her a quick text saying we hit rough weather, but everything was fine. Didn't want to worry her. By 4 o'clock, they'd closed all the outdoor decks and the captain came back on. This time his voice had lost that casual tone, telling everyone to return to their cabins immediately and wait for further instructions. I couldn't stay in my cabin though, not with what I was seeing through that porthole. Waves that would disappear the entire view, then drop away to show nothing but angry gray water in every direction. I made my way up to Deck 5 where the main dining hall was, figuring if things went bad, I wanted to be somewhere with multiple exits, not trapped in a metal box 7 floors down. The dining hall was this massive space with floor-to-ceiling windows, crystal chandeliers. Must have had seating for 500 people easy, and right now it had maybe 30 confused passengers sitting at tables, trying to eat dinner while plates slid around despite the staff's attempts to steady them. That's when the first big wave hit. Not just rough seas anymore, but something that made the entire ship lurch sideways so hard that a grand piano on the stage broke free from its restraints and slid across the floor like it weighed nothing, crashing into the wall with a sound I'll never forget. Everything changed in seconds. Tables flipped, glass shattered everywhere, and people went tumbling across the floor mixed with food, broken dishes, and furniture that had become deadly projectiles. An elderly woman near me got thrown from her chair and slid 15 feet before hitting a pillar, her husband crawling after her while the ship tilted at an angle that shouldn't have been possible. The emergency alarm started blaring, this piercing electronic shriek that mixed with human screams and the sound of everything that wasn't bolted down, crashing from one side of the room to the other. I managed to grab onto a support column, helped pull a young couple behind it just as another wave hit from the opposite side, and this time I heard something structural give way, a deep groaning of metal that you feel in your bones more than hear. The lights flickered and went to emergency power, casting everything in this sick yellow glow, and through the windows all you could see was water, not sky and horizon like normal, just solid walls of black water rushing past like we were underwater. A crew member, This Filipino kid, who couldn't have been older than 25, came stumbling through the chaos with blood running down his forehead, screaming for everyone to put on life jackets, pointing toward an emergency station near the entrance. Half the passengers couldn't even stand up with the ship rolling like it was, and I watched in horror as another massive wave visible through the window seemed to pause at the glass for a moment before smashing through, sending freezing seawater flooding across the dining hall floor. People were sliding in the water now, tables floating, and I heard someone yelling that water was coming up from the lower decks through the stairwells. The ship would tilt so far to one side that you were basically standing on the wall, then slam back the other way, and each time it happened, you could hear things breaking deep in the ship's belly. Expensive things, important things, maybe vital things. I managed to reach the life jacket station, started throwing the orange vests to anyone I could reach while trying to keep my footing on the floor that had become a river of seawater mixed with broken glass and debris. There was this family from somewhere in the Midwest, parents with 2 teenage kids, all 4 of them huddled together behind an overturned table. The father's arm bent at an unnatural angle, the mother holding a cloth napkin against a gash on her daughter's leg. I helped them into their life jackets, showed them how to pull the straps tight, and that's when the captain's voice came over the speakers again, except this time he was shouting the words nobody wants to hear on a ship. This is not a drill. All passengers and crew to muster stations immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. The way he said it, you could hear the fear underneath the training, and that scared me more than the waves or the tilting or even the water rushing in. We tried to move as a group toward the muster station, but another wave hit, and suddenly the lights went out completely for about 10 seconds that felt like hours. Just total darkness, with invisible water sloshing around your legs, and people screaming from every direction. When the emergency lights kicked back on, I saw that the water in the dining hall was now waist-deep and rising fast, and through what was left of the windows, these waves that had to be 40, maybe 50 feet high, just mountains of water with white peaks that would lift the entire ship up like a toy before dropping it into the next valley. An older man next to me was having a panic attack, couldn't breathe, kept saying his wife was still in their cabin on deck 3, and I had to physically hold him back from trying to go down there because we could all hear it now. The sound of water rushing through the lower parts of the ship, doors banging open and closed, the deep creaking of a massive structure being pushed beyond what it was designed to handle. Getting to the muster station became like something out of a nightmare, where you're trying to run but can't move fast enough. We were basically climbing along the walls when the ship tilted, then sliding back down when it righted itself, all while fighting through water that was getting deeper by the minute. I saw a woman get swept away from her husband's grip, carried by the water toward the shattered windows, and 3 of us formed a human chain to pull her back, her face white with terror, coughing up seawater. The crew members who were supposed to be managing the evacuation looked just as terrified as the passengers. These young people who'd probably only ever done this in calm water drills, now faced with a ship that felt minutes away from rolling over completely. One of them, a girl with a thick Eastern European accent, was crying while she tried to do a head count. Her clipboard dissolved into wet pulp, mascara running down her cheeks as she kept repeating the evacuation protocols like a prayer. By the time we reached the muster station on deck 4, the situation had gone from dangerous to apocalyptic. The lifeboat area was chaos, with crew members trying to lower boats while the ship pitched so violently that the boats would swing out over the water, then come crashing back into the side of the ship. I watched one lifeboat get crushed like an aluminum can against the hull, just destroyed in seconds, and realized with this cold certainty that we might not have enough functional boats left, even if we could launch them. People were fighting to get closer to the remaining boats, families getting separated, and I saw a man push an elderly woman down to get ahead, the veneer of civilization disappearing as fast as our chances of survival. The wind was howling so loud you had to scream to be heard, rain coming sideways like bullets, and every few seconds another wave would sweep across the deck, taking anyone who wasn't holding on to something and washing them toward the railings or worse. That's when I heard it, the sound that made even the crew members stop what they were doing. This tremendous metallic shriek from somewhere below, followed by a shudder that ran through the entire ship like it had been punched by God himself. The floor beneath us suddenly tilted past 45 degrees and stayed there. People sliding down the deck in a tangle of bodies in life jackets, some going straight over the rail into the black churning ocean below. I managed to wrap my arms around a support pole, holding on while my feet dangled in the air, watching in absolute terror as the horizon through the rain seemed to be rotating, the ship beginning what felt like a slow-motion roll that would flip us completely. Water was pouring in from everywhere now, not just waves but from inside the ship itself, geysers shooting up through drain grates, cascading downstairs, and I could hear the engines making sounds they should never make, like dying animals trapped in the engine room. For 30 seconds, that lasted a lifetime. We hung there on the edge of capsizing, 2,000 people holding their breath, prayers in a dozen languages mixing with the storm's roar, waiting to see if we'd complete that roll into the Mediterranean. Then, impossibly, the ship started to right itself, fighting back against the storm with whatever was left of its stabilizers and the captain's desperate maneuvering, the deck slowly becoming horizontal again, though nothing felt stable or safe. A crew member with a radio was yelling that the Greek Coast Guard was 8 miles out, helicopters already in the air, and rescue ships pushing through the storm toward our position, but 8 miles in seas like this might as well have been 800. We spent the next 3 hours in pure survival mode, helping injured passengers, forming human barriers to keep people from getting washed overboard, bailing water with anything we could find while the ship limped along, lower in the water with each passing hour but somehow still floating. When the first helicopter appeared through the rain, its searchlight cutting through the darkness like salvation itself, people started crying, collapsing with relief, though we all knew it would take dozens of trips to evacuate everyone, and the ship was still taking on water faster than the pumps could handle. They evacuated the injured and elderly first, winching them up into helicopters that danced in the wind like leaves, and I stayed until almost the end, helping load people into rescue baskets, keeping panicked passengers calm while water lapped at our feet on what used to be the upper deck. It took 14 hours to get everyone off the Celestial Dream, and I was in one of the last groups to leave, watching from the rescue ship as our cruise liner, lit up by emergency floodlights from the Greek vessels, finally gave up its fight and slipped beneath the surface just after dawn. Nobody died that night, which the news kept calling a miracle, though 43 people ended up hospitalized and hundreds more with injuries that didn't make the statistics. They flew us to Athens, put us up in hotels, and cruise line representatives with practiced sympathy and liability waivers came around offering compensation and free future cruises that nobody in that room would ever take. I got home to Chicago 2 days later, Megan meeting me at O'Hare with tears streaming down her face, holding me like I might disappear if she let go. She'd seen the news coverage, those helicopter videos of the ship tilting at impossible angles, passengers clinging to railings while waves swept the decks, and she kept apologizing for pushing me to take the trip, which broke my heart because none of it was her fault. The official investigation blamed it on a rare meteorological phenomenon, a sudden pressure drop that created hurricane-force conditions in minutes, something that happens maybe once a decade in the Mediterranean. But knowing the science behind it doesn't stop the nightmares where I'm back on that tilting deck, watching people slide toward the rails, hearing that metal shriek that meant we were seconds from becoming another maritime disaster documentary. I still can't watch cruise ship commercials, and when friends talk about their vacation plans, I just nod and change the subject. Because how do you explain that 22 years of running into burning buildings didn't scare you half as much as one afternoon when nature decided to remind 2,000 tourists that the ocean doesn't care about your shuffleboard schedule or dinner reservations? "5 months ago, I was just another burned-out ICU nurse desperately needing a break from 12-hour shifts and the constant beeping of monitors. After watching 3 patients code in a single week at the hospital in Houston where I worked, I finally cashed in 2 years' worth of savings and booked myself on a 7-day cruise through the Eastern Caribbean. The Ocean Jewel was one of those massive ships you see in commercials. 16 decks of pure escapism with pools, restaurants, and enough activities to make you forget that the real world even existed. I remember standing at the port in Port Canaveral, staring up at this floating city and thinking that for once in my life, I was going to completely disconnect and just let myself breathe. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. Morning yoga on the upper deck, afternoon margaritas by the pool, and dinner at restaurants where I didn't have to eat standing up between patient rounds. Everything changed on the 3rd night, somewhere between the Bahamas and our next port. I'd gone to bed early after too much wine at the captain's dinner, one of those fancy affairs where they parade the officers around and everyone pretends they're not already sunburned and exhausted. My cabin was on deck 7, nothing special but comfortable enough, with a tiny balcony where I could sit and watch the dark ocean roll by. Around 2:47 a.m., I know the exact time because I'd developed that nurse habit of always checking the clock when something wakes me. I heard what sounded like someone running full speed down the corridor outside my door. Then came the screaming, not just one voice but several, the kind of raw, terrified sounds that make your whole body go rigid. In the ICU, you learn to differentiate between types of screams, and these weren't drunk party guests having too much fun. These were people in genuine distress, and before I could even think about it, my feet were on the floor and I was pulling on the jeans I'd thrown over the chair. The corridor was chaos when I cracked open my door. 3 cabins down, a middle-aged couple stood in their doorway, the woman clutching a torn nightgown to her chest while her husband had blood running from a gash above his eyebrow. Their cabin door hung at an odd angle, the lock mechanism completely destroyed like someone had taken a crowbar to it. Further down, I could see at least 2 more cabin doors standing wide open, and there was this weird chemical smell in the air, sharp and medicinal, that reminded me of the chloroform we'd studied in nursing school but haven't used in decades. A younger woman, maybe early 20s, was sitting on the floor against the wall, her wrists marked with deep red lines where zip ties had clearly been, and she kept repeating the same thing over and over. They had master keys. They had master keys. The emergency lighting had kicked on, casting these harsh shadows that made everything look even more nightmarish than it already was. What really made my gut twist was seeing the crew members who responded. 2 security officers showed up after what felt like forever, but was probably only 4 or 5 minutes, and instead of immediately calling for backup or starting to document the scene, they began ushering people back into their cabins, almost aggressively insistent that everyone needed to return to their rooms for their own safety. One of them, a tall guy with a Baltic accent and a name tag that read Dimitri, kept telling us there had been a minor disturbance and that everything was under control. But I could see into the Hamiltons' cabin. I'd met them at the pool bar the day before, a retired couple from Arizona celebrating their 40th anniversary, and their entire room had been ransacked. The safe had been pried open, clothes were everywhere, and Mrs. Hamilton was sitting on the bed with her hands still bound behind her back with those white zip ties that left deep marks in her skin. The security officer actually tried to block my view when he saw me looking, physically stepping between me and their doorway while insisting I needed to go back to my cabin immediately. Against every instinct screaming at me to help, I let them push me back toward my room, but not before I caught sight of something that made everything click into place. Near the emergency exit at the end of the corridor, there was a maintenance cart, one of those gray rolling things the housekeeping staff use, except this one had what looked like electronic equipment piled on top, the kind of signal jammers I'd seen demonstrated at a hospital security conference about protecting patient data. The cart was partially covered with a standard cleaning tarp, but I could see the corner of what was definitely a commercial-grade lock-picking gun, the expensive type that can open most hotel-style card readers in seconds. When Dimitri noticed me staring, he actually grabbed my upper arm, not hard enough to bruise but firm enough to make his point, and walked me back to my cabin personally. His partner, a shorter woman whose badge I couldn't read in the dim light, was already on her radio speaking in rapid Portuguese, and I distinctly heard her say something about damage control in English before switching back. I spent the next hour sitting on my bed with the door locked and a chair wedged under the handle, listening to the sounds outside gradually die down. My phone had no signal, which wasn't unusual in the middle of the ocean, but the ship's Wi-Fi was mysteriously undergoing maintenance when I tried to connect. Around 4 a.m., an announcement came over the PA system from someone claiming to be the hotel director, explaining that there had been an unfortunate incident involving a disturbed passenger who had been apprehended and confined. And they assured everyone that the situation was completely under control and that counseling would be available in the morning for anyone affected. But here's what that announcement didn't explain: why I could hear at least 5 different cabins reporting thefts when I pressed my ear to the door, or why the couple from cabin 7043 was describing 3 attackers, not 1. It definitely didn't explain why I heard that same security officer, Dimitri, telling someone on his radio to make sure the service elevator cameras stay off until we're done cleaning up. The next morning, the main dining hall was eerily normal, like someone had hit a reset button on the entire ship. Waiters smiled and poured coffee. The breakfast buffet gleamed under warming lights, and that same cheerful cruise director who'd been leading poolside games was making announcements about the day's activities in St. Thomas. But at least a third of the tables were empty, and those of us who did show up kept exchanging these knowing looks, like survivors of something we weren't supposed to talk about. I found the Hamiltons sitting in a corner booth, Mrs. Hamilton wearing long sleeves despite the warming morning sun, probably to hide the marks on her wrists. When I approached them, Mr. Hamilton immediately tensed up, but his wife grabbed his hand and nodded for me to sit. She leaned in close and whispered that they'd lost everything: passports, cash, her grandmother's wedding ring, about $12,000 worth of jewelry they'd brought for their anniversary. The security team had taken their statement at 5 a.m., she said, making air quotes with her fingers, and told them they'd be compensated through insurance if they signed some papers and agreed not to discuss the incident with other passengers to prevent panic. That's when things got really interesting. A man at the next table, close enough to overhear, turned around and introduced himself as Paul, a cybersecurity consultant from Seattle. He pulled out his phone and showed me something he'd managed to capture before the ship's Wi-Fi went down. A crew member's Facebook post from 2 days earlier, written in Tagalog but which he'd translated, joking about easy targets and big score coming. The crew member worked in guest services, had access to the passenger manifest, and knew exactly which cabins had elderly couples traveling with valuables. Paul had also noticed something I'd missed. 3 crew members had suddenly fallen ill that morning and been confined to quarters, including one from the security team. He'd overheard the staff captain telling another officer that they needed to contain this before we dock, and that corporate would handle it internally. Paul had been trying to reach the FBI through a satellite phone he'd borrowed from another passenger, but mysteriously, all outside communications were being blocked, supposedly due to technical difficulties. By noon, our little group of aware passengers had grown to about 15 people, all comparing notes in hushed conversations around the ship. A woman named Janet from cabin 7039 revealed that she'd actually seen her cabin steward, a guy she'd been tipping generously all week, standing in her doorway at 2:30 a.m. with 2 other men she didn't recognize. When she screamed, they'd run, but not before she noticed one of them carrying what looked like a master key card on a lanyard marked "Security Override." Another passenger, a retired cop from Philadelphia named Frank, had done some investigating of his own and discovered that the cameras on Deck 7 had been undergoing maintenance for exactly the window when the attacks occurred, from 2:30 to 4 a.m. He'd also noticed that several of the crew members who'd been most friendly and chatty during the first 2 days were suddenly nowhere to be found, and when he'd asked about one particular room steward, he was told the man had been transferred to another deck just that morning. The pattern was becoming undeniable. This wasn't some random crime of opportunity, but a coordinated operation that required inside knowledge, master keys, and the ability to manipulate the ship's security systems. The breaking point came when we reached St. Thomas that afternoon. As the ship prepared to dock, Paul and I watched from the upper deck as 3 crew members were quietly escorted off through a service gangway, not the main passenger exit. They were wearing civilian clothes and carrying duffel bags, trying to blend in with the dock workers, but I recognized one of them. It was the woman who'd been with Dimitri the night before, the one speaking Portuguese on the radio. When a group of us tried to disembark to file a police report with local authorities, we were told that due to administrative issues, passengers from Deck 7 were temporarily restricted from leaving the ship. The hotel director himself came down to explain that this was for our protection while they worked with proper channels to investigate. But Janet had managed to slip out through a crew exit and made it to the police station, only to be told that the cruise line had already contacted them about a minor theft that was being handled internally, and that maritime law meant they had no jurisdiction unless we could prove physical assault had occurred on U.S. territory. The officers seemed strangely uninterested in taking her statement, and she overheard one of them mention something about not wanting to disrupt tourism relations with the cruise company that brought millions of dollars to their port. That evening, as we sailed away from St. Thomas, Frank organized what he called a documentation party in his suite. About 20 of us gathered with whatever evidence we'd collected: photos of damaged doors, recordings of suspicious radio chatter that some passengers had captured on their phones, screenshots of crew social media posts, and written accounts of everything we'd witnessed. A woman named Dorothy, who worked as a paralegal back in Indiana, helped everyone write detailed statements with times, dates, and specific descriptions. We used Frank's military-grade satellite phone, which he'd hidden in a locked Pelican case, to upload everything to a cloud server and email copies to the FBI, Coast Guard, and several news outlets. The ship's administration must have figured out what we were doing, because suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the hotel director appeared with 4 security officers, including Dimitri, claiming they'd received a noise complaint, and that gatherings of more than 10 passengers in a single cabin were against safety regulations. They tried to confiscate our phones and cameras, saying they needed them as evidence for their internal investigation, but Frank stood his ground, reminding them that they had no legal authority to seize personal property without a warrant, and that any attempt to do so would be considered theft. Ironic considering the circumstances. For the remaining 3 days of the cruise, it was basically a standoff. They couldn't throw us off the ship without creating an even bigger incident, and we couldn't force them to properly investigate their own crime ring. But here's what ended up happening. When we finally docked back in Port Canaveral, there were 2 FBI agents and a Coast Guard investigator waiting at the gangway, thanks to Frank's connections and the evidence we'd transmitted. 17 passengers from Deck 7 filed official complaints, and the local news picked up the story after Paul leaked it to a tech journalist friend who had a huge Twitter following. The cruise line initially tried to spin it as an isolated incident involving a single rogue employee. But when the FBI found over $200,000 in stolen goods in a crew storage area and detected that the security system had been deliberately sabotaged using admin access codes, they had to open a full investigation. 3 months later, I got a call from a federal prosecutor telling me that 11 crew members had been arrested, including 2 security supervisors and a guest services manager who'd been running this racket on multiple cruise lines for years, specifically targeting elderly passengers with valuable anniversary or retirement gifts. The cruise line quietly settled with all the victims out of court, paying way more than what was stolen just to keep us from talking to more media outlets. Though obviously that ship has sailed, pun intended, since I'm sharing this story now. I was fresh out of high school when my closest friends and I decided to book a cruise as a graduation trip. There were 5 of us: Ethan, Claire, Jordan, Emily, and me. And we figured a week at sea would be the perfect way to mark the end of one chapter and the start of another. My life back then was simple: part-time job at a grocery store, college applications hanging over my head, and that restless energy of wanting something bigger. The cruise was supposed to be our escape, One last stretch of freedom before responsibility caught up with us. The ship itself felt like a floating city, bright casinos, all-night buffets, pools stacked on different decks. We spent the first couple of days bouncing from one activity to another, barely sleeping, drunk on the novelty of it all. But the vibe shifted late one night when Claire and I wandered past a staff corridor near the lower decks. We weren't supposed to be there, but the door to a service stairwell had been left propped open. That's where we heard two crew members talking in hushed voices. Their accents were different, but one phrase cut through clear. "The morgue compartments are already too full." At first, I thought I'd misheard. A morgue on a cruise ship wasn't something I'd ever considered. Claire grabbed my arm, eyes wide, and whispered, "Did you hear that?" We stood frozen in place, listening. One of the men sighed and said, "We'll have to mark the rest as medical incidents. No space left." They moved farther down the hallway before we could catch more. Claire wanted to bolt back upstairs immediately, but I convinced her to act normal. We told the others what we heard, and Ethan laughed it off, saying every ship had a morgue for emergencies. Jordan, though, looked unsettled and muttered, "Too full? That doesn't make sense." The strangeness turned into something darker a couple of nights later. Emily got into a heated argument with a bartender after she accused him of shortchanging her. She wasn't drunk, just stubborn and loud when she felt wronged. A supervisor stepped in, a tall man with slicked back hair and an expression that stayed unreadable no matter what Emily said. The fight fizzled out eventually, but not without her muttering she'd report him to guest services. That was the last time we saw her. The next morning, her bed was empty, her phone left charging by the nightstand, and none of her belongings looked disturbed. We reported Emily missing right away, but the response from the staff felt rehearsed. The supervisor she argued with claimed she'd been seen leaving a lounge with new friends around midnight, even though none of us remembered her saying anything about meeting anyone. The ship's security assured us they'd make announcements and check surveillance, but no announcement ever came. When we pressed again, they insisted she must have disembarked during a port stop, something that didn't add up, since all of her things were still in the cabin. It felt like we were being pacified instead of helped. That night, Ethan suggested we split up and quietly look around the restricted areas. He was half joking, but the longer we sat in that tiny cabin staring at Emily's untouched shoes by the door, the less like a joke it felt. Jordan managed to charm a cleaning lady into pointing out where the crew's access elevators went. Claire and I took one of them down, timing it between staff runs. The air grew colder the deeper we went, the carpet giving way to plain steel floors. When the doors opened, the smell hit us first. Industrial cleaner mixed with something metallic and sour, faint but undeniable. We didn't get far. A man in uniform rounded the corner, eyes narrowing the second he saw us. He asked what we were doing there, his voice calm but with an edge that made it clear we weren't welcome. Claire blurted something about being lost, and he walked us back up without another word. The silence on that elevator ride was suffocating. He didn't scold us, didn't threaten us, just stared straight ahead like we didn't exist. When we returned to the cabin, Ethan and Jordan were waiting, pale-faced. They claimed they'd overheard two crewmen talking by the loading bay about moving another one before morning. By the following day, rumors started circulating among passengers. Someone said a young woman had fallen overboard. Another insisted it was a medical evacuation. None of it matched what we knew. When we asked security again about Emily, they repeated the same vague line about her choosing to leave. Jordan lost his temper and shouted at them, only to be threatened with confinement for disrupting order. That's when it clicked for all of us. Emily wasn't coming back, and whatever was happening below deck was being carefully hidden behind official-sounding excuses. Ethan insisted we had to get proof, even if it meant risking being caught again. That night, we waited until the hallways were quiet and slipped back toward the service elevators. Jordan had swiped a room key left unattended on a cart, which surprisingly worked on the lower levels. We kept our phones ready, flashlights off, hearts pounding so hard I could feel mine in my ears. The air down there wasn't just cold, it felt heavy, the kind of atmosphere where every sound echoes too loudly. Behind one locked door, faint humming of machinery mixed with what sounded like refrigeration units. When we reached the end of a narrow corridor, we saw a metal door slightly ajar. Ethan nudged it open just enough for us to peek inside. Stainless steel drawers lined the walls, and in the dim light we caught the unmistakable sight of toe tags. There were more than I could count in those few seconds. Claire let out a gasp that she couldn't stifle, and the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the frame. A shadow moved in the reflection of the steel. Someone had been inside. Without saying a word, we bolted back to the elevator, praying the stolen key still worked. It did, but just barely. The next morning, security knocked on our cabin door. They claimed an incident report had been filed against us for trespassing in restricted areas. We played dumb, insisting we'd been in the casino all night, but the officer's eyes lingered on each of us long enough to make it clear we were being watched. The rest of the cruise blurred into paranoia. We stuck together constantly, avoided staff, and barely spoke above a whisper in case someone was listening. Emily's name never appeared in the daily bulletins. It was as if she'd been erased. When the ship finally docked, we packed up and walked off without looking back. No one contacted us, no investigation followed, and her disappearance was eventually dismissed as a runaway case. Even now, years later, the sound of those crew members whispering about compartments too full hasn't left me. I can still see Emily's phone, screen glowing with a half-written message she never sent. We told her parents everything, but without proof. It sounded like wild paranoia. And maybe that's what the ship counts on, that people like us go home, too scared and powerless to fight back. I booked that cruise because it was the cheapest way to see a bit of the world during my college break. The ship wasn't fancy by any means. Paint chipped in a few places, corridors narrow enough that two people had to shuffle sideways to pass each other. But I figured it didn't matter. My cabin was small, with a single bed pressed against the wall, a desk with a loose drawer that squeaked when I opened it, and a porthole that looked out onto nothing but endless gray water. It wasn't glamorous, but for someone traveling alone on a tight budget, it felt like enough. I spent the first day exploring, eating at the buffet, and reminding myself this was supposed to be relaxing. On the second night, I returned to my cabin after dinner and noticed a small folded piece of paper lying just inside the door. At first, I thought maybe housekeeping had left a note about towels or something trivial. But when I unfolded it, the words were handwritten in shaky block letters. "Don't trust the crew." That was it. No signature, no explanation, nothing else. I remember staring at it for several minutes, trying to decide whether this was some stupid prank, or if it was even meant for me. The handwriting looked rushed, like whoever wrote it was in a hurry. I didn't mention it to anyone at first. I slipped the note into my backpack and tried to brush it off, but the thought of it followed me around the ship. Every time a crew member smiled and asked how my day was, I wondered if they knew something I didn't. I tried to act normal, but I found myself scanning faces, watching body language, noticing details I would never usually notice. A man polishing glasses at the bar who never once looked up. A steward in the hallway who seemed to hover outside certain cabins for longer than necessary. It felt like I'd been pulled into some secret I wasn't supposed to know. By the next morning, another note appeared under my door. This one said, "They'll deny everything. Stay quiet." That rattled me more than I want to admit. I finally worked up the nerve to take both notes to the purser's desk, thinking someone would take it seriously. Instead, the woman behind the counter gave me a polite laugh, said passengers sometimes imagined things at sea, and told me not to worry. She slid the notes back toward me as if she didn't even want to hold them. Walking away, I felt embarrassed, like I'd been dismissed as paranoid, but a part of me couldn't shake the warning. After that encounter, I tried convincing myself it was just someone's idea of a joke, but things started to feel different around the ship. During breakfast, I noticed a guy I'd chatted with the day before, a student from another state traveling solo too, wasn't at his usual spot. I figured he overslept, but then at lunch he wasn't there either. By dinner, his chair remained empty, and no one mentioned him. No announcement, no casual. He disembarked early. He was just gone. The next day, it happened again with a woman I'd seen frequently reading by the pool. She always wore this wide-brimmed hat, easy to spot in a crowd. Suddenly, she wasn't there anymore. Her lounge chair stayed empty, her towel never picked up. I remember walking the deck in circles, half expecting to catch sight of her somewhere else, but she had vanished just as completely as the first guy. At that point, I started paying closer attention to who was traveling alone. A few of them simply stopped appearing. That night, I returned to my cabin and found a third note pushed under the door. My chest tightened the moment I picked it up. This one read, "You're not next, yet. Stay alert." That word, "yet," sat in my head like a bell that wouldn't stop ringing. I barely slept, and every time I heard footsteps outside my door, I stared at the crack of light under it, waiting to see if another shadow paused there too long. The hum of the engines that once felt comforting now sounded like a warning, constant and heavy. I tried reporting it again, this time to a different officer at the reception desk, but he just brushed it off as seasickness messing with my head. "People get restless out here," he said, practically ushering me away. I walked off, clutching the notes, feeling both foolish and terrified. If the crew wouldn't believe me, who was I supposed to trust? The ship felt huge, but suddenly it was shrinking around me. Every hallway another place someone could be waiting. Every closed door a reminder of those passengers I never saw again. By the 5th day, I stopped trying to convince myself I was imagining things. The dining hall felt emptier, though no one else seemed to acknowledge it. Families laughed, couples posed for photos, and the crew kept smiling like nothing unusual was happening. I kept scanning for familiar solo travelers and coming up short. The absence was deafening. My own meals turned mechanical. I barely tasted the food, too focused on counting who was still around. Late that evening, I caught sight of 2 crew members guiding a young man I'd noticed traveling alone toward a stairwell at the far end of a corridor. He didn't look drunk, but his steps were unsteady, like he was reluctant to follow. When he glanced back, his face carried something I'll never forget, like he wanted to call out but knew it wouldn't matter. Before I could react, the crew ushered him around the corner and out of sight. That was the moment I knew the notes weren't just warnings. They were facts. I spent the rest of that night barricaded in my cabin, dragging the desk and even the chair against the door. Every creak in the hallway made me hold my breath. No new note appeared, but that almost made it worse. The silence pressed down harder than the scribbled threats ever had. I didn't sleep until the sun filtered faintly through the porthole, turning the ocean pale blue. The ship docked 2 days later, and I walked off with nothing but my backpack, barely stopping to breathe until I was on solid ground again. To this day, I don't know what happened to those missing passengers. No official report, no news stories, nothing I could find afterward. It's like they were erased. I still have the 3 notes tucked inside a notebook at home, the handwriting uneven and smudged where my fingers clutched them too tightly. Sometimes I wonder why whoever wrote them chose to warn me at all. Maybe I was just lucky. Or maybe I was one step away from being the next name nobody ever mentioned again. I signed up for that cruise because it was the cheapest option my friends and I could find. And honestly, it felt like the kind of spontaneous trip college kids are supposed to take. We weren't chasing luxury, just a chance to be out on the water, sharing a cramped cabin, splitting costs and pretending we were adults on vacation. I remember the ship looking older than I expected when we boarded. The paint dull, the metal railings already showing patches of rust, but we laughed it off. At that point, the only thing on my mind was how surreal it felt to be out at sea with my friends, away from assignments and campus noise. The first 2 days were uneventful. Just sun, crowded buffets, and awkward conversations with strangers at shared tables. I spent most of that time with my roommate for the trip, Leah, who had this restless energy, always darting off to explore different decks, always dragging me along to see the view from up here, or what's happening down there. She kept saying it felt like something was brewing, pointing out how the sky never seemed fully clear, even when everyone else was sunbathing. I shrugged it off, assuming she was just overthinking. We were young and convinced nothing serious could touch us out there. Everything shifted on the third night. Dinner had just ended when an announcement crackled over the speakers, cutting through the usual chatter. The captain's voice was steady but clipped, telling us that a storm had taken an unexpected turn. It wasn't supposed to be anywhere near our path, but now it was heading straight for us. People laughed nervously at first, but when the crew started handing out instructions with tight expressions, the tension spread fast. Leah gave me this sharp look like she'd been right all along, and for the first time, I felt the air in the ship thicken with dread. By midnight, the ship was no longer gliding, it was groaning. Each swell hit us like a giant hand shoving the entire vessel sideways. Hallways tilted, plates shattered somewhere below us, and every wall seemed to rattle in protest. The lights flickered on and off until eventually they cut out completely. Imagine hundreds of passengers stumbling in total darkness, the sound of water rushing where it shouldn't be, and the metal around you straining with every wave. I clutched the railing outside our cabin door so hard that my knuckles went numb, convinced the next crash would split the ship in half. Leah and I tried to make our way toward the stairwell, but the floor pitched so violently that we slid into the wall more than once. People were shouting in the dark, voices echoing off the narrow corridors, some calling for family members, others just screaming with each jolt. A crew member passed us with a flashlight, barking instructions that were lost under the crash of water slamming against the hull. For a moment, I could smell the seawater before I felt it. Cold, rushing under the cabin doors, spreading fast across the carpeted hallway. We finally reached a railing near one of the main decks, clutching it alongside dozens of strangers who all wore the same expression of raw fear. The ship tilted so far that the horizon outside looked vertical, a wall of water looming higher than anything I thought possible. Every impact made the metal under our feet shriek, like the vessel itself was crying out. I remember gripping Leah's arm so tight that she yelped, but neither of us dared let go. It felt like the only thing keeping us tethered to reality was that railing. The blackout stretched on, broken only by the weak glow of emergency lights that flickered sporadically, never enough to see clearly. Somewhere deeper inside, alarms wailed in uneven bursts, then cut out abruptly. I kept thinking about how no one had prepared us for this. Cruises had safety drills, sure, but nothing about standing in darkness while waves tossed the ship like a toy. Each second felt like it might be the last before something gave way, before we were all swallowed whole. Hours blurred together in that chaos. Time didn't move normally. It stretched and warped with every groan of the ship's frame. At some point, Leah whispered, "We're not making it out of this." And I couldn't bring myself to argue. I just pressed my forehead against the cold metal railing and listened to the water slam and recede, over and over like the countdown to something final. I thought about my parents, about the ridiculous decision to save money on this trip, about how no one on land even knew what we were going through in that exact moment. When the storm finally eased, it wasn't a gradual calm. It was like the sea suddenly exhaled. The violent shudders became dull tremors. The crashing turned into uneasy lapping, and for the first time in hours, silence spread across the decks. Emergency lights flicked back on, revealing pale faces and soaked clothes. People clung to each other like survivors of a shipwreck, even though we were technically still afloat. I remember releasing the railing and being surprised my arms still worked, every muscle stiff from holding on. The crew eventually guided us back toward the interior, though most of the hallways were ankle-deep in water. Cabin doors hung crooked on their frames, and belongings floated past like debris in a flooded basement. Leah and I stumbled into our room to find our beds overturned, the ceiling tiles sagging from leaks. The air smelled like salt and diesel, sharp and heavy, sticking to my lungs with each breath. I don't think I slept at all that night. I just sat upright, waiting for the ship to start shaking again. The next morning, we learned that the storm had changed course so suddenly that the captain had no choice but to ride it out. Some people called him reckless, others called him a hero, but none of that mattered to me. What mattered was that the ship had held barely, and that I had stared at the ocean in its most violent form. and lived to tell about it. I remember watching the sunrise from the deck, the horizon calm and golden, as if the nightmare hours before had been a hallucination. But the warped metal railings and shattered windows were proof it had been real. Even now, years later, I can still feel that night whenever I hear strong winds outside my apartment, or when I walk past a building creaking in bad weather. It's not just the memory of fear, it's the helplessness, the realization that you're at the mercy of forces far bigger than yourself. That trip was supposed to be carefree and cheap, just another story from college. Instead, it left me with a memory I can't shake, of clinging to cold metal in the dark, waiting for the sea to decide whether I would live or not.